be Chang Dao, sure, but I somehow traveled through time and ended up in the body of a rich second generation. I decided to just let loose and live my life to the fullest. I'm already a rich second generation now. Who would still bother with all that hard cultivation anyway? Instead of dealing with all kinds of creepy evil spirits every day, I have nothing to do at night. So I just invite older sugar babies to go for a drive up the mountain with me. Right now, several sports cars are speeding along the mountain roads in the countryside. This is way more fun than being a Taoist priest. Look at those big white legs in the passenger seat. I couldn't help but press the gas pedal down even harder. But in the woods not far away, a beautiful woman in a black jacket is giving her opening speech in front of the live stream camera.
Hey guys, I'm Qing Yao, a streamer from Jingling Society.
The viewership blew up right after the stream started. All kinds of viewers flooded in to join the fun. It's so dense that you can't even see anything clearly.
Isn't the Halloween event starting today? I'm so excited for this.
Finally get to watch people get scared out of their wits again. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since the stream started, and so many viewers have flooded in. The number of people is still crazy rising. Qing Yao was so happy that her eyes curled up into little crescents.
Today, we're gonna do something totally different for this prank.
Qing Yao told the cameraman to turn the camera around, and several members of the program team in jackets next to her are busy working busily, seeing all these professional pieces of equipment. Netizens were completely confused. They had no idea what the program team was planning. What kind of prank are they going to pull here?
According to the information provided by a mysterious person, people have been coming to Shilling Mountain to street race recently. This is the signal jammer we brought, and of course we also have a hacker with us. We'll hack into the vehicle's control systems right away, jam their cell phone signals, and you know what happens next.
Damn, you guys are really going all out. Aren't you scared something goes wrong? It's fine. You're overthinking it. At this point, netizens completely lost in the comments. Damica started refreshing like crazy.
Alright, let's get ready.
Seeing that the fans were so enthusiastic, Qing Yao quickly hurried the staff to get started. Then she glanced at a man sitting next to her. He's a rich first generation. We all run in the same circles. He provided all the clues and the prank budget for this stream. Funny enough, the reason he did this to me is actually hilarious. It's just because I hooked up with all the girls he was interested in. He even said I suddenly became especially popular with girls. Those girls were all over me. He couldn't swallow his pride, so he came to the show. He even gave him my daily route and schedule. He even planted a tracker and a recorder in my car. Just wanted to see me scared out of my wits, to make a fool of me in front of everyone.
Signal jammer test complete. High-def night vision cameras installed at designated points. Props are also in place.
After nearly half an hour of setup, the crew finally had all the equipment ready.
Everyone, hide. Don't be seen.
Qing Yao checked the time. 8:35. A crew member shouted. The live feed immediately cut to the mountain road. Watching a sports car driving up the hill, the netizens got excited, waiting for the show.
Here it comes. I can't wait to see. These rich kids wet their pants. The show is going all out this time. The people who race here are all loaded. Hope they don't sue the show into bankruptcy. As
the car slowly drove into the trap, the live chat exploded, everyone waiting to laugh. At that moment, he hit a key hard, turned, and gave Qing Yao a thumbs up. Qing Yao then whispered into the live mic.
Alright, folks, we're starting now. First, set the mood. Make their car stall 3 times. Then jam their phone signals.
Everyone stared at the screen, holding their breath. He turned to Zhang Yishuan, whispered.
Initiate first stall. On the mountain road, the speeding sports car suddenly slowed down.
The live feed switched to the road. Watching the supercar gradually slow, the netizens' hearts were in their throats, waiting to see what the show had in store. I was having a blast when the car lights suddenly died. I couldn't help but mutter. What's going on? Why did the car suddenly die?
Loudly, why'd your car die? I don't know. My car died too.
I grunted in response and tried to start it again, but the car didn't make a sound.
Your car's died too? Yeah, it's weird. My car stalled. Mine too, mine's also dead.
I frowned slightly. Could it be something unclean? There's no sinister energy nearby. Besides, as a renowned exorcist, even ghosts bow to me. Who dares to mess with me? After thinking for a moment, I shouted back. Try starting it again. My buddies heard and tried igniting it once more. Who would have thought? With just another press, the car freaking started again. The mountainside, just pitch black a moment ago, was lit up by the headlights again. I said, good, let's go. Then I took the lead and drove ahead. The first scare didn't get them? Of course. The first one's just an appetizer. Scaring them right away would be no fun. The show's crew is so sneaky, easing them in gradually. Qing Yao glanced at Meng Hao sitting beside her. Seeing a hint of displeasure on his face, she panicked.
What to do? The sponsor isn't happy. How can we scare them faster? A mischievous idea suddenly popped into Qing Yao's head.
She said to Zhang Yishian.
Yishian, can you hack into their smart screen?
Of course. Their car is smart enabled. It's all under my control.
Great. I want to play a ghost story in their car. I'll handle the content.
Zhang Yishian adjusted the system, then handed the microphone over. Qing Yao took it, cleared her throat, gathered her thoughts for a moment, then gave Zhang Yishian a signal. Yishian immediately pressed enter. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Brother Chin, why did the car stall just now? This is $1 million luxury car.
It must be because you're sitting in it.
How is it my fault?
Lin Mei also looked confused. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she clenched her fist and playfully hit my arm, whining in a spoiled tone.
Brother Chin, you're so mean.
I couldn't help but laugh. I turned up the car music a bit louder. The whole luxury car was shaking, totally wild. But I never expected the recording equipment in the live stream room picked up everything I said. The live stream viewers were furious.
He's still flirting? Damn, what a show-off. Damn, he can still drive in this environment. I'm truly impressed.
At that moment, Meng Hao, sitting not far from Zhang Yixin, clenched his fists until they cracked. He then gave Jing Yao a meaningful look. Jing Yao immediately understood. He brought the microphone to his mouth.
We interrupt with a news update. Recently, there have been unexplained disappearances in the Shilling Mountains. The police have investigated multiple times but found no trace. The disappearances mostly happen at night. The police have investigated multiple times but found no trace. People coming to the mountains have experienced collective car failures or multiple engine stalls. This is a mass burial ground. Citizens passing through, please be cautious.
As soon as this was said, the live chat exploded.
Hearing that gave me goosebumps. Damn, this feels scarier than a horror story.
That guy named Li Chun must be panicking too. Hearing this broadcast, I cursed under my breath.
Brother Li Chen, it seems like we're right in the Shilling Mountains. Is this really a mass burial ground?
I'm not even afraid of ghosts. Why fear a burial ground? If there really are evil spirits, I'll make them kneel and sing surrender in a minute. Right at that moment, the walkie-talkie in the car suddenly crackled to life with an urgent voice.
Oldly, stop the car. I brought the car to a halt.
I asked in the walkie-talkie, what's wrong? What happened?
Oldly, maybe we shouldn't go today. It feels a bit off.
Their female companions' trembling voices came through as well.
I think so too. Just now, I thought I saw something. Following us. Bro, let's come back next time. This place feels so creepy. I'm scared. It's so creepy. I'm scared.
What the hell is going on? We still have to go up.
Brother Chin, maybe we should turn back? Today, I feel a chill down my spine.
The female streamer beside me tugged at my clothes. Her eyes kept darting nervously out the car window. Shut up, I growled in a low voice, then continued. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a burial ground. Did you all lose your guts? We're continuing into the mountains. With that, I pressed my foot on the accelerator again. Seeing me start the car and drive off again, the rich kids' faces turned grim.
He drove off. It wouldn't be right not to follow.
Reluctantly, the cars behind started up again. He chased after my vehicle.
Is the rich second generation's friend so bold? He actually dares to keep driving. He's got something. I actually kind of admire him now.
My insistence on going up the mountain took everyone by surprise. Equally shocked were Lu Qingyao and the staff. They were all prepared to make our car stall. Qingyao gritted her teeth and said,
Since he insists on courting death, then don't blame me.
As she spoke, she turned to the staff beside her.
Once they reach the designated spot, cut the engine immediately. Signal jammer, block their phone signals.
Meanwhile, I was gradually approaching the location specified by the production team. Seeing we were about to reach the preset position, Qingyao quickly issued the order.
Activate the device.
The staff hurriedly pressed the device's button. In the middle of the mountain road, lined with grave mounds on both sides, the lights of the 5 vehicles went out again.
This time, no one could hold on, right? It's still early. Let them scare themselves for now. It's not too late to use the props when they stop believing.
What the hell is going on? I told you to turn back earlier, but you didn't listen.
What do we do now? I'm so scared.
As the camera feed switched over, the voices from inside the car also reached everyone's ears. The viewers in the live stream instantly found it amusing.
Brother Chin, what should we do? Are we going to die? We must have encountered something unclean.
She grabbed my hand, terrified. Tears welled up in her eyes, while continuously complaining. Shut up, I shouted, seeing my livid face. Sister Lin didn't dare to keep talking, pressing her body tightly against the seat. Tears began to fall. I ignored the softly sobbing female host. Then looked outside the car. The mountains were still eerily quiet, and there was no sign of any malevolent energy leaking out. That's strange. What was that? I was stalled twice in a row, and then inexplicably broadcast some ghost stories. After a few seconds, I withdrew my gaze.
Oldly, what should we do?
Just as I was pondering, the walkie-talkie crackled again with the nervous voice of a companion.
What else can we do? Call a tow truck.
I'm out of ideas too. I'm a Taoist master, not a mechanic. Why does this guy look completely unfazed? Wrong? Does he still not understand the situation? This guy has some guts. Seeing this, Meng Hao whispered softly to Qingyao. Qingyao understood and said to the props team,
Block the cell phone signals.
The staff beside him pressed the device button.
Right. We can call for a tow truck.
My words quickly reminded everyone. The rich kids immediately took out their phones.
Oldly, no signal. Can't even call 911.
Even a phone without a SIM card can make emergency calls.
Oldly, you really screwed us this time. We should have gone back earlier. Now we can't even call. What do we do? I don't even dare get out of the car. Don't tell me it's like the radio said. There's something unclean in these mountains?
Those rich kid friends who were relatively calm finally cracked and started blaming me. And right at that moment, a strange bird cry suddenly sounded in the distance. With that cry, the female streamers in the cars finally snapped. They screamed inside the cars, covering their heads. Who the hell is messing with me? Seeing the increasingly bizarre situation, I couldn't help but curse. Then I yelled into the walkie-talkie. My voice naturally reached everyone's ears. The netizens were stunned. Even the staff stared blankly at the screen, gently pinching my forehead.
Wait, let me figure this out.
Pondering for a moment, I suddenly thought of something.
This guy is definitely faking it. I saw a story online that said when you encounter evil, don't panic. Chant nothing is forbidden. The fiercer you act, the more they fear you. This Linbei must have seen a story like that too. That's why he got out to boost his courage.
He's probably scared to death inside. His analysis instantly gained high approval from all netizens.
Oldie, what nonsense are you talking? The situation is unclear. Don't get out.
The female streamer beside me quickly grabbed my arm. This time, she didn't even feel safe inside the car. I shook off the female streamer's hand, pushed the car door open, and walked outside, straight to an open space. Better be polite before getting tough. A second chance at life, and I'm reborn as a rich second gen. Honestly, I don't want to deal with these creepy, evil things again. I also don't want to expose my Taoist master identity. Right now, I just want to enjoy this hard-won rich kid life. Clearing my throat, I spoke to the surroundings. Hey, all the uncles, brothers, aunties, and grandmas in the graves, look over here. I'm calling a meeting. I don't care if you passed away last year or were buried this year. My car stalled twice. You guys even interrupted with ads? I'm asking, is there any justice? Any law? Even dogs usually avoid me. What level are you at, daring to stall my engine? Now I'm going to start the car and leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. As I spoke, an energy invisible to ordinary people emanated from me. The kind that these evil spirits fear the most. After saying that, I walked towards the car with my hands behind my back. Netizens burst out laughing. The live stream viewers even hit a terrifying 200,000. Xing Yao was looking at the screen. Her face flushed red from holding back laughter at my words, not daring to laugh out loud. Her gaze turned towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao also looked completely confused.
He wasn't like this before. How could he say something so cringy? How did he even manage to utter it?
Xing Yao also realized her own loss of composure, quickly steadied herself, and said to Yixian,
Let him keep up the act. Tell him to start it. After he had been gone for a while.
I had already reached the car, opened the door, and got in.
Brother Chin, what were you doing just now?
Holding a meeting for ghosts.
Oldly. What are you joking about? A meeting for ghosts?
Are you possessed or something?
I ignored them, took a deep breath. Don't force me to use my Taoist master abilities. Muttering to myself, I pressed the car's ignition button. After a roar, Lin Mei's face was full of surprise. Great! It started. Seeing my car lights up, the other rich kids hurried to press their ignition buttons too. The originally dark car interiors lit up again.
Oldly, how on earth did you do that? Yeah, Oldly. What exactly did you do just now? How come after getting off the car once, the car could start again? Oldly, do you have some ability we don't know about?
Nothing much, just talk some tough talk. I heard all those online jokes say the same thing. I casually replied.
So that's it. I've seen those jokes too. Didn't think it'd actually work. Good thing Oldly was here. Otherwise, we'd be completely stuck today. Yeah.
Alright, enough talk. Let's keep going. It's already past 9. I don't want to waste any more time here.
What? We still have to go up the mountain? We finally got the car started. And you still want to go up? Is it absolutely necessary today?
Nonsense, I've fixed it. It won't happen again. Let's just keep playing. You're not scared, are you? I used a taunt, speaking into the walkie-talkie.
Who's scared? Let's go.
Those rich kids are all young too. Couldn't resist my taunt, so they had to agree.
Are you sure our car won't stall again?
Lin Mei beside me asked, clearly still shaken. What? You don't believe me? But right after I said that, all 5 cars stalled again at the same time. The air went dead silent. You could even hear their heartbeats in the cars. Lu Qingyao was in a great mood. Finally managed to mess with that jerk Li Chun this time. Qingyao, you're awesome. Meng Hao, not far away, gave him a thumbs up. Lu Qingyao got even more smug. My face darkened at that moment. Is there really some weird, evil spirit messing with me? Do they think I'm an easy target? A surge of nameless anger rose in my heart. I shoved the car door open and stormed outside. I stopped only after walking about 10 meters from the car. Then, with a dark face, I said, Is it me? Or will you come out yourselves? Damn, in this situation, he actually dares to get out? Looks like he's about to hold another ghost meeting. This is hilarious. Seriously, I get to hold meetings with ghosts. After a long while, I spoke again. Since you won't come out, I'll find you myself. With that, I climbed over the roadside barrier. I went to the nearest grave mound. My lips moved slightly, as if talking to myself. Then, wisps of green smoke actually started rising from the grave. The grave is smoking? Whose grave is this? Is this a magic trick? The sudden green smoke from the grave left everyone stunned. He just stood there for a bit, And now the grave is smoking? He's not really going to summon a ghost, is he? What do you think? Is it possible that this is a prop made by the production team? Lu Qingyao, seeing the barrage of doubts, quickly denied it.
I promise, this wasn't arranged by our production team.
Growing impatient with the rising blue smoke, I silently recited the soul-summoning incantation. The grave mound smoked heavily, but no apparition appeared. Slowly raising my hand, I drew the blue smoke toward my palm. Then with a claw-like gesture, I grabbed at the empty air. Instantly, a translucent woman with disheveled hair was caught by the throat. Damn, that actually worked? The production crew and Ming Hao, witnessing this scene, were stunned. Suddenly, a chill crept up their backs. They knew all too well this wasn't a special effect. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, through the high-definition camera lens. The translucent woman's feet were clearly not touching the ground. After seizing the female ghost from the grave mound, I coldly demanded, "Why are you messing with me? Why did you make my car stall?" The ghost choked, seemed to grow angry.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let go of me now, or I'll kill you.
"I'll let you go, but fix my car first." With a sudden surge of force, I hurled the ghost to the ground. Thrown aside, the ghost was now completely enraged. She scrambled to her feet from the ground. Her white dress billowed violently, her hair rising upward. Seeing this, the live stream chat exploded.
Holy crap, that woman really is a ghost.
And isn't this rich kid doomed? Instantly, a cold dread settled in everyone's hearts.
Quick, think of something. This is going to get someone killed.
The barrage on the screen soon snapped Lu Qingyao out his daze. His eyes suddenly lit up. He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found a number labeled Master. The call connected, and a voice came through quickly.
Hello, Master? I've got a situation here.
Lu Qingyao hurriedly explained what was happening. This was a master known to Lu Qingqing, a genuine Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, and also one of the Celestial Master's personal disciples. The voice on the other end turned serious. "You're saying you've encountered a real, supernatural entity? Wait, don't hang up. Let me check your live stream on another phone first." The sound from the other end became chaotic, likely as he searched for something. Lu Qingyao grew increasingly anxious as he waited. Urged Master again. "Don't worry. There's no supernatural I can't handle."
Who did Qingyao find? Such a big talker. Is this Masterly famous?
You know Ninth Uncle, right? All his films need him to be on set to start shooting. What do you think?
A full 10 seconds passed. Lu Qingyao still couldn't hold back. Asked again, and just then, Li Qingxian finally replied.
This person can't be saved. I'm coming to you. It'll take at least an hour and a half. Even if I rush over now, it'll be too late.
Hearing his words, Lu Qingyao's heart sank. After all, if I die here, he won't have good days ahead.
Master Li Qingxian, can you come no matter what?
All right, I'll come over. Traffic's light at night anyway.
Thank you, Celestial Master Li.
Lu Qingyao nodded, hung up the phone, walked towards the crew, looking devastated. Seeing Lu Qingyao approach, Meng Hao's face was full of worry.
I just wanted to mess with him a bit, but never thought we'd actually summon a ghost.
Lu Qingyao glanced at him and said calmly, "Director Meng."
Don't forget what you said.
Just as Meng Hao felt troubled, a voice that filled him with despair sounded again.
Look, the female ghost is making her move.
In the video, the female ghost floated in the air. Her pale face wore a cruel smile, eyes fixed intently on me.
Don't know what method you used to pull me out. But today you'll rest here forever, so young. Your soul must be delicious.
The female ghost's words plunged everyone into despair. Just through the screen, they felt chills down their spines.
Hurry and think of something. Brother Chen's in trouble.
In the lead car, Sister Lin picked up the walkie-talkie, urgently calling for help from the others. But no one responded to her words. Seeing the terrifying stance the female ghost took, I felt quite helpless inside.
This female ghost doesn't know who's boss. Let me show her, so she won't scare people again.
Thinking this, I slowly looked up and walked step by step toward the female ghost.
Is this guy actually that stupid? He actually dares to walk toward that female ghost? Isn't he supposed to run at this point?
Viewers are getting more and more confused by this. Of course, the female ghost is also just as confused. Seeing me walking toward her, she was also slightly stunned. And the cruel look on her face returned right after. She bent down and pounced fiercely toward me. Everyone's heart clenched at the same time.
It's over. This rich second generation is gonna die.
Even some of the more timid viewers immediately covered their eyes. But just at that moment, I slowly opened my mouth. Let me tell you something about what a celestial master is. After hearing my words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned.
Damn, he's still putting on an act at a time like this. Can't stop like this.
Just then, the female ghost had already pounced right in front of me, and she dropped to her knees with a thud. The entire live stream room, even the production team, fell into an eerie silence. Their eyes went wide, staring at the screen in disbelief. In the live footage right now, the female ghost that had just been roaring to kill me is just kneeling there on the ground, her eyes filled with confusion. She's stunned. How did she just end up kneeling down? It's like her body completely lost control. She just knelt so smoothly, like she was always supposed to be kneeling here. Very quickly, the female ghost came back to her senses. She tried to stand up and kill this guy in front of her, but she couldn't get up at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qingxian's sports car is speeding fast down the street. The phone next to him starts ringing again. Li Qingxian answers the call and says gruffly,
"What's going on?"
That female ghost knelt down to Lin Bei.
Lu Qingyao quickly tells him everything he just saw.
You mean, he told that female ghost to kneel? And the female ghost just kneeled?
Lu Qingyao's words made Li Qingxian question his entire understanding of things.
Wait a minute.
He says, then quickly pulls out his other phone, pulls up the horror live stream video. Right now, in the video, the female ghost is still kneeling in front of me while I stand with my hands behind my back, not looking scared at all. A faint golden light is gently glowing from my body, even though that light is very dim. It's not very clear, even through the screen. But as a celestial master, Li Qingxian spotted it right away. Yet he was extremely shocked after seeing this light.
How could he have Dao Ram on his body?
Li Qingxian patted his head, trying to calm himself down. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be Lycan has a magic artifact?
Master, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm rushing over right now. He must have some kind of artifact it can hold for a while. Once I get there, I can help him out.
With that, he hung up and stomped on the gas again.
I was wondering why the female ghost suddenly knelt down. Turns out it's because of a magic item. Those things are actually real?
Doesn't that mean he's fine? After kneeling, the ghost on the other side glared and said resentfully,
What did you do to me?
I didn't speak, just leaned down slightly with a smile. I gently lifted her chin with my index finger. Why are you kneeling for me? Just so you know, I don't have a red envelope for you. Though her face was deathly pale, she wasn't bad looking.
Let me go, or I'll tear you to shreds.
The teased ghost had never suffered such humiliation. I grinned shamelessly. I won't let go, what can you do? I even stroked her cheek. You've been dead a long time. Not bad. The ghost's chest heaved with anger, but she soon calmed down.
What do you really want?
Shouldn't I be asking you that?
Didn't you drag me out of the graveyard?
Why are you asking me? Let me ask you. Was it you who made my car stall? Seeing her confused look, I also got puzzled. The ghost shook her head.
I was just lying peacefully in the grave. Why would I mess with your car?
Though her face remained cold, she didn't seem to be lying. Then why did my car stall and multiple times? I asked, are there other things around here? The ghost said coldly.
Of course there are.
Good. Call them over. I'll ask them one by one. With a wave of my hand, I released the restraint on her. But the moment she was free, she lunged at me. At almost the same moment, everyone watching the stream screamed. Li was so furious, he slammed the steering wheel hard. A sharp horn blared. That guy's a complete idiot. But suddenly, a crisp sound came from the video. That sounds like someone getting slapped in the face, damn. This guy actually slapped him. This big slap not only stunned everyone, but also left the female ghost stunned on the spot. She looked at me with a surprised face, her expression full of disbelief. I looked coldly at the female ghost. Did I give you too much face? The female ghost was now feeling fear, slowly backing away. In a speeding car on the highway, Li Qingxuan's eyes were as wide as ping-pong balls.
I am the adopted daughter of the demon shadow old fiend, Huang Moing, from Shilling Mountain. You can't kill me.
I've heard of the Black Mountain Old Fiend. But who the hell is this demon shadow old fiend?
He's the demon king of Shilling Mountain. I'm his adopted daughter. If you kill me, he definitely won't let you off.
Don't know him. Is he strong? Then call him over for me. Seeing I was still calm and composed, a trace of doubt flashed in the female ghost's eyes, along with a hint of hatred, but she didn't dare show it. After all, she couldn't beat the man in front of her. Yeah, go ahead and call. I replied lightly. The female ghost stood up, tilted her head back, seemingly doing something. After about 10 seconds, she looked at me.
Bro, at most 10 minutes, my godfather will be here.
Good, then we'll wait 10 minutes. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose in the mountains, trees swaying violently.
What? The demon domain old fiend is coming? What the hell is this commotion? Wow, this is a real monster. The first time your mom's seen one. A strange thing, about to see a monster again.
A stream of black chi rushed from the forest, sweeping up dead leaves like a sharp tornado, looking very frightening. Netizens watching the scene couldn't help but sweat for me. I slightly furrowed my brows. Through the energy perception of the wind, the other party was undoubtedly a weasel spirit. But that unique smell was really irritating to the nose. Seeing this commotion, the female ghost excitedly shouted, her gaze turning towards me. At this moment, I was really frowning from the weasel spirit stench. The female ghost thought I was feeling threatened, so she said to me,
Kid, apologize to your sister now, and there's still time.
So annoying. How can it be such a weird thing? Dare to show off in front of the buyer. Not apologizing, huh? I didn't say a word back, and the female ghost let out a cold laugh. Of course, she didn't dare get close to me. Instead, she quickly shouted toward the direction the black aura came from.
Godfather, I'm over here.
The gust of wind suddenly rushed toward her. In no time, it had reached her side, and the black mist dispersed. A figure covered in black aura, wearing human clothes, appeared beside her. The figure was tall and slender, with 2 long whiskers sticking out. Its hair was grayish-yellow, with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks, giving off a very awkward feeling.
Ah, is this the Shadow Demon Elder? Why does it look human, but I feel like there's nothing human about it? It's like an animal standing upright. Indeed, especially its whiskers, they look exactly like a weasel's.
After all, this was her first time encountering a weasel spirit. After the Shadow Demon Elder arrived, it straightened its back slightly, and asked the female ghost,
Godfather, you must stand up for me.
Hearing the shadow demon elder's question, the female ghost started sobbing and sniffling, tearfully recounting everything, accusing me of bullying her. Hearing the female ghost's words, the yellow shadow demon suddenly turned its pitch black eyes toward me, its face filled with anger. Enough, enough, stop babbling. Tell me, what's the deal with this car? Seeing the weasel spirit turn its gaze toward me, I couldn't be bothered to waste words on it. Its gaze shifted behind me. At that moment, 5 cars were parked quietly there. Suddenly, the female ghost grabbed its clothes.
Father, this person is strange.
What's wrong?
Ayulian seemed more cautious than the yellow shadow demon.
He forced me to kneel and hit me just now. I suspect he has something on him. Maybe some kind of magic weapon.
Magic weapon? So what if he has a magic weapon? I, the shadow demon, have plenty of tricks up my sleeve.
Then, with a cold laugh, it cautiously approached me. Looking at the weasel spirit, I couldn't help but think helplessly. You know about magic weapons. Yet you're still asking for trouble. If I didn't want to cause unnecessary bloodshed, I'd skin you alive today. Thinking this, I slowly raised one hand. A faint golden light glows on his hand. Seeing this, the weasel spirit immediately stops in its tracks. You know about the Tao? Then come take a look at my car. I'm waiting.
A Taoist priest? You think I'm scared?
But the yellow shadow demon doesn't seem afraid. Its eyes flash with a strange light.
Strange. Why isn't he moving? This good spirit is scared. Look, his eyes are glowing. This is a kind of bewitchment art.
Then Li Qingxuan's voice comes through the phone.
Insect bewitchment art.
Li Qingxian is stunned. He doesn't understand these things very well.
This art is similar to a fox spirit's charm.
Hearing Master Li Xian's explanation, Lu Qingyao asks worriedly.
Will Li Chen's magic weapon work?
I don't know.
The weasel spirit's eyes glow even brighter. It just stares at me intently, its eerie eyes, seemingly trying to stare me to death.
Letting it look, I also stare straight into its eyes.
My body slowly stiffens. The light continues to radiate. Then he gently points in a direction. I also follow his instruction and walk that way. But netizens explode when they see this. Lu Qingyao panics. The thing he didn't want to see has happened. Li Qingxian shakes his head helplessly. He had already anticipated this possibility.
He's completely under its control now. Great. Even with a magic weapon, he can't escape.
Shadow Demon smiles sinisterly. Then he pulls a dagger from his waist, throws it on the ground, mutters, "Watch me," slowly picks up the knife.
Pick up the knife and stab yourself.
Lu Qingyao panics even more. He even dares not keep watching the video. I thought it would be some epic equipment. This knife is just an ordinary blade. I can't help feeling disappointed. Fine, I'm done playing. Better go back for a drink. Thinking this, I lose all interest. Slowly raise my head to look at the weasel spirit. The weasel spirit, seeing me still not moving, pauses slightly, then sends commands at me again. I nod slightly, slowly raising the knife in my hand.
Damn, I don't dare watch anymore. How desperate would that be if you were conscious?
Just as everyone dared not look at the screen anymore, the sound of a knife slicing through skin suddenly came. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Damn, what am I seeing? Zhang Yishuan pointed at the screen with a trembling finger. Even his words were unsteady. Lu Qingyao, who had closed his eyes, became suspicious and slowly opened them. At this moment, netizens also began to look at the screen. But after seeing the image on the screen, they were also stunned. In the live stream at this moment, holy crap, I'm already frozen in place. Yin Ran was standing face to face with that old vampire monster, and the knife in my hand. Yin Ran had actually stabbed it into that yellow vampire's body.
What the hell is going on? I just blinked for a second. How did you already change locations?
At this moment, even more confused was, that old vampire monster looked at me in shock. Why is this guy stabbing me? He had nothing to think about it. He pushed away forcefully, retreated several steps before stopping, covered his chest with one hand, staring at me intently. And at this time, I had a smile on my lips, clearly treating him like a monkey.
This guy is hiding his strength. He definitely has something I don't know about. My earlier speculation wasn't complete.
This Li Chun isn't relying on some magic tool.
But he himself is actually a Taoist priest.
At the same time, on Dragon Tiger Mountain, it was very quiet. The Taoists had all returned to their residences, either scrolling through short videos, or meditating to rest. At this moment, a woman in a blue Taoist robe, with a very pure appearance, half leaning on the windowsill, was looking outside boredly. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly her phone rang.
Ah, Li Qingxian, senior brother? Why are you suddenly calling?
Has Master come out of seclusion?
Hey, not yet. What's up, junior sister?
Master dotes on you the most. Can you do me a favor?
Senior brotherly, what exactly is going on?
No time to explain. Find a way to get Master out of seclusion. Then have him watch a live show called Thriller Live.
That's not good, right? You know, Master, the old man, is annoyed by these online things.
I know, but something big happened here. Stop dawdling, hurry up and go.
Hanging up the phone, Xing Yuer grumbled. She didn't go find the old heavenly master right away. Instead, she curiously opened her phone's live stream and clicked enter. Once inside, what she saw made her jump to her feet. She grabbed her phone and ran towards the cave dwelling behind the Taoist temple. Godfather, Godfather. Just as Li Qingxian was puzzled, the female ghost, who had been frozen in place, snapped out of it. Seeing the demon shadow old fiend with his abdomen covered in blood, she gasped and rushed over. Who on earth is this guy? Once supported, the demon shadow old fiend fixed his green, glowing eyes on Mu Bei. He demanded of the female ghost beside him. At this moment, he utterly despised this goddaughter of his. What kind of existence have you provoked? I don't know. The female ghost was also completely bewildered. How would she know who this person was? She was lying peacefully in her grave mound. Well, he sucked her out and grabbed her by the neck, asking why she had extinguished his car's lights. She never expected him to be this powerful, seeing that his goddaughter didn't seem to be lying. The weasel spirit also grew suspicious. The reason he dared to attack this human in his 20s directly upon arriving was that he detected no aura of a human Taoist priest emanating from him. As a weasel spirit, having cultivated for 100 years, he had naturally seen many Taoist priests. And when those priests fought, their bodies would emit a very strong aura of Taoist resonance. But this one before him, although possessing some Taoist resonance, clearly didn't seem to be emanating it from within his body. You see, whether performing rituals or slaying demons, Taoist priests need to chant incantations like Tai Shang Lao Jun or Ji Ji Ru Lu Ling, but his mouth never moved once. Not to mention during any ritual. So now, he found this person before him a bit unfathomable. His gaze remained fixed on Mu Bei. Black smoke continuously flowed from his hand, invading his own body, and as the smoke entered, his wound began to heal at a visible rate. Oh, not bad. He can heal too. Watching the weasel spirit actually use demonic energy to heal itself, Mu Bei became intrigued. This knife can even sever souls. He had thought stabbing him with his own knife would be a fun little game. He didn't expect him to be able to repair his soul too. This demon shadow old fiend has some skills. Of course, Mu Bei could easily have delivered another strike right then, but he didn't have the demon shadow old fiend's healing ability. It caught his interest, perhaps through this weasel spirit. He could learn more about the evil spirits of this world. After this exposure, he could imagine that the rich kid behind him would definitely cause him a lot of trouble in the future, like blessings or crafting magical artifacts for them. And to handle these things, he needed to understand how the weird spirits of this world operated. Only then could he counter them. Maybe he could develop in this direction, create a company richer than his father's, so he wouldn't be called a spendthrift then. Hey, looking at the repaired weasel spirit, Mu Bei planned to have a good talk with it. He raised his knife, about to say something, but as soon as he lifted it, he saw the shadow demon and the female ghost both tense up. Godfather, what should we do? The female ghost seemed even more flustered, asking the shadow demon beside her, what's there to fear? Even if he's a Taoist priest, he'll die today. Did I cultivate all these years for nothing? The shadow demon glared at her. Then his form began to change. In just a few breaths, he turned into a weasel as big as a small calf. After transforming, he darted out from the clothes, stood not far from Mu Bei, and made a bowing gesture like a human would. Do I look like a human or a god? Netizens, what's he doing? Chapter 26. He's actually a celestial master. This scene feels strangely familiar. Yeah, like for some movie or show. But what does it mean? No clue. It couldn't even bewilder him. Is it begging for mercy now? No way, it was just talking tough. Beyond my expertise, the sudden appearance of the weasel startled everyone. Don't panic, but hearing it speak human language, the netizens were also puzzled, because its bowing gesture very much resembled a scene they'd seen in movies or shows. They just couldn't quite recall it. Of course, regarding the current Mu Bei, the netizens now seemed a bit less worried. He's managed to escape danger every time so far. Even Master Li Xian said multiple times he was facing a deadly situation, yet each time Mu Bei handled it with ease. They couldn't help but wonder, is Mu Bei also a celestial master or something similar? Time to call Master Li Xian again. Something feels off. Then the staff member turned to Lu Yinyin and said, this weasel spirit has revealed its true form. It's definitely not as simple as the netizen said. So he wondered if this weasel might possess another ability. Well, before Lu Yinyin could make the call, her phone started ringing. Master Li Xian, thank you now. Lu Yinyin quickly answered. She started asking questions, but he said, I know what you want to ask. Li Xian took a deep breath. Then he continued, let me explain. Actually, I want to see what this Mu Bei is capable of right now. Lu Yinyin was curious. Didn't he rely on magical artifacts to survive those dangers? Wasn't it because of the artifacts? Li Xian nodded. Then he said, this Mu Bei probably has no magical artifacts on him, and he's a genuine celestial master. What? Lu Yinyin was stunned. He's a celestial master? She instinctively looked at the video. Mu Bei looked barely in his 20s. Wearing designer clothes was one thing, but the key was his sloppy, carefree attitude. He's a celestial master? You're joking. What kind of celestial master looks like that? In everyone's mind, a celestial master should have an air of immortal grace. Even someone like Li Xian, in his 30s, would wear formal attire when going out. But Mu Bei was a total punk kid. What kind of celestial master is that? I didn't believe it at first either. But now, there's no doubt he is a celestial master. Li Xian gave a bitter smile. Mu Bei's image really didn't match that of a celestial master. But there was no choice. Based on how he repeatedly escaped danger, it's enough to prove that relying solely on some artifact is impossible. Except the celestial master himself. Damn. No wonder he wasn't scared at all. So, he's a celestial master. He tricked us good. I was even worried about him. Who would have thought a guy in his 20s could be a celestial master? Are the standards that low now? Li Xian still held some prestige in the industry. Since he said Mu Bei was a celestial master, it was probably true. It's just that Lu Yunyan couldn't quite understand. A rich kid, why learn to be a celestial master? I heard that profession is really tough. Meanwhile, Mingyu was even more frustrated. Mu Bei is a celestial master. Thinking back to that time at the bar, he's having more fun than I am, drinking more than I do. He's even more intense at the hotel. He just can't connect a Taoist priest with Mu Bei. But since Li Xian said so, he has to believe it. This guy who's been joking around with him is actually a hidden master. By the way, Li Master, what's that weasel spirit up to now? Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Meng Yu quickly asked Li Xian. This yellow-skinned creature is way different from before, and it was just making threats a moment ago. This is a seeking blessing, Li Xian answered. Seeking blessing? The crowd was puzzled, looking at the video again. The weasel was enveloped in black smoke, its body the size of a calf. Quite terrifying. But this seeking blessing, I think the older generation mentioned, have spirits gain power. They seek blessings from humans. They ask if they look like a person or a god. Wow, but I heard you shouldn't say either, right? A confused netizen sent a comment. Li Xian noticed this comment. Yes, Li Xian nodded, then continued. If you encounter such a spirit seeking a blessing, whether you say person or god, you're doomed. If you say person, the spirit will skin you, wear your skin, and become human-like. If you say God, your soul will be torn out, devoured by the spirit. Basically, you ascend to heaven. Damn. So no answer is safe? Li Master, can you just not answer? Or walk away? It's like meeting a ghost in a village toilet offering paper. Neither option works. Li Master, is there a way to break this? Hearing Li Master's words, the netizens grew curious, and their curiosity stemmed from fear of facing this themselves. Before, they didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, thinking it was all movie stuff. But now they've seen it, they have to believe. So they seized this chance to find a solution. There's no way to break it. This isn't a spell, it's a curse. Li Xian shook his head. A curse. Everyone frowned slightly. How is this connected to a curse? A curse? Li Xian explained. The spirit links its essence to the target's essence. It's forced. No matter what you answer, your soul is branded, just like the spirits. Even if you get through this time in the days to come, the cursed will have frequent nightmares, their body weakening day by day. Eventually, they might commit suicide or die from exhaustion. Hearing this, Master Li and Mu Bei, Lu Yinyan quickly asked, that's terrifying. Now, this yellow weasel is asking Mu Bei for its fate. Under normal circumstances, we Taoist masters have talismans or items specifically to resist such curses. Li Xian thought for a moment and continued. I want to know what he's carrying. I see. Lu Yinyan nodded. Frowning, she looked into the video, hoping Mu Bei had the things he mentioned with him. That way, this yellow weasel spirit would be powerless. But before she could pray, an angry shout was heard. You look like a 3-egg donkey dick to me. Chapter 27. Just take out your magic tool. What the heck did he say? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Wow, I'm speechless. Wasn't he supposed to not answer? How'd he end up answering? What's going on? Hearing Mu Bei's reply, the netizens were dumbfounded. They thought it would be as Master Li Xian said. That Mu Bei definitely wouldn't answer, and then take out something like a talisman to resist the curse. But he answered with something completely off topic. And after hearing this answer, Li Xian almost choked. What kind of logic is that? And you're a Taoist master. How can you speak such foul language? Besides, you're not supposed to answer. Quick, take out your countermeasure magic tool. Li Xian was now very curious. Mu Bei hadn't registered anything with the Taoist alliance. What kind of Taoist master is he? As everyone knows, there are many ways to cultivate in Taoism. Different sects have vastly different cultivation methods and magic tools. For example, their Dragon Tiger Mountain focuses on martial cultivation, with feng shui and magic tools as supplements, while Maoshan focuses on talisman cultivation, with others as supplements, and so on. Other Taoist sects are even more varied. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Similarly, although cultivation methods differ, they all lead to the same goal. So Li Xian was curious. What kind of cultivation would a wildcard like Mu Bei take as his main focus? And what about his magic tools? But Mu Bei's answer was beyond his expectations. Answering this yellow weasel is the stupidest thing to do in this situation, because no matter what he answers, without a magical artifact protection, the curse can easily invade his body. And so far, he hasn't brought out a single artifact. So what the hell is he doing? What did you say? The Shadow Demon King was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he thought of something, this is just an insult. This guy actually said his 3-ball black donkey whip. Look at your pitch black appearance. What else could it be but a 3-ball black donkey whip? What? You still want to ascend to the immortal ranks? Mu Bei looked at him with annoyance. Is this guy a bit too full of himself? He actually dares to ask for a phone from me? Listening to him, the Shadow Demon King was instantly enraged. I've cultivated for 100 years. Why can't I become an immortal? This guy looks down on people too much. Godfather, Godfather. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the female ghost beside him suddenly reminded him. He answered a question. The Shadow Demon King was stunned. Right? Why am I even arguing with him? As long as he answers, the curse will fully take effect. Who cares what he says I look like? No matter what, he'll be eroded by my curse. When that time comes, no matter how powerful he is, he'll die from the torment of the curse. Thinking of this, the Shadow Demon King felt much better. Only then did he say, Kid, receive the baptism of my Shadow Demon King's curse. Ah! The yellow-skinned goblin burst into laughter. Immediately, a stream of black energy rushed towards Mu Bei. Holy crap, what's going on? Is that curse Master Li Xian mentioned about to take effect? Probably. The Shadow Demon King is laughing so happily. It feels like he's about to cast the curse on this Mu Bei. Isn't he supposed to be a celestial master? Hurry up and bring out a magical artifact. Watching the black energy about to engulf Mu Bei, the netizens also tensed up. Well, if there's no magical artifact to block it, he's definitely going to be in trouble. At the same time, Li Xian sat in the car, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. Protective talisman, blood talisman, Tao rhythm robe, or... Looking at the screen, Li Xian listed a few things that could withstand this kind of curse. He really wanted to know which one Mu Bei would bring out at this moment. And at this moment, Mu Bei still stood quietly in place, not even moving a muscle. He was sensing this curse. Curses are a method used by both ghosts and evil spirits. But most curses, just for a bit of bad luck to people. It doesn't take lives. But some powerful evil spirits are different. They can curse people to a painful death. Mu Bei isn't deeply familiar with this world's evil spirits. He didn't expect the weasel spirit here to also demand recognition. Just not sure if the curse effect matches what he knew. As an ascetic Taoist, Mu Bei's cultivation is far harder than this world's masters imagine. Their training is like tasting 100 herbs, truly arduous. Testing poisons, testing yin energy on themselves at its hardest. His master would gather zombies, venomous snakes, scorpions, and more, then transfer them into his body, making him feel the damage these inflict. Not that his master was cruel, but to save others through this method. Ascetic Taoists endure such trials. So when others face similar afflictions, having experienced it, they know how to cure. As his master said, present suffering leads to a better future. Mu Bei has saved nearly 1,000 people, but he's a principled man. Saving the good without charge, letting the wicked die even for a fortune. This integrity fills him with Taoist essence, becoming the strongest master so young. Seems slightly stronger than previous recognition curses I've faced. Feeling various curses assail his mind. Mu Bei murmurs, yet remains unmoving. He wants to know the full impact of the demon shadow's curses. How much damage they'll inflict when all applied. Why isn't he moving? Is he already cursed? He hasn't used any artifacts. Could he really have no magical tools? That's very possible. He looks like he's just out for fun. Why would he carry those things? Crap, what does he do now? Mu Bei's stillness puzzles everyone. Where's the promised artifact? How can there be none? Li Xian is shocked. No expected artifact appears. Mu Bei is fully invaded by the curse's power. Then why did he answer? As a master, don't you know not to answer such curses? Haha, too late to beg for mercy now, kid. As Li Xian wonders, the demon shadow's laughter echoes in the video. The black mist no longer clings to the weasel spirit, but coils around Mu Bei instead. Its curse on Mu Bei has succeeded. Chapter 28. Even the old master is shocked. Yu Yao rushed to the back mountain cave with her phone in hand. A new celestial master, and an unregistered one at that. The key is he might possess some Taoist artifact. This demands serious attention. After all, Zhang Tianji, the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, is a top leader in the Taoist alliance. Finding more Taoists is also part of his duty. Besides, Li Xian isn't the only disciple from Dragon Tiger Mountain who's down the mountain now. Most Taoists are actually down there. The reason is simple. With technological advancement, humans have occupied too much land. This has left the creatures who used to practice peacefully in the mountains homeless, their homes taken. Anyone will be furious, especially those malevolent spirits and monsters with cultivation. So, strange incidents have been frequent these past 2 years. All our fellow Taoists in the alliance are swamped. And this guy has a Taoist artifact, an unregistered one. He must be from some hidden sect. Maybe we can recruit him. Of course, Yi Yao thinks. Maybe your master knows him. But that's not important. What matters is this guy is cursed by a weasel spirit. If he doesn't get help fast, he's dead. Thump, thump, thump. Master, open up. Standing before the cave, Yu Yao pounded on the stone door. Her reaction was intense, showing clarity. Yaoer, a Taoist must cultivate composure. What's with all this ruckus? Rumble. Soon, the stone door creaked open. An elderly man with a white beard and an immortal aura stepped out. Seeing Yu Yao's frantic expression, he scolded her. Master, look. Trouble. Yu Yao had no time for explanations. She quickly pulled out her phone. Zhang Tianji frowned slightly. He hated his disciples playing with phones. In his words, modern phones are full of junk. Reading anxiety and laziness. But to keep them from falling behind, he tolerated it, though he didn't ban it. He just didn't allow constant use. So, seeing Yu Yao with a phone, in the middle of the night, annoyed him. Didn't I tell you to use it less? Master, Yu Yao gave him a deadpan look. Is this about the phone? Just look. Sighing, Yu Yao composed herself. Master, senior brother Li Xian just called me. He said, this celestial master. Yu Yao summarized the story as briefly as she could. Then, she handed the phone to him again. Master, I think you should take a look at this. Zhang Tianji slightly furrowed his brows and glanced at her phone. This live stream can be replayed. It's one of the features of this prank show. Seeing Zhang Tianji look over, Yu Yao quickly showed him what happened with Mu Bei and that weasel spirit. After watching the video, Zhang Tianji's expression shifted unpredictably upon seeing Mu Bei enveloped by the black mist. His face darkened. What is that brat Li Xian doing? Doesn't he know he should be saving people? Live stream. Zhang Tianji is furious. His situation. Live stream. Any Taoist priest would know not to answer. This young priest doesn't know. And that Li Xian doesn't know either. Even if he's a self-taught Taoist, as a fellow practitioner, he should help. The things I've taught him so earnestly, he's forgotten, Master. Brother Li Xian is still on the way and hasn't arrived yet. Hearing Zhang Tianji's words, Yu Yao felt speechless. Master really doesn't use modern phones much. The things Li Xian says in here are shown through the video. He's not actually present. Zhang Tianji also paused. There's clearly Li Xian's voice in the video. How can he not be here? Master, Yu Yao facepalmed and shook her head. How to explain this to him? She simply changed the topic. Master, let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and see what we should do. This young man is currently entangled by a curse. If we can't dispel it in time, he will die. After a pause, Yu Yao added, he might have a Taoist magical artifact on him. Perhaps it's from an old friend of yours. Oh, Zhang Tianji shook his head. What do you mean, no? Yu Yao was a bit confused. He doesn't have any artifact on him. From start to finish, he's been using Taoist techniques to break the weasel spirit's evil magic. Zhang Tianji's expression became serious. How is that possible? Yu Yao was shocked. He has the aura of Tao on him, and he seems to be about the same age as me. If he doesn't have an artifact enhancing him, how could his Tao aura be so bright? Even I don't have one. I am, after all, the celestial master of Lone Mountain. I can still tell that much. Zhang Tianji shot Yu Yao a displeased look. Of course, he had some doubts in his heart. Judging from the Tao rhythm in the video just now, if this kid cultivated it himself, his talent is quite high, and the Tao rhythm, my soul cultivation is very slow. Perhaps this guy has saved quite a few people, or living beings. Zhang Tianji made a judgment. He saves people. Yu Yao, watching Mu Bei wrapped in black mist in the video, was stunned for a moment. This guy is indeed quite handsome. But this outfit and the replay video she just watched, which century, and those frivolous words teasing the female streamer. How could that be connected to saving people and generating Dao rhythm? Alright, I'll tell you about this later. Ignoring Yu Yao's confusion, Zhang Tianji quickly said, connect Li Xian with this production team. I'll transmit some heart-cleansing chants to this little guy now. It should help him withstand the pressure of the curse for now. Okay, Yu Yao snapped back to reality. Now is not the time to care about his life story. Saving people is urgent. She quickly dialed the number. On the other end, the production team received Li Xian's connection. Of course, the person speaking this time wasn't Li Xian, but the Heavenly Master, Zhang Tianji. I am Zhang Tianji, Heavenly Master of Longwu Mountain. Your production team should change after this program ends. I will speak to the higher-ups. After connecting, Zhang Tianji, in an irresistible tone, spoke to the prank show. Although he is a Taoist, uninvolved in worldly affairs, matters related to the supernatural can be reported to the higher-ups. Yes. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yunyan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Zhang Tianji's voice carried authority. Just hearing it made people submit. Even the netizens in the live stream didn't feel anything amiss. The barrage suddenly entered a brief pause. Only after Zhang Tianji's voice stopped did the netizens react. Is this the power of the Heavenly Master? I didn't dare to say a word at the time, right? I was just about to type and ask who he was. I didn't dare. Damn, I really believe there are hidden masters in this world now. Haven't you all noticed something terrifying? The horror prank show actually alarmed the Heavenly Master this time. Holy crap, you're right. That's a bit exaggerated. Indeed. But what is the Heavenly Master connecting for this time? In their belated realization, the netizens finally noticed the clue that got the Heavenly Master to show up. This prank is about to go seriously wrong. But they're also curious. The Heavenly Master's sudden call. Does he have some instructions? Just as the netizens were puzzled, Zhang Tianji's voice came through again. Now, I'll give you a mantra of clarity. You figure out a way to say it to that young man. Chapter 29. The Heavenly Master swears. The Heavenly Master says he's going to transmit a mantra of clarity. Is this the thing that can lift that kind of curse? Holy crap. This live stream is hitting the jackpot. I never thought we'd get to hear this stuff. Quick, find something to record it. The Heavenly Master's words instantly got all the netizens excited. The mantra of clarity, the thing that can lift curses. This is something you normally can't find a place to learn, right? Who knew we could learn it through this opportunity? At this point, how could the netizens just sit still? They all hurriedly took out their recording devices. Some even planned to record the audio directly. After all, monsters and spirits are showing up now. Who knows if they'll run into them later? Good. I can have my staff broadcast it to him through the HD camera speaker. Lu Yunyan nodded quickly. Great. With this mantra of clarity, Mu Bei can be saved this time. Will that thing work? But after hearing her words, Zhang Tianji seemed a bit confused. Broadcasts have too much static, and with the distance from the HD camera, even if it's transmitted, he probably won't hear it clearly. The mantra of clarity he's transmitting this time isn't the ordinary kind. It's an incantation that can temporarily suppress the curse. If a single word is off, it could backfire. Using a broadcast definitely won't work. This, Lu Yunyan was speechless. If not a broadcast, then what? They dare not go up there. And right now, there's a monster in a spirit. Going to be like delivering themselves on a platter. This mantra of clarity only suppresses it temporarily. You don't even have a regular Taoist priest on your show. Zhang Tianji's voice started to sound angry. Since you're running a horror prank show, horror means there's bound to be a scary scene or something. How dare you run this show without having a Taoist priest on standby? We have one. It's just that Master Li Xian is quite busy. We didn't bring him directly this time. Lu Yunyan said somewhat sheepishly. Then she hurriedly defended herself. But he's already on his way here. He's coming? Bullshit. By the time he gets here, he'll be way too late. The Heavenly Master was furious. This was the guy Li Xian had him connect with. This guy's asking for trouble again. I'm gonna give him a good beating when he gets back. A show like this, and it's in the middle of nowhere. He didn't even follow them. Now look what happened. Hearing Zhang Tianji's words, everyone was speechless. So much for the dignified Heavenly Master. He's even cursing now. They were speechless, but not one of them dared to argue back. Heavenly Master, is there any other way? Lu Yunyan asked again. Let me think. Zhang Tianji was also at a loss. If he were there, a little spirit of this level wouldn't be a problem. Dare to ask for a title? He'd teach it a lesson in a second. But he's still on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Even by plane, it'd take 2 hours. Li Xian is closer, but he said, the fastest he can get there is over half an hour. What do we do? Even a Heavenly Master seems powerless. What's up with Mu Bei? Isn't he a Heavenly Master? Doesn't he know even this basic stuff? Exactly. If he hadn't answered earlier, there might have been a chance. I thought the Clear Heart Mantra could dispel these things. Looks like the Heavenly Master can only suppress it temporarily. Damn it, I'm never walking at night again. The Heavenly Master's silence made netizens start speculating. They learned their lesson, but what about now? Mu Bei is covered in that black mist. I wonder how he's doing. Old Mu, what's your situation? In the car, the rich kids were too scared to even look up. They watched through their phones. Seeing Mu Bei shrouded in black energy, they trembled even more. They wanted to help, but forget the weasel spirit. Just a female ghost made their legs weak. Now, seeing Mu Bei clearly in trouble, they were at a loss too. Hearing the voices from the car, the Heavenly Master's voice came through the video again. Can your crew contact the people in the car? Get them to go out and play the Clear Heart Mantra. The people in the car, Lu Yunyan's eyes lit up. Us going over there is definitely not an option. Forget being too obvious. No one dares to go. But the people in the car are different. They can find a way to transmit the heart-calming mantra to Mu Bei, and they're close by. We have a way to contact them. Lu Yunyan quickly said. As he spoke, he turned to the hacker. Hurry, find a way to hack into the car. Okay. The hacker also quickly snapped back to reality, frantically working on the computer. But the hacker clearly didn't expect things to get even more serious. Especially now, encountering the supernatural and evil spirits. His hands were even starting to disobey him. Hurry up, Lu Yunyan urged. Time is of the essence now. They can't afford to delay, and neither can Mu Bei. I know. The hacker shook his hands vigorously. Then he slapped himself, trying to calm down. But just then, someone cried out in alarm. Look, what's the shadow demon trying to do? The hack isn't successful yet. A sudden event has occurred. Hearing the voice, everyone quickly looked at the screen. On the mountain road now, the shadow demon, seeking its form, saw Mu Bei completely entangled in black mist. Standing there motionless. It picked up the knife Mu Bei had dropped from the ground, and walked towards him. I didn't see it, He really is a celestial master. Knowing that with his curse, staying still slows the onset. The shadow demon arrived beside Mu Bei. Sneered. It thought Mu Bei was standing there. To keep the curse's power from spreading so quickly through his body, using Taoist arts to suppress it. If I weren't here right now, maybe it'd work, but is he looking down on me too much? I'm right here. You're trying to suppress this curse right in front of me? Thinking this, the knife in its hand slowly moved to stab Mu Bei. I'm ready. Just as it prepared to stab Mu Bei. Mu Bei within the black mist suddenly made sound. What's ready? The shadow demon was stunned. It didn't quite understand what Mu Bei was muttering. I've already figured out the situation with your curse. Enough playing. Mu Bei said again. The shadow demon suddenly stopped its action, looking at him warily. It didn't understand why, even in this state, this guy could still be so calm. He's clearly wrapped in a shroud of black energy. This kind of curse shouldn't be resolvable by inner strength alone. But before it could figure it out, it saw a fiery red light suddenly erupt from Mu Bei's body. Then, that flame slowly grew larger like a person, and that fiery figure actually has 3 eyes. As the red figure appears, the black mist that was wrapped around him is grabbed in its hand like a chick. Chapter 30, Divine Possession. What the heck is this? A fiery red person with 3 eyes. This eyes is kind of scary, damn. Way too scary. Damn, is this a human making this commotion? Whoa, can anyone explain this? Is this the legendary heavenly manifestation? This is Erling Shun, the true lord of manifested holiness. Behind Mu Bei now, or rather, on his body, is enveloped by a burning, human-shaped phantom. The figure is a full 3 meters tall. Its body looks like it's on fire. It looks terrifying, especially that third eye. The sense of oppression is overwhelming, even through the screen. It makes people feel a sense of awe. And in people's minds, 3 eyes probably means the Erling Shun they often see, the true lord of manifested holiness. But the true lord of manifested holiness doesn't use fire, right? What's going on? How is this possible? It can't be. Just as everyone was confused, the astonished voices of Zhang Tianji and Lixian came simultaneously. Their words carried shock. At this moment, Zhang Tianji stared intently at the screen, as if seeing a ghost. No, even if they saw a ghost, they wouldn't be this surprised. What on earth is going on? Netizens could naturally hear the disbelief in their tone. They just didn't understand what it meant. Master, this time we seem to have encountered a real master. After a long while, Lixian's voice, tinged with a bitter laugh, came through. I know. I just don't understand how he can have this ability. Even I, an old man, couldn't summon it. Zhang Tianji also let out a bitter laugh. 2 celestial masters. What exactly is this? Hearing them talk like this, Liu Yinyan and the netizens grew even more curious. They were scratching their heads in anxiety. Just tell us what's going on. Stop speaking in riddles. Okay, old celestial master. Is this Erling Shun? Probably seeing the netizens' confusion in the bullet comments. Liu Yinyan helped ask the question. It's not. The old celestial master shook his head. He continued. This is the Horse King. The Horse King? Hearing the old celestial master's words, everyone froze. The Horse King. Such a familiar name. Feels like I've heard it somewhere. I know. I heard a saying before. Like, I'll show you his boss. Or you don't know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes? Is this the Lord Ma? Netizens' comments quickly scrolled by. Yes, it's this Lord Ma. Lixian nodded. This matter was better explained by him. Lord Ma is also called Martial Ma. In Taoism, he's often called Emperor Huaguan. Martial Ma is spiritual official, heavenly lord with 3 eyes, etc. He's one of the 4 saints, the guardians of Taoism, skilled in fire techniques. He carries golden bricks and fire pills, used to subdue demons. He's also called the fire god by the people. Many places still have festivals dedicated to worshipping Lord Ma. Also, Lord Ma's most powerful isn't the golden bricks or fire pills. It's his third eye, that I can see through everything, ward off evil, and dispel disasters. Like this weasel's curse. Before Lord Ma's third eye, it's completely useless. Masterly, can I interrupt? Hearing Lixian's words, Liu Yinyan grew puzzled. She asked timidly, you said since he's one of Taoist's 4 saints, and so powerful, why would he be on Mu Bei? Liu Yinyan voiced her doubt. Then she added, could Mu Bei have a magical artifact? Or is he Lord Ma, reincarnated? Right? Lord Ma is so powerful. Why on Mu Bei? Could be a magical artifact. Isn't Lord Ma a legendary figure? There's so many artifacts left in the mortal world. I'm more inclined to believe he's Lord Ma, reincarnated. After all, Lord Ma seems to have been reborn as a mortal before. Damn, how is that possible? Reincarnation is coming up now. Can you get any more ridiculous? The eerie and sinister have appeared. What do you think? Netizens couldn't help but start speculating about Mu Bei. The 2 views had their supporters. They believed in the magical artifact theory, especially since, from the start, Master Lixian said that this Mu Bei most likely has some kind of magical artifact. Of course, someone who knew about Lord Ma thought this might be another case of reincarnation or something. After all, with things like this now, it's not strange at all. Actually, it's neither. Just as netizens were arguing, Lixian's voice came again. He continued, this might be a case of spirit possession. Spirit possession? The netizens were stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Soon, a scene from a certain film or TV show appeared before them. Then his body began to grow larger and the like. Wow, he's really a deity. Netizens were stunned. What a night this has been. It was too shocking for them. Forget eerie and evil spirits. Even figures from myths and legends have emerged. And they can summon deities? Is this still the world they used to live in? Master Lixian, is this not deity summoning difficult? Liu Yinyan asked again. From the way the 2 were speaking just now, their astonished expressions were clearly palpable. For some reason, Lixian might not necessarily be able to summon such a deity. It's very difficult. Lixian gave his reply, but he didn't know how to describe it. Anyway, from my childhood cultivation to now, I have never been able to summon a deity avatar of this level. Even Master Lixian can't summon one? So this Mu Bei is not just a simple rich 2nd generation? Of course, Master Lixian is famous in the industry. If he can't summon one, but this Mu Bei can, he's definitely not simple. So who exactly is this guy? Ouch, we seem to have misjudged him. Lixian's answer undoubtedly struck a heavy blow in everyone's hearts. Anyone who has watched horror movies has heard such legends. It's said that in horror movies, especially those with ghosts, it's easy for some unclean things to get involved. And Li Xian has a specially invited celestial master. His strength is unquestionable. If even he can't summon one, imagine how powerful this Mu Bei in the video must be. What about the old celestial master? Can he do it? At this moment, someone interjected. Upon hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the video. Right? If Li Xian can't summon one, then the old celestial master should be able to, right? After all, he is the celestial master of Long Mountain, one of the top leaders of the Taoist alliance. Surely he can summon one. And everyone want to know, is the old celestial master more powerful? Or is this Mu Bei more powerful? Chapter 31. The Sweating Production Crew. The master can naturally also perform deity summoning. He is old, and deity summoning consumes a great deal of Taoist essence, so he hasn't done it for many years. Regarding the netizens' question, Li Xian gave an ambiguous reply. As for whether his master can perform deity summoning, he actually doesn't know himself. I haven't seen it either, but given your status as the celestial master of Longhu Mountain's Jing tradition, summoning a deity shouldn't be too difficult. Master, can you really summon a deity too? Why haven't you taught us? Yu Yao then looked over at the old celestial master. Blinking her big eyes, she asked, Ahem, that was a long time ago. It's best you don't learn that. Your current level of Taoist cultivation can't withstand a deity's avatar. Zhang Tianji cleared his throat, stroked his snow-white beard, and said, So that's how it is, Yu Yao pondered. Then what about him? She pointed at Mu Bei in the video. The avatar of the Horse King with Mu Bei looks incredibly powerful, especially those flames covering his body. It's just so cool. When Yu Yao saw Mu Bei, she felt this man with that avatar was what a Taoist should truly be like. After all, a deity's avatar came to help. That's not something you get without the deity's approval. Zhang Tianji shot Yu Yao a look, exasperation written on his face. You never ask this many questions usually. Today you're full of inquiries. Focus on your cultivation. When you're enveloped in Taoist essence, I'll teach you the method to summon a deity. Zhang Tianji turned his face away. He said softly, he does know the art of deity summoning. But summoning the avatar of the Horse King, one of the 4 Taoist sages, is no easy feat. Summoning another might be possible. But even so, Zhang Tianji was still astonished by the man in the video. Who exactly is this guy named Mu Bei? How could he summon the Horse King's deity? Seems I should find a chance to invite him to Longhu Mountain. Perhaps my own cultivation could advance further. Thinking this, the old celestial master spoke in a live stream. After this is over, Li Xian, find a way to invite him to our Longhu Mountain. I'd like to meet this young fellow. Master, what is this? Li Xian was stunned. His master actually wanted to invite a 20-something to Longhu Mountain. In his memory, it was always others trying every trick to seek an audience. He'd never heard him invite anyone. This time he even used the phrase, find a way to invite. This doesn't seem like his master at all. The old celestial master nodded. Then he added, I want to know which school he belongs to. If he's just self-taught, my Longhu Mountain can offer him a good place. You might even gain another martial uncle then. Li Xian, Yu Yao, and the others' uncle master. Otherwise, Li Xian even doubted his own ears, wondering if he misheard. Is master getting senile? I'm much older than him. How did he get invited over? And even as an uncle master, the old celestial master's meaning is to take him in as a sworn brother. That seems to be exactly what he means. Otherwise, why would he say Li Xian gained an uncle master? Damn. So that means this guy called Mu Bei. Even Zhang's celestial master can't teach him. Only swear brotherhood. Damn. The old celestial master is acknowledging Mu Bei's strength. Wow, that's one way to do it. Zhang Tianji's meaning is actually very clear. He invited Mu Bei to Longhu Mountain not to take him as a disciple, but to treat him as a peer. The implications here are huge. That means even the old celestial master can't teach him. They can only exchange insights. Netizens looked back at the video. Suddenly, a different thought crossed their minds. This Mu Bei is probably even more powerful than they imagined. Master, what are you talking about? Originally, Yu Yao was quite happy. This Mu Bei guy in the video is very handsome, and about her age, plus so skilled. He really comes to fellow disciple in the future. She could even learn that spirit possession technique from him. But when she heard her master say, I laughed her, I'm getting another master, she was dumbfounded. You're not taking him as a disciple? What? The old celestial master glanced at her. He asked, a bit annoyed. You asked senior brother Li Xian to invite him over. Wasn't it to take him as a disciple? Yu Yao voiced her confusion. Me? Take him as a disciple? Zhang Tianji's face darkened slightly. Not to mention just summoning the deity Horse King's spirit avatar. I can't even do that myself. What could I teach him? To put it bluntly, I might not even be his match. Teach him? It'd be awkward if he ended up teaching me instead. Zhang Tianji thought it best to discuss his peers. That way, it wouldn't be awkward. He just didn't expect his little disciple to think he could teach this Mu Bei. But as the celestial master, he naturally had a safe face. He immediately added, people like him have their own sex inheritance. How can I make him switch sex? Moreover, I suspect his master might be a hidden hermit. He paused, then continued. My own master once mentioned hidden Taoist ancestors. If he truly is one, he should be my peer, naturally your uncle master. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing Zhang Tianji's explanation, Yu Yao nodded thoughtfully, finally understanding. So he's not here to capture him, but to exchange knowledge. Other reclusive disciples might actually learn a lot from this. If only I could invite a deity to possess me too. I want to invite Chang'e, Yu Yao thought to herself, scheming. But if Zhang Tianji knew about her idea, he'd probably cough up blood and anger. So that's what Master Zhang meant. I misunderstood too. But anyway, Master Zhang's words acknowledge Mu Bei's formidable strength. If he really goes to Longhu Mountain, will he join our country's mysterious department in the future? Obviously, with strange evils emerging now. Of course he'd join. If he does, and the show pranked him. Yin didn't stop. I'm already sweating buckets. After Master Zhang's explanation, netizens finally understood. But soon, meddlesome netizens pointed fingers at the horror show's crew and Lu Yinyan, if he joins the country's mysterious department, then this show reveals Mu Bei isn't someone easy to deal with. This is to let him know the show pranked him. And after seeing the netizens' comments, Lu Yinyan's forehead beaded with cold sweat. She wasn't this nervous before. If it's as netizens say, this is scarier than revenge from Mu Bei's rich father. Meanwhile, not far from Lu Yinyan, Mengyu saw the comments and also broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 32. The show crew collectively kneels. Voila, what's going on? Seeing the fiery red giant figure, Demon Shadow Old Monster was stunned. An intense fear surged in his heart. Even his legs trembled. He couldn't help wanting to kneel. The female ghost had already collapsed, unable to get up. Kneel. Looking at the yellow-skinned weasel spirit, Mu Bei's voice suddenly rang out. And with his voice came the fiery, glowing avatar of the horse king deity from his body. Thump. Almost without pause. Demon Shadow Old Monster didn't even dare think of resisting. He prostrated on the ground, trembling. Confess your crimes. Punish according to law. At this moment, Mu Bei was like a stern judge. He coldly gazed at the prostrate Demon Shadow Old Monster. He shouted coldly, in an even louder voice. Came from the Horse King on him. The Horse King loathes evil, eliminating demons, for such evils daring to block the path demanding titles, harming the mortal world, naturally cannot be spared. But even deities need a trial. Ugh, why can't I control my body? I once sneaked into the women's restroom and peeked at the widow from the neighboring village bathing. Why am I confessing? It's through a screen. I feel my soul trembling. This is truly the Demon King. Oh my god, Union, why are you kneeling too? Mu Bei's voice is too intimidating, combined with the Demon King's doppelganger's boost. Netizens involuntarily confess their past wrongdoings. And this is just through a screen. They can imagine, if they were there in person, they'd be scared out of their wits. Meanwhile, the production crew a full kilometer away from Mu Bei was already kneeling on the ground. WH, what's happening to me? Seeing myself involuntarily kneeling. Liu Yunyan was even stuttering. Even from this far away, I can't help but kneel. The Demon King's power is truly terrifying. Mu Bei, don't kill me. All the girls I found for you lately were sick. That client of yours, I had someone threaten him to ruin your deal. And that cat you were raising, I had someone kill it too. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, please don't. Just as the whole crew was on their knees, Menu nearby started babbling nonsense. He lay there, kowtowing incessantly, as if he'd lost his mind. What's going on? What's this guy doing? Listening, it sounds like he's confessing crimes. Intentionally finding sick girls? That's a crime. Having a cat killed on purpose? You're truly vile. Mu Bei really knows how to pick him. Any law enforcement officers in a live stream? Arrest him. Feline City Police, we're watching. Netizens were stunned. An unexpected twist. The Demon King's third I sees all. Under that pressure, all sins are confessed. Probably everyone else in the live stream is muttering to themselves right now too. Then, Li Xuan's voice came through the stream. With a bitter laugh, he said, the Demon King truly is one of the four saints. Just through a screen, it makes your soul tremble. This guy feels even more powerful than my own master. Hearing Li Xuan's words, the barrage chat briefly paused. He hit the nail on the head. Netizens were indeed confessing. Of course, most crimes were trivial matters. Not being major evils, they snapped out of it quickly. As for this Menu, well, the deeper the sin, the greater the pressure. He must have been overwhelmed by Prince Ma's authority. That's why he's on the ground, confessing his crimes. What he's admitting to could land him in jail for years. Meanwhile, at the Fuline City Law Enforcement Bureau, the officers were still on duty. With technology advancing so rapidly in recent years, high IQ criminals have become more common. Interrogations and arrests have grown increasingly difficult. They were working overtime on a fraud case. The suspect was arrested, but they had no concrete evidence of the fraud. These were experts online. They wiped evidence too fast. By the time we got to the door, they had destroyed everything related to the scam, leaving nothing. No evidence means no conviction. It was a major headache. A full day had already passed. If they couldn't find evidence within 24 hours, they'd have to let him go. But the scale of this fraud was massive. They'd even stolen people's life-saving money. If they couldn't bring them to justice, they'd carry that guilt forever, but with no proof. The thought of patients, their money gone, crying in despair, broke their hearts. The more desperate people are, the easier it is to fall for the scammer's lies. After all, these con artists posed as experts. Those with no other options were easy targets. What are your thoughts? Bureau Director M.O. Gallion stood at the head of the conference table, frowning at the team below, his voice low. The officers fell silent. It wasn't that they were incompetent. The scammers' methods were just too advanced. Some scams were even face-to-face, and the victims were unwilling to come forward as witnesses. Some even clung to the hope the scammers would help them. Is there really no way? Even recovering some of the money would help. M.O. Gallion pressed on. Just then, a man raised his hand. These aren't their first scams. Their counter-surveillance skills are strong, and the money is transferred overseas immediately. That's right, Director. Recovering is extremely difficult. Others nodded in agreement. So we just give up? Hearing this, M.O. Gallion slammed his fist on the table. If it were easy, what would we need the Bureau for? What would we need you for? Everyone looked down, holding their breath, not daring to speak. They wanted to solve it too, but they were truly out of options. This isn't something brute force can solve. Pressure is coming from above. Our city of Fuling is a major hotspot for this scam. If we don't give the public an answer, you're all going to be directing traffic. M.O. Gallion's face darkened as he swept his gaze over him. He slammed the file in front of him onto the desk. The group flinched. Chief, the chief has confessed. Everyone has confessed. Everyone has confessed. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, a woman in law enforcement uniform, with a gentle appearance, came running over excitedly. Panting, she addressed them. Chief, Captain, those scammers have confessed to all their crimes, and the scam money has all been transferred back. Hearing her words, everyone abruptly stood up. Shock was written on their faces. Chapter 33, Yauer. You should find a cultivation partner. What on earth is going on? The woman's words left everyone stunned. Have these scammers developed a conscience? Chinner, what exactly is happening? M.O. Gallion quickly asked the female officer named Zhao Chinner. It's a celestial master named Mu Bei. Zhao Chinner was still catching her breath. The flush of excitement not yet faded from her face. Celestial Master Mu Bei? The group was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this? What does this have to do with the Celestial Master? Or law enforcement? How can you be involved in this superstitious nonsense? M.O. Gallion was displeased. They were state personnel. Celestial Masters, all that's just trickery. Chief, go see for yourself. Really, I'm not lying to you. Seeing his disbelief, Zhao Chinner urged them to go to the interrogation room. They were already working overtime on the interrogations. The scammers had been tight-lipped and uncooperative, so things had reached a stalemate in the interrogation room. As a new intern officer, Zhao Chinner found it boring. She played on her phone for a bit, scrolling through live streams. After all, She had just graduated and wasn't used to this yet. She stumbled upon an unexpected find. When she saw that Mingyu had started confessing on his own, she wanted to give it a try to see if these people would also confess after watching this video. And this attempt proved surprisingly effective. It actually worked. The scammers not only confessed to the entire crime, they even used their own skills to transfer all the money back. In their words, it was atonement, hoping King Yama wouldn't punish them or something. Anyway, they're a bit mentally unhinged now. Oh my gosh, so ghosts, monsters, and exorcists are real in this world. They entered the interrogation room and saw the fraudsters, who seemed to have lost their minds. Sitting there, their eyes were vacant, mumbling something like, "Have mercy." Everyone was stunned, their worldview completely shattered by this video. After a long moment to recover, Mo Gallion took out his phone and quietly followed the live stream. The next part of the work became much easier. The officers started taking out their phones and calling the victims, asking them to come first thing tomorrow to get their money back. The whole precinct was buzzing with a strange, excited energy. Meanwhile, Zhao Chinner, the hero of the hour, was pulled aside by Mo Gallion. Ahem, Chinner. The two walked into the corridor. Mo Gallion cleared his throat. Chief, Zhao Chinner lowered her head. Although the case was solved, her boss had probably noticed that she was on her phone during work. She felt anxious. Would the chief blame her? She was still a probationary officer. She couldn't afford to be fired over this. But before she could explain herself, Mo Gallion spoke up. Chinner, there are many things you're not familiar with yet. You should sit this one out for now. Chief, I'll never do it again. Hearing this, Zhao Chinner panicked. The chief really was going to fire her, just as she was about to plead her case. Mo Gallion spoke again. You did well in uncovering this. I'll apply for your probation to be waived. Zhao Chinner was stunned. Chief, Mo. He was rewarding her. Her eyes lit up. Thank you, Chief Mo. I'll work hard. Mo Gallion nodded. Then he looked at her. Also, I have an important task for you now. I'll complete it. Zhao Chinner immediately straightened up. Good. Mo Gallion nodded, pleased. Now, take a patrol car and head to Shieling Mountain immediately. I don't care how you do it, but you must bring this Mu Bei to the precinct. Mo Gallion stared at Zhao Chinner. As if thinking of something, she continued. Chinner, this Mu Bei seems to be unmarried, and you've just graduated. No boyfriend either. Could try to know him, Zhao Chinner. Chief Mo, what do you mean? But before she could ask, Mo Gallion turned and left. Give her no chance to inquire. He wants to recruit this Mu Bei to their enforcement bureau. But to sacrifice me? Chief Mo, that's not fair play. Yet, seeing Mu Bei's heroic figure in the video, it doesn't seem like a sacrifice. Head to Shieling Mountain first. Shaking off the tangled thoughts, Zhao Chinner hurried upstairs. She drove the police car, speeding towards Shieling Mountain. Confess, or perish here. Meanwhile, Mu Bei coldly watched the shadow demon crouching on the ground. Your Honor, I, shadow demon, have cultivated for years, he cried. Though I once destroyed a village, it was for revenge for my descendants. Since then, I've harmed no one. Heaven and earth bear witness. The weasel trembled, confessing his crimes. Any omissions? Mu Bei asked again. Your Honor, truly none. Since then, I've hidden here in Shieling Mountain. Never emerged again, the shadow demon added. Is what the shadow demon says true? Probably. With Lord Ma's spirit here, he wouldn't dare lie. Indeed, even I can't withstand it from the screen. Hearing the shadow demon's words, the crowd grew doubtful. But they still trusted Lord Ma's might. As they wondered, Li Xian's voice came again. With such pressure, if he dared hide anything, Lord Ma's spirit would surely annihilate him. Unless he's a fool, he wouldn't lie. Exactly, Master. Did that weasel really destroy the village for revenge? Li Xian asked the Heavenly Master, puzzled. It was his voice that pulled the Heavenly Master from his daze. After answering him, Zhang Tianji fell silent once more. This time, he finally witnessed the might of his spirit. So terrifying, even after nearly a century of cultivation. He had never felt such awe. Now, Zhang Tianji gazed intently at the video. His heart calm for so many years, yet feeling the passion of youth for the first time. To invite a spirit into oneself, what man could resist such temptation? If possible, he'd even become his disciple. Also, before the other old-timers see the video, we need to find a way to invite him to Longhu Mountain. But can that guy Li Xian really be invited? From watching the video, it was discovered that Mu Bei should be training Hong Chun. Since he's training Hong Chun, Zhang Tianji's gaze shifted to his cute little apprentice beside him. At this moment, Yu Yao also seemed to notice her master's gaze was a bit off. Subconsciously, she took a step back. Why does the master's gaze feel so unfriendly? But before she could speak, she heard Zhang Tianji say with a knowing smile, Yaoer, it's time you found a Taoist partner. Yu Yao, chapter 34. Maybe you should turn yourself in. Shaking with anger. Shaking with anger. For a celestial master. The master actually wants to sell me off? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yu Yao stomped angrily down the mountain. Zhang Tianji gave her a difficult task. No matter what, she must invite this Mu Bei to their Longhu Mountain, even if it means using her charms. Seriously, is that something an old celestial master should say? It's just inviting a horse prince, right? Why is he so fixated on this Mu Bei? Invoking a deity? The master says he can do it too. Could it be he can't invite him? And before we could find the old celestial master, she had watched the program's videos about Mu Bei. He's just a playboy. So what if he's handsome? Can looks feed you? I would never find someone like that as a Taoist partner. Never. Yu Yao muttered angrily as she walked. But the master finally gave her a task. So she has to go now. Helplessly, Yu Yao descended the mountain and drove her little Geely, speeding towards Fuling City. Meanwhile, after explaining everything, the demon shadow old monster lay on the ground, not daring to lift his head, his whole body trembling. Looking at the demon shadow old monster, Mu Bei pondered for a while. Then he let out a sigh. If that's the reason, I really can't kill him. The demon shadow old monster is indeed a spirit. But if it's for avenging his descendants, that's understandable. Besides, gods and humans think differently. Most like demons, certainly. Just because they're human. Since ancient times, there have been many good spirits, like the snake spirit by Sujin. And this demon shadow old monster hasn't harmed anyone since. You could say he sought revenge. As a celestial master, Mu Bei, if I really killed him, it would be a sin, not a virtue. Thinking this, he said, "Get up." Demon Shadow Old Monster was stunned. His meaning was, he's not killing me. But how could he dare to get up? King Ma's divine avatar was still there. The sheer pressure alone kept his head down. Mu Bei also seemed to notice the situation. He then cupped his hands from a distance. "King Ma, can this matter be clarified?" "It has been clarified," the voice replied. "Thus, young man Mu Bei, I thank King Ma for support." Mu Bei bowed slightly. King Ma's divine avatar also gradually dissipated. Watching the fading figure, Mu Bei said again, "I respectfully see off King Ma." As his words fell, King Ma's phantom completely vanished from everyone's sight. The surroundings plunged into darkness again. He didn't kill him? What's going on? Why did you just send King Ma away? Probably the Demon Shadow Old Monster's crimes aren't enough to warrant death. So he didn't take action. Crap. The stuff I did seems to have been discovered by my family. Currently dying of embarrassment. Watching King Ma disappear on screen, netizens couldn't help but feel puzzled. Of course, more netizens were now facing a new crisis. Some are watching this live stream in front of their families, and the crimes they voluntarily confessed. Now, in many places, a large number of netizens suddenly went offline. No idea what they're doing. Panting not far away at this moment. After King Ma's divine phantom disappeared, everyone from the horror prank show slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat had soaked their clothes, especially Lu Yunyan. She was already feeling her scalp go numb, mentally calculating how to end this program as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if any more trouble pops up, her deepest secrets will be completely exposed. But just as she wanted to discuss with other staff, everyone's gaze turned to look in another direction. What's wrong with me? At this moment, the sponsor menu gradually came to his senses. He looked around with a dazed expression. Seeing all the staff members looking at him with strange gazes, he asked in confusion, "What are you all doing?" Hearing his words, the staff members then averted their eyes. No one answered his question. After a moment, Lu Yunyan looked at him with a complicated expression. This time, with so many people watching, he voluntarily confessed his crimes. Probably no bonus for me. This sponsor is probably going to spend some time in jail. Boss Ming, maybe you should turn yourself in. Lu Yunyan sighed and said. Ming was confused. What do you mean, go turn myself in? Turn myself in for what? Just watch the video yourself. The replay showed Lu Yunyan. He didn't know how to explain it to him either. He could only let him watch it himself. Ming Yu, puzzled, clicked open the video replay. But after watching it, he was pleased. Oh no. How did I confess all those dirty things I've done? This is illegal. Now he finally understood why Lu Yunyan told him to turn himself in. This. Didn't I come here to prank Mu Bei? How did he end up pranking me instead? For a moment, Ming Yu panicked completely. He looked around, hoping someone would help him. But then he noticed the staff were looking at him differently now. Help him? They looked like they wanted to kill him. Ming Yu no longer held himself high as the big sponsor. Instead, he lowered his head, covering his head in agony, looking frantic. Trying to prank others, but getting pranked yourself. Serves you right. Speaking of which, after this, the horror prank show will probably be shut down. Yeah, now everyone knows ghosts and spirits exist. They probably don't dare to keep playing like this themselves. Better fix their car quickly. They went too far this time. As for Ming Yu's suffering, no one felt sorry for him. After all, he even tried to ruin his own good friend. Someone like that deserves whatever happens, even death. And he might just get a few years in prison. Who would pity him? Also, netizens realized, after this, the show is probably done for. If they don't turn back now, their troubles will only grow. Right. Reading the netizens' comments, Lu Yunyan suddenly snapped back to reality. He quickly told the staff, "Hurry, fix their car back." Mu Bei's power was beyond their understanding. If he found out the show was behind the prank, would he ever let them go? He just didn't know if there was still a chance to make amends. After fixing it, apologize in the car. I'll apologize personally. After telling the staff, Lu Yunyan suddenly thought of something. He added, "We must apologize. Otherwise, it's not just my career. My very life might be in danger." Just thinking about how he could summon a deity like the Horse King, if he really wanted revenge, would I even survive? Yunyan, seems we're out of time. But just then, a staff member's voice made her despair. Chapter 35. Lu Xian's hair stands on end. What's out of time? Lu Yunyan hurried over to the staff member. She asked, puzzled, "I think I've lost control of the car. Our signal here was completely jammed just now. The car is totally dead." It was the hacker speaking. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hammered the keyboard. But no matter what he tried, he couldn't link up with the car. On my road, the car remained shut down. How can this be? Lu Yunyan was stunned. If we can't communicate, what do we do? Go over and apologize? But that might not be a bad idea. Just hope Mu Bei is magnanimous enough to forgive him. It seems Lord Ma's appearance just now drained the car's battery completely. Their car now should be out of power. The hacker looked at the disconnected car data, forcing a bitter smile. The screen clearly showed the cars are dead, all 5 of them. So he guessed the sudden power loss was most likely related to Lord Ma's appearance. Yunyan, maybe we should pack up and go apologize now. Hope Mu Bei forgives us. As he spoke, he glanced at Ming Yu, who was sitting nearby, head in hands. Who knew if this guy still dared to take all the blame for this prank? But judging by his look, he could barely save himself. What else could you expect from someone like that? This made Lu Yunyan's heart sink. How could this happen? She planned to fix the car first, then use it to prepare Mu Bei mentally, and apologize after he finished. Now the car's just dead. But the staff member was right. They had to apologize fast. If they really angered him, they'd be in deep trouble. Thinking this, Lu Yunyan said to the group, "Everyone pack up. We're going to apologize." Okay. They nodded and began packing quietly. Wait. Something's not right. But just as they were packing, a staff member still working on a live stream suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even the Shadow Demon called him Lord Master. What else could happen? They quickly looked at the live video feed. On my road, after seeing off Lord Ma, Mu Bei also asked the Shadow Demon, "Since you haven't harmed anyone, why mess with me?" Teasing you, the two ghosts froze. Wait for me. This rich second generation has a problem. After changing lenses, the female ghost quickly said, I really wasn't teasing you. I was just lying properly in the grave mound. And although I sometimes scare people, I never chase them after they leave. Just now, I only acted because you teased me first. The female ghost hurriedly explained. Although she was a ghost, she grew by feeding on people's fear. But after scaring them away, she wouldn't harm them. To put it bluntly, she became a ghost after death. She was human before she died. So she doesn't hold such deep hatred for people. The reason she wanted to kill Mu Bei was because his actions had provoked her. After all, as a female ghost, lying peacefully in her grave, who would expect someone to drag her out and choke her? So, my car wasn't stalled by you? Mu Bei pointed behind him and asked, puzzled, Your Honor, please see clearly. I absolutely did not tease you, nor did I stall your car. The female ghost quickly assured, Is that so? Mu Bei stared at her for a long moment. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had just invoked Lord Ma to intimidate them. Surely they wouldn't dare lie. Then why did my car stall? No, it must be the work of a ghost. Others might not know, but he knew this car well. Before coming, he charged it fully for racing. And all 5 cars stalled? What are the odds? It's definitely a ghost doing. Are there any other ghosts around here? Mu Bei asked. Yes. West Ridge Mountain was originally a mass burial ground. There are many ghosts here. The shadow demon, old monster nodded. Fine, help me call them over. I'll question them one by one, since there are many ghosts. Surely one of them will know. This was the first time since becoming an exorcist that Mu Bei had been tricked by a ghost. This time, he had to find the culprit and make it know the consequences of offending the strongest exorcist. The two ghosts looked troubled. What's the problem? Seeing their hesitant looks, Mu Bei frowned. To be honest, Your Honor, I'm just a small monster in this mountain, and she's just a minor ghost. We don't have the clout to summon others. The shadow demon, old monster, explained the reason. Shadow demon, old monster sounds impressive, but among evil spirits, it doesn't even rank. Calling out those monsters will be like asking to have our skulls ripped off. That's quite a dilemma. I see. Mu Bei pondered. Their difficulties are understandable. The hierarchy among the supernatural is far more rigid than among humans. A minor spirit daring to disturb a major one would be lucky to just get beaten up. If they encountered one in a bad mood, getting killed outright wouldn't be surprising. But if I had to call them myself, he doesn't even know where these beings are located. He could use his power to summon them directly, or locate them with a magical artifact, but that would take too much time. Having to go fetch the others is more reliable. He said, just go ahead, and extended a finger. He began drawing something in the air toward the shadow demon and the female spirit. As his finger moved, a golden light shot into their bodies, watching a golden talisman enter their forms. They were shocked. This is a protective charm. Go on, call them. Let's see who dares touch you. After finishing, Mu Bei waved them off. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the talisman. Hearing his words, the two spirits quickly knelt, faces filled with excitement. Go. I'll wait here. Mu Bei turned his back, hands clasped behind him. With a faint acknowledgement, the two rose and vanished on the spot. What is he doing? Watching Mu Bei's actions, the online viewers grew curious. A protective charm can be drawn like that, and it works on spirits? Can a Taoist master really do that? Drawing talismans in the air, usable by spirits? Who is this guy? In a live stream video, Li Xian's horrified voice came through. Hearing that voice, the netizens sensed something was wrong. Just as they were about to ask, a staff member said, This is too much. Suddenly, the mountain grew eerily cold. One by one, dark shadows slowly appeared, and those shadows were actually floating over. Seeing those ghostly things, everyone was astonished. So many, just for what we can see, there must be dozens, right? Summoning this many at once. Is that really okay? Chapter 36, The Confident Shadow Demon. Holy crap, this. Why are there so many ghosts in Shieling Mountain? Damn, there are so many this time. Can Mu Bei handle it? You should be able to. Even summon the horse-face Yama. Should be fine. Damn, production team, you might have gone too far this time. If they still can't fix his car this time, is he going to summon even more? Watching as 20 or 30 shadows floated out, the netizens were utterly dumbfounded. He's just too over the top. It's really okay to play like this, but some netizens think. You can even invite Ma Sovereign to come here. It should be alright. Just how to do things seem to be getting wrong. At this time, the program group only felt that the back was cold, especially Lu Yunyun. She's in a state of total sweating right now. It's just that Mu Bei's car has completely run out of electricity. They can't even control what they want to control. And if they go over there and apologize, maybe it was okay just now. This is so strange that it suddenly comes out. Who dares to go up? What can I do? Hello, it's coming out. Our Heavenly Master asked you to come over. On the other side, the demon shadow came to a tomb that looked very shabby. Hit the tombstone with his hand that can't see the inscription clearly. It's very important that Zhang Dao followed his beating. A black smoke slowly rose from the grave. A figure also slowly appeared in the smoke. Magic shadow, do you want to die? The black shadow can't see its face clearly, but it sounds like it's coming from 9 deep and remote hells. It makes people feel cold and look at the black shadow. The magic shadow couldn't help shivering, but the thought of having in him the amulet given to him by Mu Bei, at present, it is also tough to say goodbye. Hurry up and go to Master Tianchi on the other side of my road to find you. The dark shadow of Lord Tianchi froze, and then some displeased. Master, all deserve me, to look for him in the past. The magic shadow disdained to smile and clasp his paw. Anyway, you can't afford to offend the existence of I already informed. If you don't go, then don't blame me for not reminding you. He waved his hand to leave. You're looking for the shadow of death. I probably didn't expect this yellow skin in front of you to leave like this. Now anger rushes from the heart toward the magic shadow. Hey, the demon shadow demon didn't expect this guy to have such a big temper. Want to say something quickly, but that weird thing doesn't seem to give him a chance at all. He didn't say a word. Then he jumped over it, just when the magic shadow tried to resist. Suddenly, a golden light suddenly appeared on my body. The black fog all out, and the shadow also hurried back in the dark eyes. Also with an incredible look. Magic shadow, what have you done? Why do you have a rhyme? Master Tianchi, this spell is so strong. I was shocked to see the golden magic shadow on my body. At present, this strange thing is a great paradox that's been dead for hundreds of years. In the past, it was never dare to provoke. If it weren't for seeing Mu Bei, even Ma Wang, he's been invited. He gave him another possessed spell. How dare he call them? It's just that he didn't expect. This amulet spell will not only protect itself, it can even repel that big ghost. That's impressive. Seeing the big ghost, shocked expression, the shadow demon elder got up from the ground, standing tall and straight. He boasted, "This is the talisman Master Celestial gave me. He wants you to go see him now. I'll deliver the message. If you don't go, don't say I, shadow demon, didn't warn you." As he spoke of his master's power, the shadow demon elder swaggered away, heading toward the next grave mound. Master Celestial, watching shadow demon leave, the big ghost looked toward the distant road. It transformed into a black mist and flew over. "Finally, I can stand my ground too." Seeing the big ghost fly toward the road, shadow demon elder secretly rejoiced. This was the first time in West Ridge Mountain he didn't have to cower. "Ha! Act like a demon." Then he ran to other grave mounds, repeating the process, summoning one strange evil spirit after another. Little Ghost Zhao Yuan, by Master Celestial's command, invites Lord Evil Order to the road. Compared to Shadow Demon Elder's arrogance, this female ghost named Zhao Yuan was much more respectful. Arriving at a messy area, she spoke respectfully inside. "Zhao Yuan, why aren't you resting in a grave mound? What are you doing here?" As Zhao Yuan finished speaking, a deep voice came from the messy place. "Lord Evil Order, Master Celestial requests friends. Please go forward," Zhao Yuan added. "Master Celestial?" The voice questioned. It angrily said, "What Master Celestial? Get lost. Don't bother me. Lord Evil Order, please go. Otherwise, Master Celestial will surely punish me. If he comes to find you himself, it might cause conflict." Seeing the big ghost inside ignore her, Zhao Yuan was very troubled. This was the task Master Celestial gave her. If she couldn't bring a single big ghost, he'd be angry. So she continued persuading. Cause conflict? The big ghost didn't expect that. How could it be threatened by a little female ghost? Black mist suddenly rose from the grave mound. A dark, faceless ghost appeared before her. Lord Evil Order, seeing the ghost emerge, Zhao Yuan wanted to say more, but this evil order was clearly angry. From the black mist, a huge hand reached for her neck. Zhao Yuan gasped in shock. The power of this great ghost was immense. Far beyond what she could resist, she let out a hoarse cry. But just as the evil commander's massive hand was about to seize Zhao Yuan, a sudden golden light erupted from her body, blocking his hand. Even a sizzling black smoke appeared in the air. "What's on you?" The evil commander was shocked. Something was off about this female ghost. How could a mere ghost have a golden light to protect her? "This is a protective talisman the master gave me." Zhao Yuan was overjoyed, never expecting the master's gift to be so effective. Her courage grew, and she said, "Lord Evil Commander, Master Ma is over there. Please go quickly. Don't keep the master waiting. Zhao Yuan has others to find, so I won't linger." With that, Zhao Yuan offered no further explanation, floating away in another direction. Watching her retreating figure, the evil commander's gaze turned towards where Ma Lu was. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes before he transformed into a black mist, flying in that direction. Meanwhile, near Ma Lu, from hilltops and low-lying graves, one shadow after another drifted over. There were at least 20 or 30 in number, a truly chilling sight. Standing in the middle of Ma Lu, Mu Bei watched the many ghosts appear, his expression calm. "This time, I should be able to find out who's behind this, and maybe hold another meeting for them." Chapter 37. He's calling another meeting. Ghostly figures grew more numerous. Who knows where this demon shadow called them all from? It felt like every ghost within 10 miles had been summoned. But this was exactly what Mu Bei wanted to see. The more that came, the greater the chance of getting answers. He pulled the car keys from his pocket, pressing the button. No response. What was wrong? Forget it. They're all here anyway. Might as well ask. Thinking this, Mu Bei stretched. He walked towards the dark figures. "Hey, did the master call you guys? What do it got to do with me?" Just then, the demon shadow transformed into a weasel, sprinting over. As he ran, he kept looking back, saying several ghostly figures were chasing him, looking fierce and terrifying. Seeing this, Mu Bei was speechless. How did this demon shadow call them? Why was he being chased? Couldn't the talisman save him? But how could Mu Bei know that to gather more ghosts? The demon shadow wasn't content calling them one by one anymore. Instead, he went straight to a mass grave and summoned a whole group. But these spirits were way too fierce. They immediately tried to kill him. If it weren't for the talisman Mu Bei gave him, he'd have been torn to shreds. Seeing so many spirits wanting him dead, the shadow demon feared his talisman wouldn't hold. So he fled, yelling, "Save me, master." As Mu Bei approached, the shadow demon saw a lifeline. He shouted, "Mu Bei, you're good. You sure know how to stir up trouble, bringing all this heat on me." Mu Bei sighed and said to the shadow demon, "All right, everyone hold on. Let's have a meeting." He raised his hand, halting the spirits. Everyone was utterly confused. Why did that sound so familiar? Uffed. Is Mu Bei addicted to meetings now? Damn it, another meeting. He was a manager before? Wow, these are spirits. Are you really going to have a meeting with them? Netizens were amused. For some reason, hearing meeting just cracked them up. It felt oddly hilarious. And now, knowing Mu Bei is a master, they weren't too worried. He must have a plan, since he dared send the weasel to gather so many spirits. He must be fully confident. They just wondered what kind of meeting he'd have with them this time. A meeting? The flying spirits paused. This guy is human. Who's he holding a meeting for? The summoned spirits looked at each other, baffled. No one knew what was happening. But with so many of them here, and just one human, plus the shadow demon had disturbed them, their anger still simmering. Now he wants a meeting? Did he think spirits were pushovers? Of course. The talisman on the shadow demon made them wary. Anyone who could mark the shadow demon like that was clearly not someone to mess with. But with their numbers, even if he was skilled, could he really take them all on? Thinking this, the spirits exchanged glances and began to spread out. Their dark mist thickened. Oh no, they're ganging up on Mu Bei. In a live stream, Li Xian's urgent voice came through. As a master himself, he knew exactly what the spirits were planning. The weasel spirit had clearly pissed them all off. This has made the spirits want to test Mu Bei's limits, and the spirits aren't completely disconnected from each other. After all, most spirits are born after human death. They also gather. Oh no, Master Li, Mu Bei has already invoked the Horse King. Why fear these petty spirits? Yeah, Master Li, look, Mu Bei isn't even panicking. I'd actually like to see Mu Bei invoke another deity. I wonder if he could summon the Monkey King. Are you serious? Summon the Monkey King too? And could he summon the Mystic Lady of the Night Heaven? Unlikely Xian's urgency. The netizens aren't worried. Just minor spirits. For someone like Mu Bei, who can invoke the Horse King, why fear them masterly? Mu Bei is a celestial master. He should be fine, right? He even summoned the Horse King. Reading the comments, Lu Yinyan also asked curiously, Mu Bei is so powerful, even with a few more spirits. Nothing bad could happen, right? What do you know? Li Xian snapped angrily. He continued, you think invoking a deity is easy? There's always a price to pay each time. In Taoism, spirit possession consumes Dao charm. Dao charm is accumulated through good deeds or cultivation. Once a deity is invoked, they don't just help and leave. There's an old saying, it's easy to invite a god, hard to send one away. That's the principle. He doesn't know Mu Bei's exact strength, but invoking another deity would severely damage his cultivation. He doesn't want to see such a promising talent fall here over such a trivial matter. So that's how it is. What should we do? Oh no, I was hoping Mu Bei could summon the Monkey King. This is a disaster. Master Li Xian, if he keeps invoking deities, could he die on the spot from lack of Dao charm? As Master Li Xian said upstairs, he probably shouldn't invoke another. If he can't invoke, and there's so many spirits here, that's terrible. Hearing Li Xian's words, the netizens also started worrying about Mu Bei. They hadn't realized invoking a deity came with such a cost. And from Li Xian's tone, the cost is probably huge. So Mu Bei, Master Li, is there any solution now? Lu Yinyan quickly asked. Finally found out that Mu Bei is a celestial master. No more life-threatening danger. She was even thinking about apologizing later. If all else fails, she could even offer herself. But now it seems he's a bit out of his depth. No way. Didn't you see that Weasel just ran back? These eerie beings are far more powerful. Li Xian said bitterly, and there's so many of them. Anyway, I'd almost certainly die there too. This. Lu Yinyan was speechless. Even Master Li Xian can't handle it here. Then, can Mu Bei do it? He must be killed. We must not let him live. Seriously? He must not live. Unlike everyone's worry, on the other side, it's quite a scene. Since his evil deeds were exposed, Meng Yu has been sitting aside like a ghost, watching those eerie beings surround Mu Bei. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. He's most likely going to jail. If he could see Mu Bei's miserable state before that, he'd feel a bit better. Now he watches the eerie beings with anticipation, hoping they'd finish off Mu Bei. Chapter 38. Zhang Tianji's worried this kid is asking for death. Zhang Tianji almost cursed. Mu Bei is clearly a natural-born Dao cultivator. At such a young age, he can already invite Lord Ma to possess him. What kind of Dao cultivator can do that? If given enough time, he can be the number one celestial master in Dragon Age, even surpass all us old-timers. But this guy, thinking he can invite Lord Ma, makes him invincible in the world. Doesn't he know inviting gods comes with a price? This time he called so many eerie beings, and those beings clearly mean harm. Is he still planning to invite gods to possess him? What to do? Such a promising seedling. It'd be a shame if he's lost here. Zhang Tianji's expression grew more serious. After thinking, he quickly took out his old teacher phone, dialed the Dao Alliance's number. Old man, what brings you to call me today? After the call connected, the other side teased. Clearly they're familiar. Old Lu, I need to ask you something. Have you investigated Shiling Mountain in Feline City? Zhang Tianji clearly didn't want to joke around. Asked seriously, Shiling Mountain? Sensing Zhang Tianji's tone wasn't right, the other party also straightened up. Asked again, isn't Shiling Mountain a mass grave? The weirdos, they've always been well behaved. What's going on? What happened? There are a few too many weirdos at Shiling Mountain, and their strength is around the mid-level weirdo range. Zhang Tianji paused for a moment. His gaze turned toward the video. Continued, and there's at least one major weirdo inside. What? The other party exclaimed in shock, sitting up abruptly. Old Zhang, this is no joking matter. Shiling Mountain is just a small place. How could there be a major level weirdo? That's why I'm asking you. What's exactly going on with the Alliance? Did they thoroughly investigate places of major weirdos? Zhang Tianji's voice became serious. Weirdos in the Taoist tradition have a general ranking system. Minor, mid, major, devil, and ghost immortal. 5 levels. Specific levels are judged based on the strength the weirdo displays. Of course, this ranking is just the Taoist school's own classification. But if it's classified as major level, it must be being capable of wreaking havoc in a region. For weirdos of this level, the Dao Alliance must conduct strict investigations. If possible, the Dao Alliance will directly exterminate such weirdos to prevent them from harming the human world. Just now, among those weirdos floating over, he clearly saw a familiar old rival. Xia Ling. This guy is no ordinary weirdo, but a genuine major level weirdo who can command over 100 others. But Zhang Tianji couldn't understand. Why would Xia Ling be at Shiling Mountain, such a small place? There are many mass graves in Dragon Country, and weird, evil beings are naturally numerous. But the Taoist demon slaying has its rules and bottom lines. Not all weirdos are killed. This world is fundamentally composed of yin and yang. There are people, ghost spirits are naturally needed, as long as they don't harm the human world. The Taoist school is willing to let them go. But Xia Ling's growth has worried the Dao Alliance. They feel that if not restrained, he might grow up, and then would be completely passive. Due to technological development, Taoist talents are now withering. Few are willing to practice in the mountains anymore. And once these old-timers pass away, who will be able to stop the steps of these major weirdos then? Old Zhang, what exactly is going on? The other party also became serious. Quickly asked, Shiling Mountain is too small. It's not suitable for major weirdo cultivation. How could there be a major weirdo? Now, go find someone to search for a live stream called Horror Prank for you. Check the replay. If possible, send someone to Shiling Mountain as soon as you can. I've got a bad feeling about this. Zhang Tianji didn't explain. He needs to see this for himself. Only then will he understand how serious this is. The other person nodded. He hung up quickly, hoping nothing major was about to happen. Looking at the disconnected phone, Zhang Tianji's gaze returned to the video. He muttered, along with Taoist Alliance Association. After Lu Qinshan hung up, he fell silent. Staring at his phone, the wrinkles on his face tightened. Xiao Yu, come in for a moment. After a few seconds pause, he pressed the office intercom. Just as he said, Grandpa, the office door opened. A beautiful-looking girl, around 20 years old, walked in smiling. Grandpa, why are you still at the Alliance? The girl complained as she entered. You honor, what brings you here? Seeing her, Lu Qinshan's face broke into a smile. Because of you, of course, she replied. The girl, Lu Yuan, rolled her eyes at him. She then walked over and sat in the chair opposite him. You're always busy, never home. I had to come see what's going on. Grandma sent me to drag you back. Afraid you're keeping a little grandma out here. Lu Qianshan, shoo. I'm my 60s/70s. What little grandma? Hearing his granddaughter tease him. Lu Qianshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He changed the subject. Enough about me. What about you? How are the blind dates grandma set up for you going? Failed. Yeah, they don't have a shred of Taoist foundation. No common topics. Lu Qianshan was stunned. You ask about Taoist skills on a date? In today's world, how many young people even study the Tao? Oh no, it seems I've led my granddaughter astray. Back then, I taught her Taoist arts, so she'd have a way to protect herself. Who knew she'd get so interested in it? Now look, she's not just studying it. She even wants a boyfriend who practices the Tao. But in this technologically advanced world, what young person is willing to learn this stuff? Hey Grandpa, when are you going back? Grandma sent me to hurry you up. Lu Yuan seemed reluctant to continue the topic. He asked, not yet. I have something important. Lu Qianshan then remembered. He quickly looked towards the door, muttering, why hasn't the assistant arrived yet? Oh, you mean Aunt Xiaoyu? I'll let her clock out. Clock out. Lu Qianshan almost choked on his own blood. I'm the alliance leader. You let her clock out, huh? Not just her. I'll let the whole company clock out. Lu Yuan didn't see anything wrong with it. He continued, Grandpa, you're a cultivator, after all. How can you act like a capitalist? It's so late, making people work overtime. This is granddaughter of Lu Qianshan's. Honestly, Lu Qianshan really wanted to swear. But remembering she was his granddaughter, he held back. However, Zhang Tianji's tone just now was very off. Need to check quickly, but I don't know how. Wait, Lu Qianshan suddenly thought of something. I don't know how, but my granddaughter Lu Yuan does. Chapter 39. Does he still have trump card? Grandpa, you want to watch a live stream? Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. Wow, this isn't the grandpa I remember. He doesn't watch these things, does he? And he uses a senior phone. Why would he suddenly want to watch a live stream? And a horror prank stream at that? Hurry up and search for it for me, see. Grandpa Zhang Tianji just called me. Said something happened over there. Lu Qianshan urged. He knew Zhang Tianji too well. He uses a senior phone himself. He would never suddenly ask me to search for a video. Okay. Seeing how serious he was, Lu Yuan quickly took out her phone and started searching. This is... After opening her phone, the smile on Lu Yuan's face instantly turned grave. In the video now, a group of specters surrounded a man who looked barely over 20. Handsome in appearance, and judging by the black smoke emanating from those specters, they were at least mid-level specters. Their stance suggested they intended to kill this man. But why? It's rare for specters to gather in groups, especially cultivated specters. Most are lone wolves. There must be 30 of them. Did the man in the video commit a heavenly crime? Grandpa really is in trouble. Lu Yuan quickly handed the phone over, said solemnly. After seeing the footage in the video, Lu Qianshan couldn't help but be shocked. The strength and number of these anomalies clearly exceeded his expectations. But Yuan Air, can this thing replay the footage? Lu Qianshan didn't know why these anomalies were surrounding a young man. He wanted to know what Zhang Tianji had seen. That made him so serious. Wait a second. Lu Yuan took the phone back. She tapped a function and quickly found the replay. She hurriedly got up and went to Lu Qianshan's side, playing it back at double speed. Yes, watching the scene in the video. Both of them gasped. Is this guy crazy? Daring to invite the Horse King to possess him? How much merit does he have for the Horse King? Seeing Mu Bei invite a deity to possess him, and it was the Horse King, one of the 4 sages of Taoism. He immediately cursed. But unlike his reaction, Lu Yuan's big eyes gradually lit up. This guy can actually invite a deity like the Horse King to possess him? That's amazing. And after inviting him, he's completely fine? He can even draw talismans remotely and attach them to the anomalies? I don't even have that ability. He must be a Taoism master. No wonder Grandpa wanted to watch. But Grandpa, this Mu Bei seems to be in danger. These anomalies want to join forces to kill him. By the end, Lu Yuan couldn't help but worry for Mu Bei in the video, because the anomalies had him completely surrounded. Their stance clearly showed they wanted to kill him. Xiaoyu, gather everyone immediately. Lu Qianshan naturally realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly pressed the office call bell again, saying into it, Grandpa, Annie Xiaoyu has already clocked out. Watching Lu Qianshan call for his assistant, Lu Yuan said somewhat awkwardly. Lu Qianshan was stunned. This granddaughter, he suddenly remembered. It wasn't just Xiaoyu. It seemed she had chased the entire office staff away. This Yuan Air, the Taoist Alliance is supposed to operate at night. How could you let everyone leave? Lu Qianshan looked at her with exasperation. But this was his most beloved granddaughter. He couldn't bring himself to scold her. Finally, he sat down helplessly on the chair. Grandpa, I'll go. Lu Yuan understood what Lu Qianshan meant. This Mu Bei in the video has such high Taoist talent. If we can save him this time and recruit him to the Alliance, he will definitely be a great asset in the future. Besides, so many strange occurrences appearing in Shilling Mountain this time is clearly abnormal. So Lu Qianshan must have wanted people still in the Taoist Alliance to hurry and support him, even if we can't save him. We must figure out why so many strange things are gathering at Shilling Mountain. With so many strange occurrences gathered together, they don't believe nothing major is happening. He immediately volunteered. Go. With your level of skill, single mid-level strange occurrences. Lu Qianshan said impatiently, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he said, forget it. Hurry up and call Xiaoyu. Have everyone gather here. Lu Yuan nodded. By now, she also realized the seriousness of the matter. She quickly opened her phone and dialed Lu Qianshan's assistant's number. After giving the instructions, Lu Yuan said, Grandpa, everyone is back. What do we do next? You go back first. Tell your grandma. I might not be able to go back for a couple of days. Lu Qianshan didn't plan to involve Lu Yuan in this matter. He waved his hand at her. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded, somewhat disappointed. She took her phone and was about to leave. Wait, just then, Lu Qianshan stopped her. Grandpa, are you going to let me go? Lu Yuan quickly stopped her tracks and asked excitedly. Go where? Stay home and behave. Lu Qianshan looked at her with a face full of exasperation. Then he added, come here. Search for this video on the computer for me. I want to watch everything happening over there. Oh, Lu Yuan felt like she'd been doused with cold water. She walked over again, listlessly. After searching, she said, Grandpa, I'm going back then. Don't rush off. Stay and watch with me for a while. Oh, seriously, Lu Qianshan knew his granddaughter well. If she said she was going back, she was probably planning to go to Shilling Mountain. He'd better keep her here for now. Grandpa, Hurry up. Don't you want to watch with Grandpa? Lu Yuan was helpless. Lu Yuan had no choice but to sit down. Propping her chin, she looked at the video. She looked quite bored. This guy is going to hold a meeting for those strange beings. Ignoring her restless granddaughter, Lu Qinshan looked back at the video. He heard the young man named Mu Bei in the video say he was going to hold a meeting for the supernatural beings. His brow furrowed. What's going on? Is this guy that bold? A meeting? He's not going to hold a meeting for these supernatural beings, is he? Hearing his confusion, Lu Yuan also looked at the video. She curiously asked. It seemed like Lu Qinshan responded. Then he said, puzzled, does this guy not realize his current situation at all? Or does he still have a trump card? Still have a trump card? Lu Yuan became interested. She quickly asked, Grandpa, do you think he'll invoke a deity again? Impossible. Invoking a deity, like the Horse King, would consume too much mental energy. If he tries again, his body will explode. Lu Qinshan shook his head. He believed any Taoist with common sense wouldn't dare do that. But now, Lu Qinshan was also puzzled. What gives this guy the confidence to say that? Chapter 40. Now, will you listen to me properly? Whoa, there's a major supernatural being among these creatures. Surrounded, Mu Bei quickly sensed their movements. And there was an even stronger, higher-level major supernatural being among them. It seemed they wanted to kill him now. Interesting. I wonder how strong this major supernatural being is. Mu Bei slowly raised his head and said calmly now. Come before me, quietly. I'll ask you some questions. Answer truthfully, and I'll let you go. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as Mu Bei finished speaking, a cold snort came from the supernatural crowd. And as that sound faded, the other supernatural beings moved without wind, advancing toward Mu Bei. He refused a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Mu Bei's face turned cold. He hadn't planned to get rough with them. But since they don't know what's good for them, he can't be blamed. Do you think Mu Bei will invoke a deity again this time? Not sure. If Master Li Xuan is right, the cost of invoking a deity is too high. He probably wouldn't take that risk. That's what they say, but in a life or death situation, who can guarantee he won't go all out? True, if he realizes his life is truly in danger. Who cares about the cost? So tense. What should we do? Watch the supernatural beings gradually approach. Netizens were growing increasingly worried about Mu Bei. But then, the eerie beings suddenly charged towards Mu Bei. No, many instinctively cried out. Some frightened girls covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch. Suddenly, a collective gasp echoed in the live stream. Hearing this sound, everyone hurriedly looked at the video. But when they saw the footage, they were all stunned. In the video, after the eerie beings pounced, a massive golden Bagua diagram appeared beneath Mu Bei's feet. It flashed brightly, and the charging eerie beings seemed frozen midair. Motionless, Mu Bei stood at the center of the diagram, his eyes cold. He slowly raised his head, looking past the eerie beings. An eerie being shrouded in black smoke stared at him with pitch-black eyes, utterly shocked. What's happening? Why aren't they moving? That golden Bagua under Mu Bei's feet is so cool. He's a real Taoist master, not special effects. I feel like those eerie beings are scared. Everyone watching the screen was astonished. They didn't know what was under Mu Bei's feet, but their gut told them it was incredibly powerful. Impossible. Impossible. Meanwhile, Xian and the girls rushing over were gaping. Zhang Tianji's old eyes were wide with shock. He thought summoning Lord Ma was already outrageous, but using the Bagua like this? Unbelievable. While everyone was still reeling, Mu Bei walked effortlessly across the glowing golden Bagua diagram. Each step sent out a ripple, like a circular wave on water. As the ripple spread, the eerie beings frozen in midair shifted positions within the diagram's edge. The scene was like a visual effects extravaganza. Who are you? Who are you? The shadowy figure behind the eerie beings couldn't hide any longer. Mu Bei was walking straight towards it. It panicked. This man, who looked barely 20, was terrifying. How does he know such methods? I've seen many Taoist masters, but none could wield the Bagua diagram so skillfully. And he didn't even draw it. It just appeared beneath his feet. He's no ordinary master. The powerful eerie being desperately wanted to flee. It knew if this man caught it, it was doomed, just as it mustered all its strength. Just as I was about to flee, my neck suddenly tightened. A large hand was gripping me at that moment. The thick black mist that had been rising was instantly suppressed as if by direct force. Not a single ripple could be stirred up anymore. Now, will you listen to me properly? Gripping the eerie being's neck, Mu Bei's cold voice came through. Spare me, master. The great specter quickly pleaded. As a specter, it was inherently an entity of extreme cold. Yet, after he gripped its neck, it felt as if its entire body was about to freeze. Instinct made it plead immediately. Spare me, master. With his great specter's plea, the other specters frozen in midair also began to beg for mercy one after another. Holy crap, he actually made those specters surrender. What's going on? What's with this Bagua ray? And how did he manage to grab that specter's neck? Damn, this time, without summoning a deity, it feels even more powerful than summoning one. Netizens were completely stunned. Mu Bei's impact on them was simply too great. It was just a Bagua ray appearing under his feet. How could it make the specters so terrified? Master Li Xian, what exactly is going on with this thing? At this moment, Lu Yunyan couldn't hold back her curiosity either. She quickly asked. This is called the Qinkuan Bagua ray. It's a type of formation system. Hearing Lu Yunyan's words, Li Xian finally snapped out of shock. He continued, this is one of the most powerful Taoist arts cultivated in our Taoist tradition. Ah, big deal. Li Xian thought for a moment and decided to explain to them. In Taoism, the Bagua is used for divination, assessing feng shui, and seeking opportunities. It can seize fortune, determine life and death. This is why feng shui masters use a compass when examining feng shui. Among these, well-known concept. 1 gives birth to, 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things, also stems from this meaning. It's precisely because the Bagua diagram contains endless mysteries that Taoist practitioners spend their entire lives contemplating its methods. During this contemplation, some with exceptional talent will comprehend different abilities from it. This is commonly known as Taoist arts. The Taoist tradition has many sects, like Longwu Mountain, Maoshanhua sect, Movers, Movers, and so on. They're all extensions of comprehending one particular method among these. So, what What Taoist art has Mu Bei comprehended? Lu Yinyan asked, puzzled. That's exactly what I was getting to. The Bagua that Mu Bei has comprehended may have already fused all its extensions together. Li Xian smiled wryly. Fused them all together. Lu Yinyan couldn't help but gasp sharply. As Li Xian put it, each of their sects comprehends different Taoist principles. So, the Taoist abilities they use are also different. But Mu Bei actually extended and fused them all together. How utterly heaven-defying is that? Lu Yinyan still wanted to ask something more. However, Li Xian interrupted her. He said bitterly, as things stand now, no one else can do it besides him, Mu Bei. What? Hearing Li Xian's words, the live stream exploded. Chapter 41, The Secret of the Yin Soldier's Crossing. If no one else can, doesn't that mean? Oh my god, a prank turned out to reveal the ultimate heavenly master? Why have we never seen this guy before? Listening to Master Li, it seems even to know about this person, right? Is this the legendary great talent hidden in plain sight? Li Xian still carries significant authority. If even he says no one can do it, doesn't that mean he's admitting Mu Bei is the ultimate heavenly master? I can hardly believe it myself, but that's the fact. In my entire career practicing Taoism, I have never seen anyone who can materialize a power ray out of thin air and have it instantly appear under their feet. This time, even Li Xian's confidence was severely shaken. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. The Mu Bei in the video looks to be only in his early 20s. How could his understanding of Taoist art be so profound? But facts are facts. You can't deny them. No wonder, from the very beginning until now, he's never shown a trace of fear. Only now did Lu Yinyan realize, thinking back to the start of their prank, Mu Bei was getting out of the car to hold meetings with those spirits, and pulling that female spirit out of the grave mound. Turns out he has real skills. Thinking about it now, with his abilities, holding meetings for them was probably a walk in the park, right? I just wanted to prank you a little. How did I end up exposing your true identity as a heavenly master? At this moment, Lu Yinyan felt utterly frustrated. She could already imagine the scolding she'd get from her superiors after this was over. Grandpa, I want to go find him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, watching Mu Bei in the video, her eyes gleaming. The ultimate heavenly master in his early 20s. He's just too amazing. She couldn't hold back any longer. Tugging at Lu Qianshan's arm, she pleaded. There's no way she would let go of someone like him. Go. This time, Lu Qianshan didn't refuse at all. He was still immersed in the 8 diagrams that appeared at the foot of Mu Bei. It's terrifying that he could release the 8 diagrams out of thin air. What kind of mastery of Taoist arts is required to achieve this? Seeing his granddaughter so excited, Lu Qianshan suddenly thought of something. He then said, You honor, what do you think of him? He's amazing, more powerful than any celestial master I've ever seen. Lu Yuan's face flushed with excitement. She said to Lu Qianshan, Then do you like him? Lu Qianshan asked again. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly, her eyes widened. Grandpa, is this? But to be honest, I did want to find a powerful celestial master. Now, there's one about her own age, and so strong. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a few beats. Go, have a good chat with this Mu Bei. Lu Qianshan didn't continue. Instead, he waved at her. Lu Yuan nodded heavily. She turned and walked outside. At the doorway, her footsteps stopped. Without turning her head, she said, Grandpa, I'll do my best to win him over. Cough, cough. Lu Yuan's words almost choked Lu Qianshan. He had just wanted her to befriend this Mu Bei, to eventually win him over. Did you misunderstand my meaning? But if this kid could become my grandson-in-law, who would dare covet my position as alliance leader then? Hurry up. Zhang Tianji's youngest disciple is already on the way. Lu Qianshan said calmly. What? Lu Yuan was stunned. Then she dashed outside. With probably all the old folks in the Tao Alliance are restless now. Looking at Mu Bei in the video, Lu Qianshan shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, on the West Ridge Mountain Road, Mu Bei slowly looked up. His gaze was cold as he stared at the evil talisman he held. His sharp eyes seemed ready to kill it. Oof. I already told you the Celestial Master Lord summoned you. You still don't know what's good for you. You dare to try to harm our Celestial Master Lord. Scared now, aren't you? Before Mu Bei could speak, he saw the shadow demon Old Fiend excitedly run over. Hands on hips, it scolded. The demons are speechless. Who would have thought this little shadow demon could latch onto such a big? If I'd known he was this powerful, I would have been more polite from the start. Master Exorcist, this humble ghost didn't know your great power. Please forgive my offense, Great One. The ghost being choked quickly said. The battle between an exorcist and ghosts isn't some flashy fight. Victory is decided in an instant. When the golden trigram appeared under Mu Bei's feet, they'd already lost. As a ghost who's dealt with exorcists before, he knew the consequences of being caught. He didn't want his power destroyed here. He might even be wiped out completely. So he begged. But Mu Bei didn't seem to plan on letting him go. If every ghost dared challenge him, even try to kill him, what's the point? Better make an example. Show them all. What happens when you anger him? Thinking this, his grip tightened. Spare me, master. Feeling death approach, the ghost panicked. The exorcist wasn't letting go. Gritting his teeth, he said, Master, I have important news for you. Spare me, and I'll tell all. Are you bargaining with me? Mu Bei said coldly. No, master. I believe you came for this very matter. I wouldn't dare bargain, but what I know can save my life. Oh, Mu Bei was indeed interested. He threw the ghost aside. The trigram underfoot faded. Dusting his hands, Mu Bei said calmly, All right, speak. What can make me spare you? Cough. The thrown ghost gasped for air. Half lying, coughing. The other freed ghosts weren't much better, standing obediently, hardly breathing. What would he know, master? He's tricking you. Don't believe his lies. Demon Shadow wanted Mu Bei to kill them all, so West Ridge Mountain would be his. He rushed to persuade. Are you telling me what to do? Mu Bei glanced sideways. Has Demon Shadow lost it? Are we that close? I wouldn't dare. Seeing Mu Bei's cold eyes, Demon Shadow's heart sank. He retreated, defeated. Mu Bei's terrifying. Now speak. What is it? After about 10 seconds, Mu Bei said to the recovering ghost, Heavenly Master, you must be here about the Yin Soldier's Crossing, right? Xiaoling slowly stood up, his face grave and serious. He asked very solemnly. Chapter 42, Emergency Alert, Yin Soldier's Crossing. As soon as Xiaoling spoke, everyone was stunned on the spot. Even Mu Bei tightly furrowed his brow. Some netizens were confused. How can this be? The soldiers crossing hasn't appeared for 100 years. Li Xian's somewhat panicked voice suddenly came from the live stream. Master Li, what exactly is the soldiers crossing? Lu Yunyan also became curious. She didn't quite understand the term soldiers crossing. It seemed she had heard it somewhere, but didn't know what it meant. Seeing Li Xian so tense, she quickly asked, "Wait, let me notify the Dao Alliance first." Li Xian answered immediately. He quickly hung up and dialed the Dao Alliance's number. Meanwhile, at the Dao Alliance, Lu Qinshan watched the video, suddenly standing up from his chair. The soldiers are coming again. Lu Qinshan's face flushed red, his fists clenched tightly. Alliance leader, Alliance leader. Just then, a woman in work clothes ran over, panting heavily. Her face tense, she said, "Alliance leader, senior brother Li Xian just called and said, I already know." Lu Qinshan cut her off. His expression dark. "Alliance leader, what do we do? Once the soldiers cross, the casualties could be tens of thousands." Seeing Lu Qinshan take no action, the woman was very anxious. "Recall everyone immediately, whether overseas or handling domestic affairs, all of them. Wake everyone in seclusion. Hurry." After a moment's thought, Lu Qinshan urgently said to her, "Yes, Alliance leader." The woman replied solemnly, her expression serious. She hurried outside. The Dao Alliance building, which had already turned off its lights, saw one light after another turn on. Then, car after car drove into the square outside the Dao Alliance building. The entire Dao Alliance was filled with a tense atmosphere. Old Zhang, it's time to come out of retirement. Taking out his old phone, Lu Qinshan dialed Zhang Tianji's number. "I understand. No jokes. Not even extra words." Zhang Tianji responded once, and then fell silent. Immediately, everyone on Dragon Tiger Mountain got out of bed. In just a few minutes, they were fully assembled. Then, they rushed down the mountain. "What the hell is going on here, Master Li?" About 10 seconds passed. Li Xian's call connected again. Lu Yunyan quickly asked, "Let me tell everyone something. If Mu Bei finds out where the ghost soldiers are passing through soon, you must get out of the province as fast as you can. As far as you can by any means necessary." Li Xian didn't answer Lu Yunyan directly. Instead, with a solemn expression, he spoke to the live stream. Right now, Lu Yunyan's live stream has as many as 200,000 to 300,000 viewers. If they spread the word after this, we should be able to save quite a few people. Of course, by doing this, our Tao Alliance will be completely exposed. But if we can save all those people, what does it matter if the Tao Alliance gets exposed? Master Li Xian's tone sounds off. "Master Li Xian, what exactly is the ghost soldiers passing through? Why are you even this nervous? Master Li Xian, do we really have to evacuate? Master Li Xian, isn't there any other way?" By this point, everyone on the live stream was starting to get nervous too. After all, even with all the weird things that just happened, they never saw him this solemn. They figured this ghost soldiers passing through was something extremely dangerous. Ghost soldiers passing through is a large-scale migration of uncanny entities. It's always accompanied by massive death along the way. Li Xian took a deep breath and started explaining it to everyone. Ghost soldiers passing through is probably the worst catastrophic uncanny event humanity currently knows of. Legend says once ghost soldiers pass through a place, that place will be hit by a massive disaster. Plague, earthquake, tsunami, you name it. No exceptions. And once ghost soldiers appear, there's basically nothing anyone can do to stop them. Not even a celestial master can do it, because these uncanny entities have already formed a massive force, and their numbers are unprecedented. What's more, among the ghost soldiers, there are squads led by powerful, great uncanny entities. And there's also a general. It's the general equivalent from ancient wars, what people call the general rank. And an uncanny entity at this level has already reached the ghost immortal realm, even higher. But as far as Li Xian knows, in the current human world, there isn't a single celestial master that can stand against one. It's not that all celestial masters combined can't defeat it. Besides, that's the general, let alone the fact that, among the ghost soldiers, there might even be the legendary E-Marshal. So once ghost soldiers pass through, it'll be an absolute catastrophe for that area. Whoa, so ghost soldiers passing through, is that terrifying? Master Li Xian, how will we find out where the ghost soldiers will pass through? Don't come to our province. I don't want to die. Master Li Xian, can we predict it in advance? I need to move my family quickly, or warn my friends in the area. Yes, Master Li, can we prevent it? Hearing Li Xian's words, everyone in the live stream panicked. They never imagined the soldiers' passage could be so terrifying. Now they all wanted to know exactly where the soldiers planned to cross, so they could avoid it. There's no way to predict it. If that strange entity hadn't spoken up, we wouldn't even know about this soldier's passage. Li Xian smiled bitterly and said, if what that evil talisman says is true, then the disaster should arrive very soon. What do we do? Hearing this, everyone despaired. If we can't know, we can't prevent it. What if the soldiers passed through their area? Could Master Li, could Mu Bei summon the Horse King? Couldn't that stop it? At this moment, Lu Yunyan voiced her doubt. No matter how powerful soldiers are, they're from the underworld, right? But what Mu Bei summoned is a deity. What if he summons one again? Could that stop the so-called soldier's passage? That's right, Master Li. Let Mu Bei summon again, or summon an even more powerful deity. Hearing her, the netizens' eyes lit up. Maybe that really is a possible solution. Impossible. But their idea was rejected by Li Xian. Li Xian even found them quite laughable. If it were that simple, the disasters caused by soldiers' passages in history wouldn't have been unstoppable. Moreover, the celestial masters of old were more numerous and more powerful than today's. Do you think they wouldn't have tried summoning deities? Besides, summoning a deity requires a price. And what's summoned is usually just an avatar. Even if the true form were summoned, it probably couldn't stop it. If they couldn't stop it, what can Mu Bei alone do? They're overestimating Mu Bei. Then what do we do? If we can't stop it, doesn't that mean this disaster is unavoidable? For a moment, an aura of despair spread over everyone's heads. Don't panic, everyone. There might still be one way. Seeing the panic spreading in the live stream, Li Xian quickly said, whether we can minimize the disaster's damage now depends on Mu Bei. Netizens Chapter 43, The Soldier's Passage. Didn't Master Li say he couldn't stop it? Hearing Li Xian's words, everyone became puzzled. They didn't quite understand Li Xian's meaning. He can't stop it, but I believe he should be able to find out where the ghost soldiers are crossing. Then everyone can take precautions in advance. Li Xian paused before continuing. This is the only possible way I can think of to save you all. So that's how it is. The netizens understood Li Xian's meaning. Their gazes also turned toward Mu Bei. Perhaps they themselves never expected that every Mu Bei would become the hero to save them. What did you say? Ghost soldiers crossing? After a long silence, Mu Bei finally reacted. He immediately grabbed Xia Ling by the collar and boldly said, where are the ghost soldiers coming? Where are they crossing? The ghost soldiers crossing concerned the life and death of countless humans. In past history, whenever the eerie migration of ghost soldiers occurred, casualties were basically in the tens of thousands. Mubei hasn't been in this world for long, but the almost parallel world still made him find a sense of belonging immediately. He didn't want this to happen. After all, in his previous life, he had witnessed such tragedies more than once, so he wanted to stop it. Of course, even as the strongest celestial master, he still didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. But if he knew where the ghost soldiers were crossing, perhaps he could save more people. This was also one of his duties as a celestial master, even though he's no longer a celestial master now. I don't know. Seeing Mubei's bloodshot eyes, Xiaoling couldn't help but feel terrified. He stammered in reply. You don't know. Mubei was stunned. Then he said fiercely, if you dare mess with me? With a backhand grab, Mubei's icy gaze was like the bone-chilling cold of winter, his sharp eyes fixed on him like blades. If he dared to tell a single lie, Mubei would definitely make him vanish in a thin air, never be reborn. Master Celestial Master, please calm your anger. I'm not messing with you. There really is a ghost soldier crossing. Please listen to me first. How would Xiaoling dare to mess with him? He hurriedly begged for mercy. Mubei's voice grew even colder, his hand tightening around Xiaoling's neck. He never let go, just stared coldly into his eyes. Master Exorcist, please put me down first, and I'll give you an explanation. The evil spirit trembled under Mubei's gaze. He could barely speak, looking at its cowardly appearance. Mubei suddenly threw it to the ground. Clenching his fists, he stared straight at it. Speak. My patience is limited. Yes. The evil spirit gasped for breath and began to speak. About half a month ago, scattered ghost soldiers appeared in our area. They gave us armor and ordered us to stand by Shilling Mountain. I am, after all, a major evil spirit, so naturally I refused. A ghost army passing through is terrifying, but a single ghost soldier isn't that powerful. But that time I miscalculated. That ghost soldier was not only strong, but also extremely hot. He beat up every evil spirit above the intermediate level on my mountain, and then issued us ghost soldier armor. He said that the day after the full moon, we would officially set out. That's when I knew. The ghost army was about to pass through somewhere, and this time they were directly conscripting us to go. It's probably a large-scale ghost army. Naturally, we didn't dare to stay, so we lay low at Shilling Mountain, waiting. Master Exorcist, can you help us? We don't want to become ghost soldiers. After speaking, the evil spirit suddenly looked at Mubei, pleading in its eyes. Yes, Master Exorcist, can you help us? None of us want to become ghost soldiers. Led by the evil spirit, the other spirits also began to plead, hope shining in their eyes. This exorcist before us is far more powerful than we imagined. Perhaps he can save us. Strange, didn't the spirit say the ghost army is very powerful? Why don't they want to become ghost soldiers? Yeah, and judging by their appearance, they seem to be afraid of the ghost soldiers. What kind of spirit is a ghost soldier anyway? Watching them plead with Mubei. Here we go. The netizens were also puzzled. Do you know the Kingdom of Sirens? Looking at the bullet comments, Xian asked and sighed. The Kingdom of Sirens? What does that have to do with it? Netizens were curious. The Kingdom of Sirens has the most transgenders, and has always been jokingly called that by Dragon Country. But what does the ghost army have to do with the Kingdom of Sirens? They don't understand. If you've seen their conscription, you'd know. Actually, spirits are similar. Once you become a ghost soldier, in essence, they become war machines and puppets. Li Xian explained in terms they could understand. Once puppet, they lose their own will. Anomalies have feelings too. You've lived with them for years. Who has actually seen one? The netizens fell silent. If not for this prank live stream, they wouldn't know anomalies and evil spirits truly exist. So, these anomalies aren't as bad as imagined. For instance, if an elder like your great-grandma passes, becomes an anomaly, would she harm you? Or our heroic martyrs, would they harm you? Others even more so. Netizen Li Xian's words gave everyone a new understanding of anomalies. Who knew anomalies could be good or evil? So, masterly, these anomalies don't want to harm people. That's why they don't want to become soldiers, right? Exactly. Li Xian nodded. He continued, that's just one reason. And once they become soldiers, they lose their own consciousness. They probably wouldn't want that, even for greater power. Of course not. Power not used for oneself is meaningless. Master Li Xian, let's get back on topic. We can't get the exact location of the soldiers crossing. How do we avoid it? Good point. This anomaly doesn't know the crossing spot either. What do we do? After Li Xian's explanation, the netizens grew even more worried for their safety. After all, Mubei didn't find out where the crossing will be. They felt completely unsafe. Li Xian smiled wryly. I've contacted the Tao Alliance. No concrete plan yet. Stay tuned to the live stream. I'll notify everyone immediately. For now, that's all we can do. Li Xian, I'm afraid it's too late. Just then, a voice came through the live stream. It was the Heavenly Master, Zhang Tianji. What's wrong, Master? Li Xian asked urgently. Today is the 16th, the day after the full moon. Meaning, the soldiers cross Shilling Mountain today. What? Chapter 44, get lost. Don't get hurt. What? Today? What do we do now? Holy crap, I'm in Fulling City. Should I evacuate? Evacuate now. The soldiers coming here. Definitely means evacuating Fulling City. Oh no, is there still time to leave? The Heavenly Master's words instantly made netizens tense. It was so sudden. Who knew it would be today? But it's already past 10 at night. It's too late to leave the province now, right? Everyone, calm down. Just then, Li Xian's voice rang out again. The ghost soldiers might not be passing through Fulling City. Hearing Li Xian's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Aren't the ghost soldiers heading for Shilling Mountain? Shilling Mountain within Fulling City. How could they not pass through here? Instead, it's the safest place. The ghost soldiers' movements are unpredictable. If they're just recruiting weirdos from here, then this is likely just an assembly point, not the place they'll pass through. Li Xian explained. Ghost soldiers are fundamentally different from previous anomalies. Their destination is predetermined, and they don't change it unless absolutely necessary. If they're having these anomalies wait at Shilling Mountain, then this might just be a rallying point. You have to understand, ghost soldiers move incredibly fast. They can reach their destination in the blink of an eye. That's one of the trickiest things about them. So, whoa, I'm getting goosebumps. So it's safe? So, at least according to historical records. The assembly point and the passage point for ghost soldiers are two completely different extremes. Li Xian replied. Phew, that's good, that's good. Netizens from Fulling City. You're fine, but what about the other provinces? Yeah, According to Master Lee, the ghost soldiers' movements are impossible to track. So, all other provinces are uncertain now. There's no safe place to go. I hope Bay can help us. Netizens from Fulling City felt slightly relieved, but others were completely freaked out. And now, the only one they could rely on seemed to be Bay. The netizens then looked towards the video, hoping he could find a solution. In the video, looking at the anomalies kneeling on the ground, his face turned grim. Celestial Master, do you have a plan? As long as we don't become ghost soldiers, we'll do anything, Xie Ling pleaded again. Bay did not answer. He didn't care whether they became ghost soldiers or not. What concerned him was this ghost soldier incursion, this catastrophic anomaly crisis. The threat to humanity was too great, even as the strongest Celestial Master. But he still had no confidence in stopping the Yin soldiers. But if he didn't stop them, how many spirits have been conscripted? After a moment of silence, Bay asked Xie Ling. I don't know, but about 25 from here are likely to join. Xie Ling shook his head. Are there other spirits in Shilling Mountain? Bay asked again. Yes, probably many. Xie Ling was very certain.
He added, but I don't know where they're hiding.
Is that so? Bay pondered. The Yin soldiers are conscripting from the spirits this time. That means the Yin soldiers' numbers must be low. Otherwise, they wouldn't even recruit mid-tier spirits. What if we gather the spirits who don't want to participate and resist together? Could that weaken the Yin soldiers' strength?
Although the risk is great, we have to try.
Thinking this, Bay finally said, I'll summon all the spirits of Shilling Mountain. Xie Ling was stunned. This mountain is so vast. How can you summon them? But Bay didn't explain. He hurried towards the car.
Old Mu, what's happening?
They reached the car. The trembling rich kids lowered their voices, asking Bay, you just hide in the car. No matter what happens, don't come out. Don't look up. Don't listen to anything. Cover your ears. Bay glanced at them and said sternly, Old Mu, listen to me. If you don't want to die. Bay cut him off, quickly went to the trunk, and pulled out a stack of yellow paper. As a Taoist master, he could do without a peachwood sword, do without the Baba mirror, but small things like yellow paper and cinnabar were essential. After retrieving them, Bay reminded them again.
From now on, stay crouched inside.
Don't look at anything until I call you. Understand? Good.
They wouldn't dare defy him.
This guy Bay could even summon spirits. They couldn't understand him at all now. Bay, are you really okay? Just as he was about to leave, the streamer hiding in the passenger seat asked fearfully, Don't worry, wait for me. We should be able to go up the mountain today. Bay gently pinched her cheek, smiled, then walked towards the front of the car. What is he doing? I don't know. Feels like he's trying to find a way for us. I hope so. If he helps us through this, I'll worship him instead of the Bodhisattva. Yes, if he can really stop the Yin soldiers crossing.
He'll be my idol from now on.
The netizens were silently praying at this moment. Only the Taoist masters, none of them were optimistic. They were still calculating where the Yin soldiers might appear, trying to save as many people as possible in the limited time. He took the yellow paper outside. Bay said to the curious ghosts gathered around, Get out of the way, don't get hurt later. The ghosts were stunned. What was he going to do? Bay didn't explain. He started tearing the yellow paper he had taken out. Master Taoist, do you need my help? Watching Bay tearing paper alone there, the female ghost asked timidly, This thing can kill ghosts. Dare you help? Bay slightly raised his head to look at her and said calmly. At this moment, the ghosts all kept a distance of 5 meters from Bay, curiously staring at him. 5 minutes passed, and he threw the torn yellow paper into the sky, muttering incantations. Then he stretched out his hand, drawing something in the air. As he finished drawing, the papers floating in the air suddenly fell to the ground. On the ground, yellow paper figures only 5 centimeters tall appeared in everyone's sight. Go, find all the ghosts in Shilling Mountain. Call them all over. If they don't come, blow up their nest directly. Looking at the standing little figures, Bay commanded. The little figures nodded. Then they ran in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 45. Making paper into soldiers. This is transforming paper into soldiers. At this moment, all the Taoist masters of Dragon Country were gathering towards Shilling Mountain. Sitting in the car, Zhang Tianji and Lu Qianshan stared intently at the phone screen, watching the little figures made by Bay. They couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Goodness, even making paper into soldiers has appeared. This guy is too outrageous. Making paper into soldiers and scattering beans into soldiers are actually the same principle. One uses beans, the other uses paper. Even so, this was enough to shock these Taoist masters. After all, none of the younger generation nowadays can do this. And this number must be over 100, right? It can't me.
This Bay is actually so powerful.
Hopefully we can get there before the Yin soldiers arrive. Checking the time, it's now 10:30 at night, which means the Yin soldiers are about to arrive.
Maybe just an hour left. Can I make it an hour to stop them?
Even the Taoist masters now
place their hopes on Bay.
On the road, Bay stands in the center, watching the dark clouds press down. His face is grave, a sign the Yin soldiers are coming.
Perhaps soon.
These Yin soldiers will arrive here completely.
Hope there's still time. He isn't idle, though.
He's still drawing something on the yellow paper. Who dare summon this venerable one here? Just then, voices of one after another phantom echo. The entire mountain feels swarming with wraiths. Damn, so many wraiths. How many wraiths did the Yin soldiers conscript this time? Just the number feels like over 100. Holy cow, this is terrifying. Watching more and more wraiths appear, netizens can't help but gasp. The black smoke emanating from those wraiths is even denser than the shadow demons. Some are even scarier than the evil command. They fly over, claws bared and teeth gnashing, with malice in their voices. All of you, stand over there. I have something to say. Watching the wraiths, Bay's cold voice cuts through. A human? Seeing Bay, the wraiths pause briefly. Why is a human commanding them? But they quickly realize this human is actually ordering them around, thinking they might be conscripted by the Yin soldiers soon. The wraiths, full of pent-up resentment, are about to erupt. They roar, Human, you dare command this venerable one. I'll say it one more time. Stand aside first. Bay doesn't want to explain further. After saying this, he continues his work. Time is of the essence now. He must be fully prepared.
But the wraiths don't seem willing to obey quietly.
They start lunging at Bay. Bang, bang. Bang! Suddenly, Mu Bei vanishes. When he reappears, his foot is already on their faces. Then, the wraiths crash to the ground one by one. They stare at him in disbelief. How can a human be this strong? Last warning, stand by over there. Disobey, and you die. Mu Bei's voice is low. When he says die, the very air seems to freeze. Just stand there properly. Don't make the Taoist master lose his temper. When it's time to make you all vanish into dust, begging for mercy will be too late. At that moment, Xiaoling, not far away, coldly addressed those strange beings. Seeing Xiaoling, those strange beings were slightly taken aback. At this moment, thick black smoke was emanating from Xiaoling's body. Judging by his aura, he must be a high-level strange being, though most of those who came this time are also high-level. But Xiaoling is clearly not weak, so why would he listen to a human? And, Master Celestial Master, why are you, a scoundrel, siding with humans? Then, one of the strange beings shouted at Xiaoling. They're already strange beings, having drawn a clear line with humans. I never thought there'd be a strange being conspiring with humans. He couldn't understand it, but he couldn't stand it. You must also be here at Shilling Mountain waiting for the Yin soldiers, right? Xiaoling gave him a cold glance and said indifferently, of course. That strange being replied, then paused and quickly added, you too? Not just me, I think everyone probably is. Xiaoling's pitch-black eyes turned to him. He continued, if you don't want to become Yin soldiers, then obediently listen to Master Celestial Master. Don't make things difficult for yourselves. Having said that, Xiaoling ignored him. Instead, he walked towards the other strange beings. As a strange being who had already been in contact with Celestial Master like Mu Bei, he now took on the role of a small leader. Have you been recruited by the Yin soldiers? What about you? Me too. Xiaoling asked them one by one. And those who had received recruitment, Xiaoling directly had them stand aside on standby. Soon, he tallied up the number of people who had come this time. He walked over to Mu Bei. Master Celestial Master, I roughly counted. About 120 strange beings came this time. Among them, about 10 or so strange beings were not recruited by the Yin soldiers and came to Mu Bei's side. Xiaoling reported to him the number he had tallied. And how many were currently named by the Yin soldiers? Of course, he had other findings. Master Celestial Master. Also noticed something. Those not recruited. Their strength isn't high, mostly mid-level or below. Xiaoling paused, somewhat worried. That means the scale of this Yin soldier force might be even larger than we imagined. At least in terms of strength, it's not comparable to an ordinary Yin soldier crossing. Is that so? Mu Bei slightly frowned. If it really is, as Xiaoling says, then the scale of this Yin soldier disaster is probably unimaginable. And trying to stop such Yin soldiers is like a fool's dream. But I am a Celestial Master. Holding the torn yellow paper in his hand, Mu Bei slowly stood up. Seeing that the little ones had all returned, Mu Bei gently waved his hand. Hard work has paid off. As his words ended, the little figure instantly burst into flames and turned to ashes. Seeing the paper figure burn just like that, the spirits were shocked. It was this powerful little guy who had been harassing them, forcing them to come here. And this troublesome little figure was actually created by this human in his 20s. Now the spirits had to reassess this human. All right, look up. Mu Bei looked at the spirits and said calmly, the reason I called everyone here today, I think you've all guessed. So let's have a meeting. Chapter 46, The Determination to Die. The spirits were stunned. A meeting? What kind of meeting is he planning? All right, everyone, listen to me first. Mu Bei pressed his hand down, quieting the whispers among the spirits. His expression grave. The spirits fell silent, all turning their eyes to him. Everyone, I have a rough understanding of your situation. None of you want to become nether soldiers, right? Mu Bei asked. Master Exorcist. Oh my god. Holy crap. This is scary. We'll have no freedom left. Yes, Master Exorcist. We never harmed anyone. But becoming nether soldiers, that's a different story. Who wants to be a puppet? I certainly don't want to be a nether soldier. Sigh, we have no choice. The nether soldier conscription is mandatory. We have no way out. Hearing Mu Bei's words, the spirits looked utterly helpless. Nether soldiers are extremely powerful spirits. Forget about nether generals and marshals. Even ordinary nether soldier captains are beyond their ability to handle. Now, those nether soldiers have already issued the conscription order, and they'll be arriving at midnight tonight. There's no way for them to resist. Not a single spirit among them was willing to become a nether soldier. Good. Hearing their words, Mu Bei nodded. Having this rebellious sentiment is good. It makes it easier for me to rally you. He paused, then continued. Now we share a common goal. You don't want to become nether soldiers. And I don't want nether soldiers crossing into our dragon kingdom. As he spoke, Mu Bei's gaze sharpened, and his voice rose. I wonder if you dare to join me in rebellion. Rebellion? The spirits were stunned. Those soldiers, not necessarily the strongest individual spirits, but arguably the most powerful spirit legion. How could they possibly rebel against that? Holy crap, Mu Bei actually wants to lead these spirits in rebellion? Didn't Master Li Xian just say that there's no way to stop the nether soldiers? Can we even resist? Forget about stopping it. I wonder if these ghosts dare to resist. Of course not. Even Mu Bei is helpless. These ghosts can't even beat him. So why would they take that risk? But if they really can resist, I'll burn Ja's paper for them later. We don't know where the Yin soldiers are crossing. I hope Mu Bei succeeds. Hearing Mu Bei wants to lead the ghosts against the Yin soldiers, netizens were shocked. How dare he? And those ghosts are clearly scared. Sigh, getting ghosts to resist is no easy task. The Taoist masters heading to Shilling Mountain each shook their heads bitterly. It's true the ghosts don't want to become Yin soldiers, but they'd never dare to resist. Not resisting means being puppets at most, but resisting means losing their last shred of soul. The Yin soldiers are speeding up. We need to hurry. Lu Qinshan told the driver. Old Lu, we might all fall at Shilling Mountain this time. Zhang Tianji beside him sighed and said to Lu Qinshan, Old Zhang, didn't we cultivate for a day like this? Lu Qinshan glanced at Zhang Tianji, then looked outside and whispered, descend the mountain in troubled times. Seclude in peace is our Taoist tradition. If we cultivators lack the resolve to fight for peace, what's the point of being masters? Yes, Zhang Tianji nodded too, and suddenly laughed. I never thought, nearing my grave, I get to fight Yin soldiers. No regrets, huh? Yeah, Lu Qinshan also smiled, saying, this should be our final destination as cultivators. Better than dying in seclusion, right? Lu Qinshan then shifted his gaze to the phone video. This kid's awareness is high. He's already taking action, trying to use ghosts to stop the Yin army. If we, the Fire Hall, cower, wouldn't we be worse than the junior? He's really good. If we survive this, I'll have my granddaughter marry him. Lu Qinshan looked at Mu Bei in the video, liking him more and more. Old Blue, I'll compete with you this time. If I don't die, I'll have my little apprentice become his Tao companion. Don't come crying to me then. Zhang Tianji teased. Oh ho, you're on, old Zhang. Lu Qianshan also got interested. He immediately said, then let's see if your little apprentice is more charming, or if my granddaughter is more charming. I bet it is. I wasn't afraid of you in my youth, and I'm certainly not afraid of you now. We'll see. Of course, if I die, remember to burn their wedding video for me. The two of them exchanged a look and suddenly burst out laughing. The previously gloomy atmosphere in the car was temporarily broken by their hearty laughter. But the more they talked like this, the heavier the mood became for everyone else. It seemed these two had already made up their minds to die. What scared? Seeing them hem and haw, Mu Bei said coldly, Master, Heavenly Master, once the Yin soldiers appear, there are at least thousands upon thousands of them. We only have as many ghosts and monsters. There's simply no way to resist, Xiao Ling said, feeling utterly helpless. Of course they wanted to resist, but they had to weigh their own strength. A single small leader could beat them senseless, let alone the terrifying numbers once the Yin soldiers appeared. How are we supposed to resist? Yes, Master, Heavenly Master. Forget about strength. Even the Yin soldiers' sophisticated equipment is something we can't break through. And when they strike, they can completely annihilate us. Heavenly Master doesn't want Yin soldiers to cross the border, because he doesn't want widespread carnage. We don't want that either. After all, our descendants are still alive. But the ghosts and monsters let out another sigh. It's too difficult. From any angle you look at it, their chances of winning are almost non-existent. This is a complete mismatch, a one-sided slaughter. They can't resist, even if they tried with all their might. Hey, Mu Bei, don't count on these ghosts and monsters. They've already admitted defeat in their hearts before even fighting. Yes, the Heavenly Masters are on their way now. Relying on them is more reliable. I hope the Heavenly Masters can be more effective this time. Otherwise, this disaster is truly unavoidable. Watching the ghosts and monsters sighing one after another, the netizens were also disappointed. These ghosts and monsters are hopeless. Now we can only pray that those Heavenly Masters arrive. Maybe there's still a sliver of hope. Understand, Mu Bei nodded. It's not that these ghosts and monsters don't want to, but after weighing the pros and cons, they simply have no confidence. What if I give them a little hope? Thinking of this, Mu Bei then said, what if it's like this? As he spoke, he suddenly scattered the yellow paper talismans in his hand. Then those yellow papers flew straight toward the 100+ ghosts. Chapter 47, Dao Rhyme Curse Armor. What's Mu Bei doing? Damn, is he planning to kill these ghosts? After all, if these ghosts don't dare to resist, they'll definitely become Yin soldiers. Very likely. But for some reason, I suddenly don't want Mu Bei to hurt these ghosts. Of course, ghosts also come from deceased people. What if our ancestors are among them? But if we don't kill them, their addition will surely make the Yin soldier stronger. Watching those yellow papers soar in the air, emitting a golden glow as they flew toward the ghosts, the netizens couldn't help but worry. They felt Mu Bei must be planning to kill these ghosts, to weaken the Yin soldier's strength. Master, don't. Seeing the yellow papers flying over, the ghosts panicked. In their minds, whenever a Celestial Master uses yellow paper houses, it's definitely to exterminate ghosts. He was probably waiting for them to refuse, then kill them first. Since they didn't resist, naturally, he wouldn't let them become Yin soldiers either. But the Celestial Master also has the power to make their souls scatter. For a moment, the ghosts hastily retreated, but the yellow papers Mu Bei threw out seemed alive, flying straight toward their bodies, so fast that even a major ghost like Xia Ling couldn't react. Soon, the talismans stuck to the ghosts' bodies. Then the yellow papers entered their bodies, golden light shining brightly. It's over. Watching the ghosts enveloped in golden light, despair instantly filled the ghosts' hearts. Before becoming Yin soldiers, they're killed by this Celestial Master first. How frustrating. Don't resist. Relax. Just then, Mu Bei's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing Mu Bei's words, the ghosts were stunned. They slowly opened their eyes and looked at their bodies. Huh, it doesn't seem like he's exterminating us. This golden light, after the yellow papers entered their bodies, the golden light from the papers slowly enveloped them. The golden light gradually took shape, finally transforming into a phantom resembling a set of armor. Holy crap. What is this? So cool. It kind of looks like the armor worn by ancient soldiers, just that this one is golden. So Mu Bei isn't actually killing them? Is this golden armor an illusion or real? Usable armor? As the armor appeared on the ghosts, the netizens' eyes sparkled with light. They realized Mu Bei didn't seem to be killing these ghosts. Instead, he was planning to empower them. Dao Rhyme, Curse Armor. Oh my god, how does this guy know this lost Dao technique? Meanwhile, inside a car heading towards Shilling Mountain, when those Celestial Masters saw the golden armor appearing on the mutants' bodies, they all couldn't help but be shocked. Dao Rune Curse Armor is somewhat similar to the Taoist robes the Celestial Masters wear. This kind of robe has the effect of warding off evil and repelling demons. But Dao Rune Curse Armor is far more advanced. It is armor condensed entirely from Dao Rune. Its defense capability is much stronger. Even a mutant will be killed if it touches it. And this Dao technique has long been lost in Dragon Country. Besides, no one has enough Dao Rune to sustain creating such a curse armor. How did Mu Bei pull this off? Wait, something's off. Just then, Zhang Tianji suddenly spoke up. That's right, something is wrong. Lu Qianshan picked up the conversation. The Dao Rune Curse Armor is made for humans. Any mutant that touches it gets injured. Alone, very unlikely. This doesn't seem to be real Dao Rune Curse Armor. But according to the records in our Dao scriptures, this technique does exist. Zhang Tianji also furrowed his brow tightly. The golden phantom armor these mutants are wearing is exactly the same as what's recorded in the Dao scriptures they've seen. If this armor was worn by Mu Bei himself, it would definitely be the Dao Rune Curse Armor, without a doubt. But this one is being worn by the mutants. There's the real Dao Rune Curse Armor now. Right now, I think Mu Bei should be able to gather these mutants together. It will work out surprisingly well. Lu Qianshan waved his hand. It doesn't matter what cultivation method Mu Bei is practicing now. What matters is how we stop this Yin soldier invasion. Even if he's a dark cultivator, as long as he can stop the Yin soldiers, that's all that counts. Good and evil don't lie in the technique itself. It lies in the person. Mu Bei is using this technique, fundamentally, to stop the Yin soldiers, save the people of Dragon Country, and prevent disaster. A person with such a strong sense of justice. So what if he's labeled a dark cultivator? Old Zhang, how about we go big this time? Just then Lu Qianshan suddenly thought of something. Said a smile for Zhang Tianji. Sure, to be able to use it once in my lifetime. I could die without regret. The two exchanged a look and burst out laughing. But after seeing their grins, the other Celestial Masters all felt a chill in their hearts. They went, this armor looks a bit like the Ghost Soldier armor given by the Ghost Soldiers, except one is shrouded in black mist, and this one is shining gold. This is the Taoist charm armor of the Taoist sect. It can protect you from the invasion of Ghost Soldier armor. Feel the soul mark the Ghost Soldiers imprinted on your souls. Mu Bei said calmly, soul mark? The ghosts were stunned and quickly closed their eyes to check. The soul mark is a tracking mark the ghost soldiers placed on them. Once it's imprinted, even if they run to the ends of the earth, they absolutely cannot escape. This is also why, even though they don't want to become ghost soldiers, they still have to wait at Shilling Mountain. After all, becoming a ghost soldier at least means staying alive. But if they become deserters, they really won't even have a door to hell to enter. It's gone. My soul mark is gone. It's really gone. This thing is too amazing. Great. Without the soul mark, we won't be tracked anymore. Now we don't have to be ghost soldiers anymore. Feeling the disappearance of the soul mark, the ghosts couldn't help but go wild with joy. Because now if they run, the ghost soldiers won't be able to track them. And they can hide somewhere else to cultivate. Damn, Mubei is ridiculously strong. He can even remove the ghost soldiers' marks. Mubei has some skills. This way, they won't be conscripted by the ghost soldiers. Something's off. If this mark is gone, will these ghosts still help Mubei? The comment above is right. Without the mark, they'll probably think of running first. After all, they were so cowardly just now. Crap, why didn't I think of that? Mubei wasted his effort. Not entirely wasted. If they're not ghost soldiers, the ghost soldier strength will be reduced a lot. That's true, but without their help, Mubei alone can't hold them off. Watching the excited looks of the ghosts, the netizens were also affected, but soon they noticed something was off. If the ghost soldier's mark is removed, will they still help Mubei? Right now, they should be thinking of running. Chapter 48, Ghosts Flee. Just as the netizens thought, after the soul mark was removed, the ghosts became a bit restless. They kept shuffling backward, looking like they wanted to flee immediately. As for the golden armor on their bodies, they felt it was just made of yellow paper. Once outside Mubei's range, it should vanish. Mubei just watched them calmly, not blocking them. The nearest anomaly was about 10 meters away at the edge. Then those anomalies took to the air and bolted into the distance. As they ran, they shouted, "Sorry, Master Exorcist. We really can't fight those Een soldiers. We owe you one this time. We'll repay you if we get the chance." They kept running without stopping. I knew these anomalies couldn't be trusted. Mubei, you should never believe their ghostly lies. How can you trust anomalies? Maybe it's better they ran. This way, the Een soldiers can't recruit them. At least the Een soldiers' power weakened a lot with their escape. That's true, but they're so disloyal. Loyalty? You're talking loyalty with anomalies? Seeing the anomalies scatter almost instantly, netizens wanted to curse. Although they'd anticipated this possibility, seeing them flee still sparked fury. Look at those fleeing anomalies. Xiaoling roared angrily. You have no honor. Master Exorcist helped erase your marks. Can't you even say thanks? Why aren't you running? Seeing Xiaoling's rage, Mubei looked at him with interest, smiling. Would it help? Can you remove our soul brands too? And let's escape? Xiaoling smiled bitterly. These idiots really think they can get away. Mubei erased what the Een soldiers did. You think he'd fear them running? Use your brains? Impossible. That yellow paper must do more than just remove their brands. Right, this anomaly has a point. If Mubei can undo even the Een soldiers' work, how could he let these anomalies escape so easily? Hearing Xiaoling, netizens quickly caught on. Een soldiers? They're incredibly powerful anomalies. Their soul brands must be strong, no question. And Mubei erased them. How could he be weaker than the Een soldiers? Actually, I had no intention of stopping you, Mubei said calmly. Xiaoling froze, looking at Mubei in confusion. He means removing their soul brands was meant to let them run. Could I do the same? And I can only suppress yours temporarily. Handsome shot. Just as Xiaoling was considering leaving, Mubei added, Xiaoling, isn't that the same thing? Running is useless. Soon, those anomalies returned. Each one looked mournful, as if they'd lost a family member. Why not run? Mubei said calmly. The anomalies seemed quite embarrassed. They just run less than 5 kilometers when the Dao rune armor on them vanished. The soul brands surfaced again. Mubei didn't remove those things at all. To suppress them. Now, if you don't want to be ghost soldiers, either fight those ghost soldiers, or follow this celestial master. No other choice. Those who want to leave now, I won't stop. Those who stay must follow my orders. Mubei glanced at them and said calmly, Celestial Master, we have this Dao rune armor. Maybe we can fight the ghost soldiers one-on-one. But Xiaoling paused, looking at Mubei. But we're too few. Still not confident. I know. Mubei nodded, then added, so now it's up to you. Up to us. Xiaoling frowned slightly, a bit puzzled. Shilling Mountain shouldn't just have you anomalies, right? Take your armor. Go find them now. The more, the better. I can cast Dao rune on all of them. Mubei said, his eyes looking at the sky. The time should be around 11 at night. If nothing unexpected happens, the ghost soldiers will arrive at midnight. As for how large this ghost army is, or where they're passing through, he didn't know. So the only way is to stop them here. Only then can other places be safe. To stop them here, he alone is definitely not enough. So he needs the anomalies' help now. If you don't want to become ghost soldiers, go now. Use the fastest way to gather all the anomalies you know. Mubei's gaze returned to them. His eyes were cold. You have only 1 hour left. The group of spirits fell silent. They were weighing the possibility of Mubei confronting the ghost soldiers. But if they don't fight back, they'll become mindless ghost soldiers themselves. More importantly, the disaster caused by the ghost soldiers crossing is indiscriminate. That means if it happens in their original province, then their descendants are very likely to die in this disaster. Understanding this, a spirit softly responded and silently retreated. Then 1, 2, 3, more and more spirits left Malu's side, scattering in all directions. Sigh. I hope we can stop those ghost soldiers this time. Mubei let a light sigh. He began tearing the yellow paper he had taken out again, while drawing something on it. Meanwhile, the Taoist masters rushing over. All got out of their cars. Old Zhang, here's fine. We're running out of time. Arriving outside a rice field, Lu Qinshan looked at the distant rural houses with their lights out. Right here. We'll have room to maneuver. Zhang Tianji nodded. His gaze followed Lu's into the distance. Watching the two of them, the other Taoist masters looked over, puzzled. They whispered, what are the Grand Master and Alliance Leader doing? I don't know. Aren't we going to Shilling Mountain? The ghost soldiers will be here in an hour. We can't make it in time now. Then the Taoist faces were full of confusion. Just then, a man in a yellow Taoist robe walked up to them. He said softly, "Don't ask. Just be prepared to die." "Master Yuan, what do you mean?" Those puzzled looked at the man in the yellow robe. Suddenly, they realized something and their eyes widened in shock. Chapter 49. Wait, transition. It's almost 11:30 now. Aren't those spirits going to back out at the last minute? Who knows? They're probably afraid of dying, after all. Fighting the ghost soldiers, they might die. But becoming ghost soldiers, at least they survive. Exactly. It's a hard bet to make. So what do we do now? Half an hour is nowhere near enough. Seeing that half an hour had already passed, and those spirits hadn't returned, the netizens grew increasingly anxious. In their hearts, these spirits were unreliable. But right now, we have no one else to rely on. Who can we rely on? It's obviously impossible for Mu Bei alone to stand against those ghost soldiers. Besides, the Celestial Master is still in the way. Can they make it here within half an hour? And even if they do arrive, can they stop those ghost soldiers? An atmosphere of despair spread over everyone. "Celestial Master, I'm back." It was nearly 11:40. A voice came through. Looking towards the source of the voice, the approaching ghost was none other than the ghost commander that Mu Bei had grabbed by the neck. Behind the ghost commander now was a huge group of ghosts following him, judging by the intensity of the dark aura around them. Their levels were all at least mid-tier ghosts or higher.
And there were over 100 of them. Mu Bei nodded.
Looking at the ghost, his face remained calm. "Are you the Celestial Master?" As the ghost approached, a leader, roughly a high-level ghost, looked at Mu Bei and frowned slightly. He stepped forward and asked calmly, "Are you the Celestial Master?" "Don't speak nonsense." The ghost commander hurriedly corrected.
These ghosts don't know Mu Bei's power.
But he does. Anyone who can grab his neck amidst 100 ghosts and suppress the soul brands within them. Just for that, Mu Bei is worthy of being called Master by the Ghost Commander. The Ghost Commander said you could lead us against the ghost soldiers. I want to know what abilities you actually have. The ghost ignored the commander's words. He continued, "If you can't show me something convincing, I won't help you. We won't entrust our lives to a weakling. We'll talk after everyone returns." Mu Bei said with a faint glance. "Of course I'll demonstrate my power," he replied. "Otherwise, they definitely won't be convinced. After all, these ghosts have cultivated to this level, so they're no pushovers. To get their help in blocking these ghost soldiers, you must show something that makes them completely submit." But many ghosts haven't returned yet. He didn't want to demonstrate for each group. It would waste too much time. "Fine, I'll wait for you," the ghost nodded. Probably because even the ghost commander had such faith in his human. They didn't cause trouble and chose to wait. "Celestial Master, I'm back." "Celestial Master, this time I brought over 100 ghosts, all marked with soul brands." "Celestial Master, quick." More and more ghosts appeared on the road. The ghosts who had left really brought all the ghosts they could gather. At this moment, the entire road was densely packed with black shadows. Whoa, there must be thousands. No, just the number alone. 3,000 seems too low. Yes, so many ghosts. How many people did these nether soldiers recruit? Jeez, if all these ghosts become nether soldiers, what a huge disaster that would be. Not to mention the nether soldiers themselves. Great, so many ghosts. They might just stand a chance against the nether soldiers. Watching the departing ghosts bring others back, netizens were thrilled by their numbers, though unsure if they can beat the nether soldiers. At least they won't lose too badly. Maybe this disaster can really be avoided. My god, Mu Bei is playing with fire this time. Watching the video, the Taoist masters preparing. Couldn't help but gape in shock. I roughly calculated. The ghosts arriving this time reached a terrifying 5,000. That's just insane. The nether soldiers recruited so many ghosts. Wherever they cross, it's a massive disaster. If that's the case, we must stop them from crossing. With so many ghosts, combined with us, we might actually have a chance to stop it. That's easy to say, but our stuff seems to counteract the ghosts, doesn't it? The Taoist masters all stopped their work, unsure whether to continue. "Old John, come quick. Look, will our Tao transmission array hurt these ghosts?" At this moment, Lu Qinshan, who was setting it up, hurriedly said to the busy Zhang Tianji. Zhang Tianji frowned. They definitely couldn't make it in time this time. So they planned to set up a Tao transmission array on the spot to assist Mu Bei's array, using the Tao's resonance as the formation, combined with Mu Bei's Tao frequency to achieve remote transmission. The Tao on Mu Bei is terrifying, but it's far from enough to resist the nether soldiers. They intended to use their own Tao resonance, combine it with the array, and transmit it to Mu Bei, letting him perform invoking deities or whatever, as long as it helps him resist the nether soldiers. Even if they die, it's worth it. But now a problem arose. Mu Bei summoned so many ghosts for help this time. The Tao resonance from the transmission array would hurt those ghosts. What do we do? Let me think. As one of the array's focal points, Zhang Tianji was also in a dilemma at this moment. Their preaching array was unknown to Mu Bei. Of course, he would definitely notice it later. But these anomalies came to help. If there were casualties due to the Dao Rhyme, he would be in a passive position.
Those anomalies might think Mu Bei killed them. What should we do?
Wait, didn't Mu Bei put Dao Rhyme armor on those anomalies earlier? Our Dao Rhyme won't harm those anomalies, right? Zhang Tianji suddenly thought something. He quickly said this. Lu Qinshan frowned slightly. That's true, but none of us understand Dao Rhyme armor, especially Dao Rhyme armor worn by anomalies. Think, what else can we do? Hearing his words, Zhang Tianji also felt troubled. If they couldn't use the preaching array to help Mu Bei, he alone and these anomalies definitely couldn't hold out. For a moment, everyone fell into a dilemma. All right, should everyone be here now? The Yin soldiers will arrive in about 10 minutes. We want to see your strength before deciding to help you. After all the anomalies return.
The leading anomaly asked Mu Bei.
Everyone's here. Can you show your ability now? Of course, Mu Bei nodded. Time is short. He must act quickly now. After Mu Bei finished speaking, golden light erupted from his body. Chapter 50. He's actually a human immortal. At this moment, the golden light on Mu Bei's body suddenly burst forth. His body slowly levitated, and within the golden light behind him, a radiant, rainbow-like glow actually appeared.
He looked like a deity.
Mu Bei had already cultivated the human immortal level. On the other side, the troubled Taoist masters watched the light behind Mu Bei. They were greatly astonished in Taoist vision. But there's also a rather amusing saying. It's called colorful gold. This kind of gold is mixed with other colors, as beautiful as a rainbow, but the base color is still gold. In TV shows people watch, like Journey to the West, when Guanine appears, a colorful light appears behind her. That's it. And this kind of Tao rhyme in the Taoist master circle is also called the light of the divine. Those who possess this Tao rhyme can be said to have reached the pinnacle of Taoist cultivation, even reaching the human immortal level. But he should only be in his 20s, right? Where do you get so many rhymes? You know, there are only two kinds of Taoist practice. One is the rhyme of self-cultivation. The other is salvation. At best, he's only in his 20s. Self-cultivation is a bit of nonsense if it is salvation. How many people did he save? 3 even said he saved someone. 3 only in his way, with such great merit and moral charm in the process of Tao cultivation and salvation. One is that saving ordinary people will accumulate a small amount of rhyme. Saving the wicked will even decrease. The other is to save people who have a rhyme of their own. And such people are reincarnated gods. They came down to save the world. For a variety of reasons, he's stuck in the whole thing, and if he can pull a hand, let the reincarnated gods advance or save more people. Then the resulting rhyme will be extremely scary. However, the reincarnation of the gods has its own luck and body. A Taoist priest can support such a person once in his life. It is already a boundless merit. He's so young and so terrible. No, he saved dozens of reincarnated gods. Maybe this guy is really possible to stop the Yin soldiers. Lu Qinshan come back to God, shocking eyes with excitement. Now he doesn't care if Mu Bei saved these people, no matter how he got such a horrible rhyme. But he has great power with the level of fairy rhyme. If we cooperate with the preaching and the blessing of the Great Array, maybe it's really possible to break the arm wrestling with those Yin soldiers. Lao Lu, since this little guy has shown the charm of human beings, what are we afraid? Zhang Tianji smiled at him. Yeah, what are we afraid? Lu Qinshan laughed too. A celestial master with the realm of immortals. They preach to the past. It can't hurt those weird ones. And what Mu Bei is doing now is basically explained. It's simple. The reason he can spell those weird things into armor, it's because he's a human being. The rhyme of a human being can be applied to the strange. This is completely different from what they practice. Come on, everyone, it's time for us to do it. Speed up and try to start the preaching array when the Yin soldiers arrive. After everything is clear, Lu Qinshan and Zhang Tianji have no worries, said to the crowd. It was the other celestial masters who were also excited. You're a man of energy. When he ascends, they'll share in his merit. Their cultivation will be smooth sailing from now on. No one complains now. Even death doesn't seem so scary anymore. The celestial immortal, Shi Ling Shama Lu. The anomalies were quickly touched by the light emanating from Mu Bei. One by one, they knelt on the ground, chanting celestial immortal's name over and over. Why are all these anomalies kneeling down? Whoa, that light on Mu Bei is so beautiful. Special effects couldn't even top this. I don't know why, but seeing this light just calmed my heart. Wait for me. Yeah, 3 ashes. 3 ashes. I don't feel much. 3 ashes. It's not that anymore. It's not that anymore. What is this, really?
The netizens looked at the video, puzzled.
Strangely, they all felt the same urge as those anomalies. The urge to kneel down. It was a strange thought, but a very impulsive one. Do you believe me now? Mu Bei slowly raised his head, looking down at the anomalies. He said calmly, we believe. We believe. The anomalies nodded. Perhaps they never expected that this young man in his 20s before them. A celestial immortal. Even with human in the name, it's still an immortal. And an immortal naturally outranks a Yin soldier. By now, the anomalies were completely convinced. Perhaps through him, they could truly stand against those Yin soldiers. Gurgle. Just then, a series of sounds suddenly echoed from the mountains. Hearing the noise, the anomalies quickly stood up, looking towards the source of the sound. Is that the Yin soldiers coming? No way, it's only 11:50. They shouldn't be here yet.
But why does it sound like an earthquake?
Crap, did the Yin soldiers come early? The commotion in the mountains quickly caught everyone's attention. The previously calm crowd grew tense again. What's happening? What's going on? In the program crew, feeling the ground shake, panic began to spread. Quiet, don't let Mu Bei find us. At that moment, Menu stepped forward in a flash. He quickly covered Lu Yunyun's mouth, muffling her gasp. Whimpering, Lu Yunyun stared at him in terror. Muffled sounds. Don't speak if you want to live. Menu shot her a glare. He now understood Mu Bei's true power. He was fully aware that messing with or framing Mu Bei was impossible. But he didn't want to die either. After this, at worst, it's prison. But going out now,
He had a strong feeling he'd die here for real.
Chill. Everyone quiet. Stay down.
A crew member urgently whispered to them.
Hearing him, they all crouched low. Their eyes scanned the surroundings. From a nearby soil, hand-like shapes began emerging one by one.
The closest was less than 10 meters away.
One. Everyone covered their mouths in horror, as if afraid of disturbing those hands. Incredible. They thought the underworld soldiers came at night.
Who knew they'd be in the ground, emerging suddenly. They're probably after Mu Bei now.
And underworld soldiers bring disaster and death. If it found now, Chapter 51, the zombies emerge. Just to pay him respect, in the pitch-black mountains, figures appeared one after another. Seeing those dark shadows, everyone tensed up. The underworld soldiers are here. Why are they here? On the road. Mu Bei frowned slightly. He looked toward the approaching shadows. Puzzled, Master Celestial Master, I didn't summon them. Xiaoling was also confused. In the darkness, the shadows weren't flying. They were hopping.
These weren't spirits like Xiaoling, but zombies.
They hopped closer, one jump at a time.
Soon, they appeared before the group.
Yes, zombies? Damn, are these zombies the underworld soldiers? Probably not. Their attire isn't armor-like. More like ancient officials. No, these can't be them. As more zombies appeared, the online viewers grew puzzled too. Of course, what baffled them was
why zombies were here. Were they trying to stop Mu Bei?
Let me ask. Mu Bei stepped forward. He said to an oncoming zombie, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, his other hand was already clutching a talisman. If they dared to harm him, he would subdue them immediately. Right now, he didn't want to get entangled with these zombies. The zombies were about 10 meters away from Mubei. Their twisted faces were ferocious. They raised their hands, their long claws sharp as knives. They looked terrifying. Looking at those zombies, Mubei's gaze turned icy cold. The talisman in his hand emitted a faint glow, but just as he was about to strike, the leading zombie suddenly knelt down. Then the other zombies knelt as well. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. After kneeling, the leader actually spoke in human language. Hearing their words, Mubei was slightly stunned. These zombies came to pay homage to him? What the heck? Why are the zombies kneeling to him? The tense netizens widened their eyes, looking at the video, their faces full of confusion. This is too exaggerated. Why are they kneeling to him? So that's how it is. Mubei realized. He roughly understood why these zombies came. The Taoist aura he just displayed. These zombies must have sensed its terror, so they came to pay respects. That Taoist aura, which had reached the level of a human mortal, any supernatural being would come out for that. No wonder they hurried to pay homage. What are you doing? The Heavenly Master is busy. Are you trying to stop him? Before Mubei could speak, Xia Ling shouted at the zombies. No, we just came to pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. So they crawled out of the ground, just to pay homage to him? Wow, these zombies are so human-like. Is it possible that Mubei is too powerful? So these zombies are afraid and have to come pay respects? Will he help us block this wave of Een soldiers? The netizens were shocked. These zombies weren't here to stop Mubei. Instead, they came to pay their respects. By now, they were all getting excited. Zombies, such beings, must be really powerful, right? In the movies they've seen, zombies exist outside the 3 realms and the 5 elements. If we could get their help, Mubei would have a better chance. Alright, that's enough. I've got things to do here. You all should head back now. Mubei didn't give the zombies too hard time. It's true that zombies are evil, but he didn't have time to deal with them now. The Een soldiers were coming. He had to prepare quickly. Master, we can help. The zombie didn't seem to plan on leaving. It spoke to Mubei. Help. Mubei frowned slightly. Yes, we also want to stop the Een soldiers. The zombie speech was a bit halting, but it managed to get its meaning across. They must have heard what was happening here. But why did they suddenly want to help him? Could it be? A possibility occurred to Mubei. Perhaps these zombies wanted to help him once, so that he, with his merit as a human immortal, could help them in return. Help them break free from their zombie bonds, to reincarnate or be reborn. But this time it's Een soldiers. You can't really help us. Mubei shook his head. Zombies are a type of eerie being, and their bodies are very tough. But those Een soldiers can pass right through them. Their help wouldn't mean much. Jinjia seemed to guess Mubei's meaning. The zombie pointed at those eerie beings clad in golden armor. It spoke again. Dao Rhyme Armor Incantation. Mubei was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. Right? He could cast a Dao Rhyme Armor Incantation on them. They're almost indestructible, with the Dao Rhyme Armor added. They could serve as the front line to block the Een soldiers. That would prevent massive casualties among the eerie beings. Gotta say, this zombie's pretty clever. Fine, I'll let you help this once. Thinking this, Mubei quickly took out his talismans. There were so many eerie beings this time, and now these 20 or 30 zombies. The cost was getting even higher. But Mubei didn't care. After all, he didn't plan on being a celestial master anymore. After this, he'd just be a proper rich second-generation heir. No more getting involved in underworld affairs. With that thought, he scattered the prepared yellow paper into the air. The yellow paper, inscribed with talismans, flew toward the eerie beings. As the paper stuck to them, the black smoke that once shrouded those eerie beings now glows with a faint golden light. Seeing over 3,000 of these transformed creatures gives an illusion of a heavenly army descending. Holy crap, Mubei is insanely powerful. They were just monsters, and now they feel like divine warriors. It really seems like these creatures could hold off the underworld soldiers. It's not impossible, especially with zombies joining the fray. I believe Mubei can definitely succeed. I hope so. If he can just pull it off, Mubei's merit would be immeasurable. The transformation of these eerie beings has reignited hope in everyone. And if Mubei can stop this wave of underworld soldiers. Wait, this kid's out of mind. Legendary. This kid's just heavenly-minded. Unlike what Nez's think. Mubei's forehead is now beaded with fine sweat, showing clear fatigue. Click just as he finishes. His phone chimes at midnight. Following the sound from the pitch black night in the distance comes the sound like horse hose pounding the ground, growing closer. The underworld soldiers. They're here. Chapter 52, kill. Click. Click. The sound of hose striking the ground grows louder and nearer. One by one, shadows emerge from the darkness into view. Accompanying the shadows is a mass of dark clouds pressing down. Even night vision cameras are starting to lose clarity. They're really blurry. Look at those black shadows. Everyone tenses up. Their eyes are glued to the screen. This is probably their first time seeing underworld soldiers, and perhaps their last. After all, underworld soldiers appear so rarely. Mubei stands at the forefront, gazing calmly toward them. He wonders if he can hold out this time. He hopes the deities he once saved will lend him a hand when the time comes. Mubei thinks to himself, underworld soldiers, these kinds of anomalies, are beyond human power to stop. Even a celestial master like him is no exception. Now, aside from hoping these eerie beings can help block them, all he can rely on are the avatars of the deities. He just doesn't know, having crossed over himself. He can summon a few, but never mind. This time, no matter what, we must find a way to stop them completely. Otherwise, it will be a real catastrophe. Thinking this, Mubei said calmly to the back, get ready. The group of anomalies nodded slightly, but they were also extremely tense at this moment. Although they now have Dao Rhyme armor on their bodies, trying to contend with these nether soldiers is still very difficult. But looking at Mubei's demeanor, it seems he should have other trump cards. This comforted the anomalies' hearts a little more. After all, to reach the human immortal level, one must have some different abilities. As they spoke, those black shadows finally revealed their true forms. They were a group of soldiers riding black horses, wearing armor. Holy weapons. This reaction is perfect. The soldiers exude faint black smoke. Their faces are covered by helmets. Can't see clearly. Is this the nether soldiers? The pressure is so strong. Why, even through the screen, I feel my body trembling. So scary, these nether soldiers. They feel scarier than the battles I've seen on TV. No wonder those anomalies are so tense. Damn, just one glance and my legs are shaking. Can they really withstand so many nether soldiers? More and more nether soldiers appeared. Just by the numbers, it feels like it's reached 1,000. Of course, this is just the surface. How many more are behind? We don't know. And looking at the momentum of these nether soldiers, the netizens in the live stream were all terrified. The blue light shining from the nether soldiers' eyes, and the aura of those on horseback is simply terrifying. Also, they also have a very strange point. What they don't quite understand is, since there are already so many nether soldiers, why still recruit those anomalies? With nearly 1,000 nether soldiers, they can cause a huge disaster, right? It seems we miscalculated. At this moment, Li Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Miscalculated? Everyone was stunned. Very puzzled, they asked Li Xian,
Masterly, what do you mean?
I originally thought the nether soldiers recruited so many anomalies this time, because they were short on troops. But now it seems, this time they might be preparing to cause an even greater disaster. Li Xian smiled bitterly. The scale of the nether soldiers crossing is different. The disasters they cause are naturally different. Some small groups of Yin soldiers might only cause short-term tornadoes or tsunamis, etc. But on this massive scale, perhaps they intend to cause a powerful, major earthquake. And the scope is extremely wide, no matter which province you go to. The estimated death toll is at least tens of thousands, or even more. Hearing Li Xian's words, everyone took a sharp breath. This is so exaggerated. Just these are enough to cause a major earthquake. Then if they bring all these recruited anomalies with them, what kind of catastrophe would that be? Everyone, this time it's not just Mubei. All the celestial masters of our Dao Alliance have been mobilized. Li Xian paused briefly before continuing. This time we might all die. What? All die? Are these Yin soldiers that strong? Hasn't Mubei already gathered so many anomalies? Can't they still hold them off? So with so many anomalies, plus all the celestial masters of the Dao Alliance, they still can't stop these Yin soldiers? Not even they can do it, if that's the case for them. For ordinary people, Li Xian's words were like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, casting a deep shadow of gloom over everyone's hearts. His meaning was very clear. Even with the powerful celestial masters of Mubei, plus so many anomalies, and even adding all of Dragon Nation's celestial masters, they might still not be able to stop these Yin soldiers. One can imagine just how powerful these Yin soldiers are. For ordinary people encountering Yin soldiers, the mortality rate is extremely high. Li Xian didn't want to make more people despair. He then continued, but please, you must believe in us. Times of chaos are precisely when we follow this mountain. After saying this, Li Xian hung up the phone. He also needed to prepare. Meanwhile, outside a rice field in the outskirts of Falling City, hundreds of celestial master-level Taoists stood in various positions. Like scarecrows, their expressions solemn and resolute. As Taoists, perhaps they had been waiting for this day, waiting for a chance to save the common people. And now, that chance has arrived. The Great Tao Transmission Ray is about to activate. Everyone, give it your all. Understood. Seeing everyone was in position, the Yin and Yang masters, Zhang Tianji and Lu Qianshan, each took their place. The Yin soldiers are here. They must begin too. Understood. The crowd roared in response. Extend your hands, ready to form seals. Old Zhang, our Great Tao Transmission Ray will need about 9 minutes. I wonder if they can hold out for those 9 minutes. Lu Qianshan turned to look at Zhang Tianji. He calmly said, believe in Mubei. Zhang Tianji called out to him. Then he slowly raised his hands and brought them together. As he did so, the other masters also raised their hands, joining them together. Golden light began to emanate from their bodies. Lines started connecting beneath their feet, one after another, with Zhang Tianji and Lu Qianshan at the center. Something seemed to begin rotating. Soon, all the lines connected, forming a pattern visible from above. It turned out to be a massive Bagua ray. Meanwhile, on another road, the lead Yin soldier locked eyes with Mubei. The Yin soldier's horse didn't slow down. Instead, it accelerated.
There was no dialogue between them.
It seemed the Yin soldiers also realized something. They began charging toward Mubei and the specters. Kill them, Mubei muttered. The zombies behind him suddenly raised their hands. With a leap, they covered 10 meters and charged at the Yin soldiers. Chapter 53, retreat quickly. Are those even real Yin soldiers? Can they win? Who knows? These Yin soldiers look tough.
Please let them succeed.
Watching the zombies and specters charge forward, netizens prayed fervently in their hearts. Mubei, standing at the rear, watched the specters engage the Yin soldiers. He frowned slightly. The strength of these Yin soldiers doesn't seem as terrifying as I imagined. The charging specters clashed with the Yin soldiers. The spears in the Yin soldiers' hands failed to pierce the spectral armor. Instead, some specters knocked the soldiers from their horses. Mubei grew puzzled. In his memory, Yin soldiers were terrifyingly powerful. With their armor's enhancement, even a mid-level specter could become as strong as a high-level one. A high-level specter wearing it would be even more fearsome. His own spectral armor also had enhancement properties and countered Yin energy, but it shouldn't be this easy to topple them. Judging by this, the specters are actually gaining the upper hand. Brothers, attack. These Yin soldiers can't handle us.
The specters seem to notice this too.
Especially after unhorsing several Yin soldiers. Their morale soared, fighting with even greater vigor. The Yin soldiers are this weak. Isn't this a bit too easy? Is Master Li overestimating these ghost soldiers? These ghost soldiers aren't that strong. If we keep killing them like this, I think it's only a matter of time before they rout. See, Master Mubei is really the best. Look when those ghost soldiers stab the aberrations. It's all blocked by Dao Rhyme mantra. Mubei is such a great benefactor to us. Even regular people watching the fight right now can tell. These ghost soldiers are completely weak. It's only been a few short minutes. The front line is already a total rout for the ghost soldiers at the hands of the aberrations, especially in front of the zombie under the blessing of the Rhyme mantra armor. They even dare to charge straight through the ghost soldier spears. That's what cleared the way for the aberrations behind to overrun the ghost soldiers, even though they're just a ragtag bunch. With this level of coordination, they're almost starting to look like a proper regular army. What netizens are relieved about is, thank goodness these aberrations didn't get recruited into the ghost soldiers. The consequences would have been unthinkable otherwise. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Li Xian, who was getting ready to coordinate his attack, saw the scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. The aberrations Mubei gathered are actually fighting these ghost soldiers head on, and they're even winning. It feels so surreal. It's like a bunch of kids rounded up from kindergarten. Taking on a well-trained adult soldier, what a reaction. And the key part is the kindergarten kid's one. That's just plain weird. Something's wrong. There's definitely something off here. Li Xian refused to be careless. He quickly started forming hand seals, and a faint golden glow radiated from his body. Meanwhile, on the other side, the grand formation is almost complete. Now we just need to attune to the Tao frequency from Shilling Mountain, so that we can achieve the Tao transmission effect. But Mu Bei still hasn't joined the fight yet. The communication has been established, so their Tao transmission can't reach through. What they're wondering is, they should have already engaged the ghost soldiers by now, right? Why hasn't Mu Bei made a move yet? Meanwhile, Mu Bei is still standing at the very back of the aberrations, standing as still as a statue, his gaze fixed firmly on the battle between aberrations and ghost soldiers. This fight has become incredibly straightforward. None of the ghost soldiers speak a word, even if they get knocked down by the aberrations. They just get back up and keep fighting the aberrations head on. This is an extremely brutal, bloody battlefield. Yet there isn't a single scream of pain to be heard. The only sounds you hear are the aberrations celebrating their victories over the ghost soldiers. Boys, let's take down all these ghost soldiers, then we can break free from their control. Charge with me. Xiaoling didn't know how many Yin soldiers he had already taken down. It felt like the hot blood in his body had been ignited. He roared towards those Igwe. Those Igwe also seemed to think that, relying on Mu Bei's Tao Rhyme curse armor, they had indeed defeated the Yin soldiers. They were now as pumped as if given a shot of adrenaline. They pounced on those Yin soldiers again. If this keeps up, the Yin soldiers will be completely routed. Now a small squad at the front has been completely knocked down. It's only a matter of time for the rest. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly this time. No matter what, as long as we rout the Yin soldiers, we won't have to worry about the disaster happening. Watching those Igwe and Yin soldiers fight to the death, the netizens also got fired up. In today's age of technological advancement, the real, bloody battles they see are still on TV. And those on TV are acted. Compared to these Igwe and Yin soldiers fighting almost with their lives on the line, they now truly understand how brutal it is. Although no blood is seen, the Yin soldiers being dissipated are real. Those Yin soldiers killed by the Igwe at the moment of their death vanished into smoke, their armor clattering to the ground with a rumble. Soon, the first wave of over 100 Yin soldiers was slain by the Igwe. Immediately after, the second wave of Yin soldiers advanced again. And the second wave of Igwe didn't even glance at the already slain first wave of Yin soldiers. They were like machines, devoid of any emotion. As the sound of horse hooves continuously pounded the ground, those Yin soldiers drove their Yin horses, charging forward once more. Good, probably exhilarated from the killing. Xiaoling and those Igwe, seeing the Yin soldiers continuing to charge, also charged head on. Boom! The two sides clashed together once more. And, right at this moment, as the second wave of Yin soldiers had just charged past, the third wave of Yin soldiers had already begun to advance continuously. Although their movements were slow, it was clear they were preparing to continue the charge. Joining this battle, and starting from the third wave, the black smoke emanating from those Yin soldiers' bodies became increasingly intense. At the very least, it could rival the black aura on Xiaoling's body. Watching those Yin soldiers, Mu Bei slightly frowned. Using the newly recruited Yin soldiers as cannon fodder first? Hey, you understand this? Mu Bei had always felt something was off. Now, he seemed to have somewhat figured it out. Immediately, he roared towards the front. Fall back quickly. The real Yin soldiers are coming. But at this moment, the Igwe were in the midst of their killing frenzy. Where would they hear Mu Bei's words? They continued to fight their way towards those Yin soldiers. Boom. And right then, a zombie was directly flung into the air. The Tao Rhyme curse armor on its body shattered violently. What's going on? The ghosts are shocked. A single Yin soldier broke through the Tao rune armor. Retreat. The real Yin soldiers are charging. Then, Mu Bei's voice rang out again. The ghosts finally realized something was wrong. Chapter 54. The terrifying power of the Yin soldiers. Those aren't the real Yin soldiers? What the hell does that mean? Could it be? Those are just an appetizer? Damn. The ones before weren't exactly easy to kill. If these are the real ones, how strong must the real Yin soldiers be? Oh no, this is bad. Hearing Mu Bei shout, the netizens were stunned. The earlier Yin soldiers were defeated by the ghosts, but it was a narrow victory. If not for Mu Bei's Tao rune armor, they wouldn't have stood a chance. But now Mu Bei is saying, those weren't the real Yin soldiers. Instantly, everyone felt things were about to go south. Retreat. The ghosts finally saw the danger. They screamed warnings to the ghosts at the front. But by the time the charging ghosts realized, it was already too late. The third wave of Yin soldiers charged forward. Their spears were sharper. With just a heavy thrust, they sent the front zombies flying. Some even pierced straight through their bodies. Zombies are supposed to be impervious to blades. Forget cold weapons. Even guns might not pierce them. But now, their bodies were like paper. They couldn't even put up a fight. Bam, bam, bam. More and more zombies were tossed aside. They crashed heavily to the ground. Their golden Tao rune armor shattered the moment they hit. Master. Sensing his impending demise, the zombie cried out to Mu Bei. Don't be afraid, you won't die. Wait for me. Mu Bei rushed over. He quickly slapped the talisman onto the zombie's forehead. It was a soul-suppressing talisman, protecting their souls from dispersing. As long as their souls remain, these zombies won't die. After applying the talisman, Mu Bei shouted at the ghosts, fall back. I'll handle this. He stepped forward, chanting incantations. A massive golden bagua array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Boom! With the array's appearance, the Yin soldiers were temporarily blocked. The retreating ghosts gasped for air on the ground. The power gap was immense. These Yin soldiers' power far exceeded their expectations. But what they couldn't understand was, why is it that when they first charged in, the first wave of Yin soldiers was so weak, but the ones after so strong? If Mu Bei hadn't shown up in time to block them this time, we'd really be done for here. But can Mu Bei hold them off? Boom, boom, boom. Those Yin soldiers still haven't uttered a single word. They're just like puppets being controlled. They keep charging straight into the golden bagua formation Mu Bei summoned. Every time one crashes into it, a group of Yin soldiers falls to the ground. But they act like they don't fear death at all. One wave falls and the next just charges forward to crash into it again. It really feels just like ramming a city gate. As soldiers keep running over the bagua formation that rose beneath Mu Bei's feet, as they start showing faint signs of breaking apart. Damn it. Watching the bagua formation that's barely holding on, Mu Bei curses quietly in his heart. It really is still the same as it was 5 years ago. I still can't hold it off. Speaking of which, this isn't the first time Mu Bei has dealt with Yin soldiers. Remember last time? It was 5 years ago, in his previous life. Back then, he and his master could only watch the Een soldiers pass by, completely powerless to stop them. He had thought about stopping them back then, but his master said the passing of Een soldiers is all predestined. Stopping it will definitely bring karmic retribution, and this karma is far too great for any human to withstand. So that time, Mubei could only watch helplessly as an entire city turned into hell on earth. He blamed himself for this for a very long time. Now, reincarnated once again, he encountered the passing of Een soldiers once more. He doesn't want to leave himself with another regret. With that thought, Mubei roars toward the back. You guys retreat quickly. Get as far away as possible. Master, Celestial Master, looking at how he's struggling to hold on. Even the oddities feel somehow affected. They want to say something, but just get out. You can't handle this. Get out of here. Mubei roars again. This time he's going all out. Evil Commander, hearing Mubei's roar, the other oddities are unwilling to leave. They want to help Mubei, but they don't know how. Retreat. Evil Commander grits his teeth and barks an order to the rear. Then he leads the other oddities and begins retreating quickly. Yet in their eyes, they look at Mubei with regret. They know it looks like Mubei can't hold out this time either. What are we going to do? Look how Mubei's doing. Seems like there's no way out either. Of course, he looks like he's struggling. Feels like even the 8 trigrams array under his feet is cracking. If he can't hold on, will the Een soldiers kill him too? Obviously, if he fails, it's not just him. Other specters might die too. Weren't they saying all of Dragon Nation's celestial masters are helping? Where are they? Yeah, why haven't they shown up yet? Watching Mubei barely holding on. The netizens couldn't help but worry. Of course, what's frustrating them now is, Li Xian said they were already on their way, but the fight's been going on for ages. How come they're still not here? Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Fulling City, the Celestial Masters array is finally complete. They're scanning the entire city for Mubei's Tao resonance. And once they sense it successfully, they can fully assist in transmitting the Tao. A full 120 Celestial Masters came this time, all possessing Tao resonance. Individually, none can match Mubei's terrifying Tao resonance, but combined, their power becomes formidable. Of course, this is currently the only way they can help Mubei. Just not sure how long this transmitting Tao Grand Array can help Mubei hold on. Old Zhang sends the Tao resonance from Shieling Mountain, attempting to connect when Lu Qianshan, eyes closed, suddenly opens them, and says to Zhang Tianji, "Good." Zhang Tianji responds, nods at him, lifts his foot, and starts walking. As he walks, Lu Qianshan moves too. Then the Celestial Masters at the outer array flags, following their steps, each start moving rhythmically in a direction. Viewed from above, one would notice, as they keep moving, the 8 trigrams array below seems to invert heaven and earth, spinning wildly as the transmitting Tao Grand Array spins. A golden pillar of light shoots into the sky, and on the other side, at Mubei's location, a pillar of light descends from heaven. The teetering, nearly shattered 8 trigrams array with this light becomes solid again. Chapter 55, an even greater battle to the death. What's going on? Where did that light pillar come from? It's our Dragon Nation's Celestial Masters. Celestial Masters have taken action. Great. This light pillar is so huge. It should definitely be able to hold off these Nether soldiers. I thought the Celestial Masters needed to rush here to help Mubei. I didn't expect they could do it like this. Anyway, it's finally helped Mubei hold on for now. Seeing that light pillar descending from the sky, netizens were ecstatic. With the help of the other Celestial Masters, Mubei's current crisis seems to have safely passed. Of course, it's only temporary for now. Watching the light pillar descending from the sky, Mubei's eyes lit up. He slowly looked up and shouted loudly, "Which fellow Taoist has come to aid me, Mubei? Find a way to hold them off. We'll do our best to buy you time. As long as we can stop the Nether soldiers from crossing the border before dawn, the crisis can be resolved." A voice responded from the sky. Hearing the voice, Mubei frowned slightly. Who exactly are these people? They even know my name. Could it be that my transmigration has been discovered? But there's no time to think about that now. Mubei responded, "All right, I'll do my best." As he said this, he looked towards the Nether soldiers again. His eyes slowly closed, creating Tao rhyme armor for these anomalies. I consumed too much of Tao rhyme. It must recover quickly now. Otherwise, it might be difficult to request divine assistance later. With the enhancement from this Tao rhyme, it should be able to hold off these Nether soldiers for a while. As long as he can recover most of his strength, invoking deities will be much easier. Thinking of this, Mubei didn't bother to continue pleasantries with these unknown Celestial Masters. He immediately began to recover. As long as we can hold until dawn, we'll be safe. That's what the Celestial Master said. It must be true. I hope they can hold on. I heard all the Celestial Master level experts in Dragon Nation have taken action this time. There's definitely no problem. Of course, we believe in our Dragon Nation's Celestial Masters. Hearing the booming voice from above, netizens were overjoyed. They originally thought they just needed to kill these Nether soldiers to succeed in stopping them. They just didn't expect that holding until dawn would be enough. And now, with so many Celestial Masters helping him, it should be no problem. But on the road at this moment, Li Xian, using his meager Tao rhyme, was continuously channeling his power towards that direction. During this, he also spared some attention to watch the live stream video. Looking at the barrage from netizens, Li Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's only midnight now, 12:30. At least 5 hours until dawn. To hold off these underworld soldiers for 5 hours. It's not easy, but panic absolutely must not set in now. Otherwise, it will really troublesome. Thinking this, Li Xian once again accelerated the release of his Tao aura. Sweat was already beading on his forehead. Outside Fulling City, those Taoist masters moved faster and faster, running frantically through the fields. Their Tao aura was draining away wildly. Compared to Li Xian, they were clearly much more exhausted. Their Taoist robes were soaked with sweat, their steps unsteady. Half an hour of running, plus the terrifying loss of Tao aura. They were almost unable to keep up, pushing to their absolute limits. Seeing those masters clearly falling behind, Lu Qianshan roared. It had to buy Mubei enough time. The Taoist master capable of reaching earthly mortal was entrusted with too many hopes by these masters. They also knew Mubei had crafted Tao aura armor for the anomalies. How much Tao aura it must have consumed. Now, they weren't just stalling the underworld soldiers. They were buying time for Mubei to recover. He must have many more cards up his sleeve. Just unsure if he can hold out until dawn. They're coming. Of course, the time they could buy for Mubei was at most half an hour. Any longer, and these masters would truly collapse. Whoosh, 20 minutes passed quickly. Cracks appeared again in the Bagua array under February's feet. Mubei finally collected all the Tao aura from the anomalies. Though a lot was lost, it should be enough to summon a deity. Seeing the dwindling Tao aura and the slowly fading transmission pillar, Mu Bei understood clearly. Those people must be at their limit now. He quickly looked up and clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. From now on, let this Taoist handle it alone. Saying this, he waved his hand abruptly. The light pillar shot up into the sky. Why did Mu Bei withdraw the light pillar? Without it, can he still resist? Mu Bei, that was the help of our Dragon Nation's Taoist masters. You shouldn't have withdrawn. Sai, the animal soldier is so powerful. Every extra hand means more strength. Watching the pillar Mu Bei withdrew disappear into the firmament. The netizens were quite frustrated at this moment. Clearly, more people means more strength. That was completely unnecessary. What netizens don't know is, as the light pillar retracted, the allied police, almost simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood. They had long exhausted their Taoist essence and physical limits. If not for their resolve to die this time, unleashing all their potential, they couldn't have held on until now. And as the Taoist transmission ray was withdrawn by Mu Bei, their bodies suddenly relaxed, a sweet taste rising in their mouths, directly causing them to spew out blood. Zhang Tianji and Lu Qianshan also spat blood, ignoring the mud in the paddy field. They plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Old Zhang, Mu Bei is confused. Why withdraw the Taoist transmission ray? He can't hold on now. Although we finally get to catch our breath, Lu Qianshan was still very frustrated.
He had come prepared to die.
Intending to sacrifice himself for the Tao, to save the dawn. But Mu Bei actually withdrew the array. How could he accept this? That kid Mu Bei. Zhang Tianji shook his head, smiling bitterly. He must have realized our Taoist essence was insufficient to continue. Afraid we'd get hurt, so he withdrew the array. That silly kid. Even if something happened to us, we could have held on a bit longer for him. Lu Qianshan froze, then felt even more frustrated.
But also grew more appreciative of that kid Mu Bei.
At such a moment, he still had that kind of heart. But once the array is withdrawn, what will he do? Since he withdrew it, he must have another plan. Let's not worry for now, Zhang Tianji said, quickly getting up from the ground.
Shouting to everyone, rest up quickly.
We might face an even bigger, deadlier battle. An even deadlier battle? Hearing Zhang Tianji's words, the Taoist priests were also stunned. A shadow of gloom spread over everyone. As Mu Bei retracted the light pillar, the 8 trigrams diagram beneath his feet also shattered. Simultaneously, the Yin soldiers did not advance further. Instead, they parted to make a path. Then, from within the path cleared by the Yin soldiers, the sound of horse hooves slowly emerged. Mu Bei's gaze was fixed intently inside. It seems those were just the vanguard. This time, a minor officer or a spectral general will emerge soon. A figure emerged from the darkness into his view. What appeared was another spectral soldier, equally eerie.
But this one was slightly different from the others.
This spectral soldier was clad in armor. A red tassel swayed in the wind atop its helmet. Behind its armor, there was also a red cape. It moved without wind, and its spear was not pitch black. Instead, it emitted a chilling, cold gleam. This could be the boss among the spectral soldiers. Could it? It must be. Its oppressive aura is overwhelming. Not to mention, what broke Mu Bei's 8 trigram formation earlier were merely some lowly spectral foot soldiers. Even the foot soldiers were so powerful. How strong must this guy be? Can Mu Bei hold his ground? The appearance of this spectral soldier made everyone worry. This spectral soldier's physique was much larger than the others. Not to mention its overwhelmingly oppressive presence. The netizens suddenly realized that those who attacked the other entities in Mu Bei earlier were just some charging spectral soldiers. Since it's a boss-level entity, one can imagine how powerful this spectral soldier must be. After emerging, the spectral soldier was in no hurry to act. Its eyes, glowing with blue light, turned to Mu Bei, who stood blocking its path. Its face hidden by the helmet showed no expression, no emotion. But everyone could sense the immense power of this spectral soldier. With the appearance of this spectral soldier, Mu Bei felt the surrounding air grow so cold it seemed about to freeze. It was a summer night, yet the temperature around them felt like the depths of winter, chilling people to the bone. This one, Mu Bei, not the path. Please proceed along the yellow springs. After a silence, Mu Bei clasped his hands and rested each spectral soldier. Watching Mu Bei's actions, the netizens looked at him with some confusion. The fight they had anticipated did not break out immediately. After all, at the beginning, those spectral soldiers had not uttered a single word. Before charging straight in, this spectral general is quite composed. It seems Mu Bei intends to persuade this spectral general to take the Yellow Springs path. Can understand human speech? This one, Mu Bei, general, not the path. Please proceed along the Yellow Springs. Seeing the spectral general remain silent, Mu Bei spoke again. This is a spectral general. It surely would not be like the other spectral soldiers. Mere puppets. This is why Mu Bei dared to speak. If we can persuade him, that would be the best outcome, of course. Fighting spectral soldiers is something Mu Bei isn't completely sure about. No, not even 50% sure. So he's thinking if there's another way. Even if it doesn't work, at least it can buy some time. Kid Mu Bei asked the general not to enter the path of the living. Travel to Yellow Springs. The spectral soldier remains motionless. He already thought if not for the spectral steed beneath him, the black tail swaying behind it, you'd even think he was fake. During the live stream, Mu Bei said once more, summon the soul 3 times, call the name 3 times. If he doesn't respond after 3 calls, that means the talk is broken down. After that, there's no room for any further negotiation. Only a fight. He said it 3 times already. Does this spectral soldier just not understand at all? Mu Bei, why don't you try using plain language? Maybe the spectral soldier doesn't understand this kind of talk now. Upstairs, are you kidding? Isn't this plain enough? I feel it's hard to negotiate. After all, this is a spectral soldier. Even if we can't negotiate, we can still stall for time. It's been 3 calls. That spectral soldier hasn't reacted at all. The netizens have lost all hope. In Mu Bei's method, of course, they also understand. That Mu Bei probably didn't have much hope either. It was just a stall. Those who block me shall die. Finally, after Mu Bei finished the 3rd call, about 10 seconds later, the lead spectral general's voice came out. The voice wasn't clear, but everyone caught it. Yet, hearing his words, everyone's hearts sank. He spoke, but persuasion still failed. Mu Bei's hands failed. Mu Bei asked the general not to pass, slaughtering the living. Mu Bei had anticipated this possibility, but his original intention was still to drag it out as much as possible. He continued, spectral soldiers passing through, we're in calamity on the way. General, please take the Yellow Springs Road. We're in peace to the prosperous age. Mu Bei said, cupping his hands again, but his thumbs kept rotating around each other. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if murmuring something. Those who block me shall die. The spectral general responded once more. Immediately after, the spectral steed beneath him slowly advanced. Watching the spectral general, Mu Bei lightly lifted his foot, continuously retreating. As Mu Bei retreated, the other anomalies also fearfully shifted towards the rear. The strength of the spectral general is definitely not something they can contend with. Even Mu Bei seems to dare not confront him head on. They're out of the question. As Mu Bei retreats, he says, I asked the general to enter the underworld. Tap, tap, tap. Mu Bei's words don't shake the shadow general in the slightest. The steed he drives continues to advance, and Mu Bei keeps backing away. Either way, the shadow soldier is dead set on crossing. Even retreating won't buy us more than a few minutes. What is Mu Bei planning to do? Useless. A shadow soldier would never listen to a human. How to fight? Why does Mu Bei seem a bit scared too? If even he can't hold out, our dragon country is likely headed for disaster. Seeing Mu Bei retreat constantly, netizens are utterly despaired. They clearly sense Mu Bei seems to be getting scared too. Otherwise, Kid Mu Bei makes his final plea to the general. Do not enter the path of the way. He retreats to full success. Only then does Mu Bei finally stop. He clasps his hands again. 3 soul summoning calls. 3 soul summoning calls. 7 steps to yield the spirit path. If you persist, you'll be slain. This is the 3-7 forbearance path of their ascetic cultivators. After forbearing all this, if the other still refuses to relent, then they may act to slay, since the other is a shadow general. You should know this rule too. Now, 3 calls, 3 returns, 7 yields. Still cannot change his resolve. Then only battle remains. Since it is so, Kid Mu Bei, I must defend. After stopping, Mu Bei slowly raises his head to look at the shadow soldier. 7-colored golden light erupts fiercely from his body. I beseech the gods. Kid Mu Bei offers his spirit as sacrifice. I beg the gods to aid me. Immediately, Mu Bei salutes the sky. He grunts, chapter 57. Invoke the god, Judge Chui. Mu Bei is invoking a god to possess him. Didn't Masterly say, severely drains his own presence? What else? What else can stop the shadow soldiers? Didn't you hear him? He's offering his spirit as sacrifice. But if he does this, something will happen to him. Earlier, Mu Bei turned the anomaly in soldiers and generals. I avoid invoking god. Sigh. Feels like Mu Bei is going all out now too. From what we know through Li Xian, invoking a god for possession is extremely taxing on Tao essence. The shadow soldiers charged so fiercely earlier, he didn't dare use it then. But now, Mu Bei has ultimately chosen to invoke a god. But will he really be okay? Sigh. Knew this kid would take this step. Outskirts wheat field, Fulling City. Zhang Tianji, recuperating, watches the video, bitterly shaking his head. This is the method they least wanted Mu Bei to use. But now Mu Bei still used it. This kid is really good for the people's sake. He's willing to sacrifice his spirit. Just don't know who he plans to summon. Lu Qianshan chimed in from the side. Who knows? But whoever it is, a deity can only help once. It can't fight continuously for him. It'll have to pay a huge price. Zhang Tianji's face showed worry. Summoning a deity isn't about inviting a god into your body. It's asking a deity to act once. Like the Horse King he summoned first. Only helped him cleanse the curse. After the curse was cleansed, the Horse King's spirit would leave. It wouldn't keep helping him. But when the deity leaves, it still takes a lot of his Tao essence, causing Mu Bei's Tao heart to be damaged. This is the biggest drawback of deity summoning. Actually, in Taoism, this method of deity summoning, many masters have dabbled in it. Generally, this summoning is a master's last resort when desperate. But similarly, after saving their life, it's likely their cultivation stops here. That's one reason many masters don't learn it. And the Tao essence on Mu Bei is terrifying, according to their estimation. As long as it's not an overly powerful deity, he can summon at least 5. Strong ones like the Tao ancestor might directly destroy his Tao heart in one go. And Mu Bei is definitely the best seedling among the Tao cultivators they've seen. If he falls here, you probably won't summon that kind of powerful deity. Lu Qianshan comforted Zhang Tianji, then added, and there's still us, right? Yes, Zhang Tianji nodded.
Then he got up from the ground.
He's still visiting masters of handling Master Tao. Alright, everyone can get up. The real fight to the death is here. Understood. Hearing Zhang Tianji's words, the others who were meditating with eyes closed slowly opened them. Their eyes shone with determination. When they said the real fight to the death, those masters knew what they had to do next. And this time, they might have to take the first step to destroy their own Tao hearts first to nourish Mu Bei's deity summoning. After everyone stood up, they returned to their original positions in the Bagua formation. Then they began making hand seals. Muttering incantations, their bodies emitted a faint golden light. The previously extinguished preaching array lit up again, but this time they didn't move. Golden particles the size of dust within the array slowly rose, then drifted toward the sky above the distant Shieling Mountain. On the road to Shieling Mountain, Mu Bei descended like a god. His golden light was exceptionally dazzling. Kid Mu Bei, to stop the Yin soldiers and save the people, dares to request the judge of the Yin Law Division for assistance. After a brief pause, Mu Bei cupped his hands. His voice boomed like thunder, his golden light blazing, turning the surroundings as bright as day. As his voice faded, dark clouds pressed down from the sky. A massive face appeared above the clouds. The specters below couldn't help but tremble at the sight. They prostrated on the ground, not daring to look up. They could feel the immense power above. The female specter was now completely flattened on the ground. Her expression was pained. The clouds gathered rapidly, churning like waves. Then a voice, as if from the deepest hell, suddenly exploded. Chui Ju of the Yin Law Division comes to assist. As the voice fell, the clouds coalesced into a complete human face. The face was as large as a soccer field. Terrifying, but the sky was too dark. The formed face appeared blurry, though its fierce, malevolent outline was faintly visible, holding a giant brush like a demon descending. Judge Chui. Whoa, is this also a god? How is Judge Chui not God? He governs the laws of the underworld, so he's naturally a deity. This aura, it feels even stronger than that Horse King just now. Since Judge Chui rules the underworld, wouldn't these Yin soldiers be under his control? Maybe we can really stop them this time. Seeing Judge Chui's divine avatar appear, the netizens were overjoyed. They naturally knew of this deity, Judge Chui. He is the one who governs the laws in the netherworld. His judge's brush can judge the sins of souls, and the Yin soldiers naturally come from the underworld. Judge Chui is perfectly suited for this job. He might truly be able to slay this Yin general here. Roar! As Judge Chui's divine form appeared above, the leading Yin general let out a furious roar. Black mist suddenly billowed from its body. In an instant, behind it, a massive skeletal face appeared. The skeleton's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. The black mist from its mouth seemed ready to devour everything, and its aura was not the slightest bit inferior to the judge above. As the skeleton behind it finished coalescing, the Yin general pointed his long spear skyward, as if to charge at Judge Chui himself. As he raised his spear, The giant skeleton opened its maw wide and lunged to devour the divine Judge Chui. Judge Mubei seized blow to bring down heavenly punishment. Seeing the giant skeleton surge forth, Mubei bowed again and called, "Judge's brush, come." From the dark clouds above, Judge Chui's voice rang out once more. Then a massive brush like a spear thrust toward the skeleton. Boom! As brush and skeleton collided, a sound like ghostly wails echoed in everyone's ears, making their scalps crawl. The surroundings shook violently from the impact, as if an earthquake had struck. The dark clouds in the sky churned like a stormy sea, waves crashing together fiercely. A gale swept the ground, bending trees in the mountains under the sudden wind. Crack! Many smaller trees, unable to bear the strain, snapped outright. The entire shieling mountain became like hell itself. Even birds hid in crevices between rocks, trembling. Did we win? This state lasted a full 5 minutes. Before subsiding, watching the still raging gale in the video, the netizens at this moment held their breath. Chapter 58, The Unreliable Deity. Did we win? This thought arose in everyone's mind. This Een general must be the instigator of this Een soldier procession. Once he is defeated, the Een soldiers will be completely halted. And this time, Mubei summoned Judge Chui from the underworld. Surely he can defeat this Een general, right? But because Li Xian and the other masters said, Een soldiers are extremely difficult to fight, they weren't too sure. 143, 5 minutes passed quickly. Finally, as the dust settled, two figures appeared before the crowd. The Een general was unharmed. Seeing the Een general still standing there unscathed, the netizens' hearts sank to the depths. This Een general is too strong. He's fine. And looking at Mubei's side, although he still radiated a golden light, the dark clouds above clearly showed signs of dispersing. Thank you for your aid, Judge Chui. We respectfully see you off. Watching the clouds about to scatter, Mubei bowed to the sky. As his words fell, Judge Chui's figure completely vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone, damn. He just sent Judge Chui away like that? Isn't this vengeful spirit still here? Why did he have to leave? This summoned deity is so unreliable. You at least won the fight. Leaving like this is irresponsible. This summoning must have cost Mubei a lot of spiritual energy, and there's still no result. It's too much for him. So deities are this unreliable too. Watching the dark clouds vanish above Mubei's head, the netizens wanted a curse. They never expected the esteemed Judge Chui to just use his judge's brush once, and then leave, not caring if the vengeful general was driven away or defeated. Actually, it's not Judge Chui's fault. These so-called deities are just a sliver of an avatar summoned by Mubei. They can only help so much. Seeing the netizens all complaining, Li Xian had no choice but to explain. The act of summoning a deity doesn't bring the deity's true self. After all, they're not from the same realm. The power that can be unleashed is already very strong. It's just that the vengeful general is stronger, which is why after the judge's brush descended, it couldn't inflict much damage. Besides, if the vengeful general could be driven away so easily, why would so many Taoist masters be needed? Master Li Xian says that. But if even Judge Chui can't win, who can? Yeah, every time Mubei summons a deity, his spiritual energy is consumed. If he summons again, his body will definitely suffer greater harm. Is there any other way to drive away the vengeful spirits without harming Mubei? You're overthinking it. These vengeful spirits won't listen to any words. How can they be driven away? What do we do next? Looking at the vengeful general, the netizens felt disheartened. Seeing Mubei so determined to stop the vengeful spirits, even willing to harm his spiritual energy to summon a deity for help. They now have a new view of him. This seemingly frivolous, rich second generation genuinely cares for the common people. We will do our utmost. Even if we can't stop the vengeful spirits, we will find a way to minimize the casualties. Xian couldn't guarantee it. This type of vengeful spirit anomaly is the strongest anomaly the Taoist masters have encountered in their understanding. And this anomaly isn't just a single powerful entity. They are a horde. This vengeful general is powerful, right? But in a vengeful spirit troop, there are others just as strong. Not just one. Mubei miscalculated this time. He thought summoning Judge Chui should be enough to deal with one vengeful general. But it seems they've all underestimated the power of this Een general. Even the judge's brush can't judge this anomaly. Looks like even if we go all out this time, we might not be able to stop this Een soldier's passage. Watching the video, Zhang Tianji and Lu Qianshan both wore bitter smiles. They were setting up the formation while keeping an eye on everything happening in the video. When they saw the Een soldier unharmed under the divine punishment of the judge's brush, they understood this Een soldier's passage they encountered was likely more terrifying than any in Taoist records. So what? We Taoists cultivate to save the common people. Without that resolve, how can we call ourselves celestial masters? Lu Qianshan reprimanded. Of course, his words weren't for Zhang Tianji, but for the other celestial masters, though these masters were still trying their best. They weren't going all out. Otherwise, they wouldn't be adjusting so quickly now. But now, they needed a warning. If they don't go all out this time, it's life or death, or ascension, depending on stopping these Een soldiers. Lu Qianshan slowly stood up. He looked at the crowd and said, "You should know, stopping this Een soldier's passage now has nearly 1 million viewers, nearly 1 million prayers. Once we stop it, the whole country will know. You understand the significance." He paused, scanning the crowd with his gaze. The alliance leader means if we succeed, we'll receive the power of the Dragon Country people's wishes. 1 million people are already expecting this. There will be a continuous stream of people, fake, watching us. My cultivation can't advance further. To break through, I need the blessing of Dao Rhyme. Nearly 1 million prayers, and likely more praying for us. That's all Dao Rhyme. And after stopping the Een soldiers, the Dao Rhyme then. Let's do it, brothers. Thinking they already have so much attention and prayer, the Taoists' eyes suddenly lit up. This is all merit, and merit transforms into Dao Rhyme to empower oneself. Once we have such terrifying Dao Rhyme, then their cultivation path will become incredibly smooth. At this moment, the celestial masters grew even more excited. There must be benefits, you know. Even cultivators can't help showing excitement on their faces. Lu Qianshan couldn't help but shake his head. Saving the common people sounds too lofty and empty. People are selfish. They need incentives to be motivated. Zhang Tianji responded with a smile. Oh, what about you? Hearing his words, Lu Qianshan teased. Me? Zhang Tianji was slightly stunned. After a moment's thought, of course I do too. I get it. We're the same. Then, regaining his spirit, he said, "All right, let's go. Let's fight one more time for the sky we want." Chapter 59. The Demon Subduing Emperor, Zhong Kuei, is indeed powerful. After bidding farewell to Judge Chui, Mu Bei's gaze fell back on the Yin general. This outcome was within his expectations. The reason he invited the judge was just to test the strength of this Yin soldier. Now it seems this Yin soldier is far stronger than he imagined. Those who stand in my way die. The Yin soldier's eyes, glowing with blue light, also looked towards Mu Bei. With a muffled shout, General, I have no choice. For the people, I must stop you. Mu Bei sighed lightly. Then his gaze turned firm. He roared, sorry, but I'm a Taoist priest. As he spoke, the golden light around Mu Bei grew even more intense. His voice boomed like a bell. Youngster Mu Bei, request the aid of the demon subduing emperor. After saying this, his body slowly rose into the air. The dark clouds that had dispersed in the sky gathered once more. And this time, compared to when Judge Chui appeared earlier, it was even more terrifying. Mu Bei is invoking a deity again. Yes, didn't they say this drains one's Tao essence heavily? He can still do it. Look at him. He's coming. He's not planning to fight this Yin soldier to death, is he? He's fighting this terror. Damn, why does a rich second generation have such a strong sense of responsibility? Seeing Mu Bei actually intended to invoke an even more powerful deity, the hearts of the netizens watching were all in their throats. They had thought Mu Bei couldn't possibly invoke a deity again. After all, summoning Judge Chui must have cost him a lot of Tao essence.
But now he's trying again? Kid, I didn't misjudge you.
Seeing Mu Bei indeed invoke a deity, Lu Qianshan and Zhang Tianji felt their blood boiling with excitement.
How many times had they fantasized about such a day?
Invoking countless gods and Buddhas to slay all the evil spirits in this world. And now, Mu Bei is helping them achieve it. Reassemble the exorcism formation now. This time, we'll channel all our Tao essence to Mu Bei.
Zhang Tianji roared at the assembled masters.
Understood, came the thunderous, unified reply.
Their eyes held an unprecedented resolve. We might still be able to summon one more for Mu Bei.
Let's see if the demon subduing emperor can vanquish this Yin general first. Lu Qianshan's gaze was intense. He then shouted, and if he can't, let them witness the unity of Dragon Nation's celestial masters. With that, Lu Qianshan activated the formation's core. A massive Bawa diagram once again materialized in the paddy field. Zhong Kuei, the demon subduing emperor, has come to aid. As dark clouds swirled into a colossal vortex above, a deep, rumbling voice echoed forth. Then, from within the clouds, a fierce and terrifying visage took form. A man's face, thick with beard. It was an utterly horrifying sight. Especially the eyes beneath those brows, sharp as blades. Mu Bei, offered spirit, has treated. I seek the emperor to aid me in calling down divine retribution.
Seeing Zhong Kuei's divine manifestation appear, Mu Bei cried out.
Demon subduing sword strike. Hearing Mu Bei's call, Zhong Kuei's divine manifestation echoed. As the words faded, a long sword seemed to coalesce within the dark clouds. This sword was no longer the inky black of the storm, but began to transform, finally radiating a brilliant golden light. Seeing this from above, the Yin general below, astride his spectral steed, visibly recoiled. In common knowledge, Zhong Kuei was just a master who captured ghosts.
But what they didn't know was,
Zhong Kuei was also one of the emperors of the netherworld. In the underworld, he was most famed for vanquishing demons and evil spirits. Mu Bei believed Judge Chui couldn't slay the Yin general before them, because Judge Chui's power lay in judgment and suppression, not outright slaughter. Naturally, he wasn't as formidable, but Zhong Kuei was different. He was a true deity who annihilated the supernatural. That's why Mu Bei sought Zhong Kuei's aid. And this time, he was utterly confident they could destroy this Yin general. Roar! The Yin general now showed clear panic. With a furious roar, the Yin soldiers behind him abruptly parted, clearing a path. Then from behind those spectral ranks, one after another, Yin generals dressed similarly to him stepped forward. Holy crap! There's more than one Yin general in this army. Damn, one was hard enough to deal with. Now, there are 5. How are we supposed to fight this? This is bad, really bad. We're in serious trouble now. Seeing 4 additional Yin generals emerge, the hope that had just flickered in the people's hearts instantly turned to ice. One Yin general was already so powerful. What the hell are we supposed to do against 5? This is hopeless. Witnessing the scene, the group of celestial masters, his face showed no trace of surprise. Clearly, they knew that among these ghost soldiers, there couldn't be just one ghost general. In human armies, there are generals for the East, West, South, and North campaigns. How could the ghost army have only one general? What they didn't expect was that all 5 of the great ghost generals were actually here. Damn it. Where are these ghost soldiers trying to cross? They actually brought all the ghost generals. Everyone cursed inwardly. According to Taoist records, a ghost army crossing usually involves 1 or 2 ghost generals, leading a group of ghost soldiers. And 1 or 2 generals are enough to cause a disaster with thousands of casualties. If all 5 great ghost generals act together, the disaster would be. The Taoist master's heart sank. If these ghost generals successfully cross, Dragon Country will face an unprecedented disaster. And the casualties from this disaster would likely be counted in the tens of thousands.
They just couldn't figure out where exactly they needed to cross.
Has that place been struck by divine punishment? But now, they had no time to think about that. They had to weaken the ghost army's strength as much as possible. Even if they couldn't stop it, they absolutely couldn't let them cross intact. At the very least, they had to minimize the disaster. Hope the demon subduing emperor, lorded by Mu Bei this time, could slay 1 or 2 ghost generals. Looking at the now solidified figure of Zhong Kuei, everyone prayed silently in their hearts. Roar! After the other 4 ghost generals appeared,
They raised their spears and roared.
then 5 massive skeletons suddenly materialized above them. After appearing, the skeletons began to move towards each other. As they drew closer, the skeleton clouds actually started to merge. They can even combine. Watching the merging skeleton faces, Mu Bei cursed. One skeleton face was already strong enough. If they merge again, Mu Bei, invite the demon subduing emperor lord to bring down divine punishment. Mu Bei grew anxious. If they didn't act now, once they fully merged, even Zhong Kuei's avatar might not be able to harm them. Demon subduing sword slash. Perhaps sensing Mu Bei summons, Zhong Kuei's avatar bellowed angrily. He enchanted sword complete, radiating a dazzling golden light, and shot towards the 5 merging skeleton faces. Chapter 60. Utterly unstoppable. Boom. The explosion was even more violent than before. The entire Shieling Mountain shook, as if from a powerful earthquake. Even the high-definition cameras trembled. Dark clouds churned in the sky. The pitch-black Shieling Mountain resembled a living hell. A ghostly army. This is the power of the Yin soldiers? No wonder their passage causes disasters. So terrifying. Even if the divine avatar of the demon subduing emperor is summoned this time, it might be hard to kill it. What kind of eerie being is this? Why does such great terror exist in the world? If we can't stop them, the land they pass through will become a living hell. Seeing that Yin general even dared to clash head-on with Zhong Kuei's divine avatar, netizens felt their scalps go numb. So scary. No wonder even the Taoist masters turned pale when mentioning Yin soldiers. These Yin soldiers are indeed formidable. And it was also clear to them that, after Zhang Kuei's insolent struck, those skeletons showed no sign of dispersing. Doesn't that mean the deity Mu Bei summoned this time still has no way to defeat them? What then? If even he can't stop them, does that mean we have to let these Yin soldiers pass? That's a huge disaster for Dragon Country, friend. So strong. After the demon subduing sword came down, a sweet taste rose in Mu Bei's mouth, and he felt a tightness in his chest. He could clearly feel that even Zhang Kuei's divine avatar still couldn't deal substantial damage to these 5 Yin generals. It might even enrage them, and what follows would be their frenzied retaliation. Invoking a deity only borrows a single strike from the divine. It's not truly summoning the god to help. After Zhang Kuei's one strike, he would depart. Mu Bei clearly lacked the strength to sustain the invocation. This time, not only failing to stop the Yin soldiers, he might even fall himself. Roar. Right at that moment, a roar like a ghost wail echoed again. As the sound faded, a fierce gale swept towards him. The form of Zhang Kuei's divine spirit above his head showed faint signs of dispersing. Kid Mu Bei, send the emperor away. Mu Bei, alarmed, quickly formed hand seals. He shouted toward the sky. If Zhang Kuei's avatar was truly shattered, he would suffer a backlash. No time to worry about his injuries. Mu Bei hurriedly yelled upwards to send Zhang Kuei's avatar away first. As his voice fell, Zhang Kuei's divine avatar instantly vanished. Even the dark clouds slowly dissipated. Why did Mu Bei send Zhang Kuei away? The Yin soldiers are completely unharmed. And did you notice? Mu Bei seems to have blood at the corner of his mouth. He's injured. How could this be? He's injured. How could this be? What do we do now? Dragon Country's Taoist masters. It's over, it's over. Seeing Zhang Kuei's avatar being sent away by Mu Bei will. The netizens were somewhat puzzled. Upon seeing the slight trickle of blood seeping from the corner of Mu Bei's mouth, they seemed to understand something. Mu Bei is already unable to hold on. There are no celestial masters left to help him now. Or perhaps, even if those celestial masters came, it would likely be of no use. So what should be done now? The Tao transmission Grand Array is activating. On the other side, the Dragon Kingdom's celestial masters are getting anxious one by one. 5 Yin generals have all come. Forget Mu Bei summoning Zhang Kuei. Even if he summoned the King of Hell's divine spirit, it probably still wouldn't be enough to hold them off. But they absolutely won't give up. As Lu Qianshan roared, the previously dimmed Bagua array lit up once again. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. And in the sky on the other side, a pillar of light also descended. Sent away Zhang Kuei's avatar. Mu Bei slowly got up from the ground. This time, there really is no way out. Indeed, what Master said was true. The passage of Yin soldiers is not something human power can handle. Even summoning a divine avatar still cannot stop it. But so hard to accept. As a Taoist priest, even though he's now transmigrated into a rich second generation, he still firmly remembers a Taoist priest's duty. In his previous life, when foreign enemies invaded, his senior brother from the mountain went down to save the world. Not a single one returned. He always remembers the scene of Master secretly wiping away tears back then, given a second life. Now that he knows the Yin soldiers are about to bring disaster, if he doesn't stop them, wouldn't it betray Master's earnest teachings? But how can he stop them now? Watching the 5 Yin generals slowly walking towards him, a giant skull forming above his head, Mu Bei knows he has no possibility of stopping them anymore. Boom. Just as he was about to calmly accept all this, at that moment, a pillar of light from the sky enveloped him. Mu Bei was stunned. Those celestial masters haven't left yet. They are still helping him. Mu Bei was overjoyed. He never expected the celestial masters of this world to be just like him, striving to stop these Yin soldiers. It's just looking at the Tao essence on the light pillar, so much Tao essence, is barely enough to summon just one more god. One god simply can't hold them off. Mu Bei's originally joyful heart sank once again. The determination of this world's celestial masters to stop the Yin soldiers is good, but their strength is too lacking. Just this amount of Tao essence can barely summon one god. That's all. Even a deity can only summon an underworld marshal, a divine avatar at best. Summoning one of the 10 Yama Kings would be risky, even for them. And an avatar, like an underworld marshal, is powerless to stop these ghost soldiers, because their leader is already at the level of a ghost general. Besides, if we fail to stop them this time,
It won't just be me in trouble.
they might all die with me. Thinking this, Mu Bei clasped his hands toward the sky. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist, but it's no use. We can't hold them off. Bitterness and helplessness filled Mu Bei's words. He had tried every method he could think of, but none would work. Young friend Mu Bei, don't withdraw it. Besides blocking them, is there another way? Just as Mu Bei was about to withdraw the pillar of light, preparing to face the ghost soldier's wrath alone, an aged voice echoed from within the light. Another way? Mu Bei was taken aback, lost in thought. Yes, in Dragon Country, there's an old saying, blocking is worse than channeling. Is there another possibility? The voice came again. Blocking is worse than channeling. Hearing this, Mu Bei seemed to grasp something. A flash of inspiration struck him. He quickly said, yes, we can use the last trace of Tao essence to summon a major deity. Through the deity's guidance, we can alter the ghost soldier's route. But, Mu Bei added hastily, yet a new problem immediately arose. Even with guidance, they must still pass through somewhere. This is Dragon Country. Diverting them anywhere would cause unimaginable disaster, and deliberately guiding them to a place that shouldn't suffer would be a greater sin than doing nothing. After all, those people didn't deserve the suffering. Their actions wouldn't save more people. It might even backfire. They could even face karmic backlash. Unless, Chapter 61, the only option left. This guy Mu Bei, he actually wants to take it all on himself. Can he handle it? Seeing Mu Bei about to withdraw the light pillar again, Lu Qianshan couldn't help but curse. We're all Taoists, all protecting the people of Dragon Country. Just because we can't hold him off, he has to shoulder alone? Why is he so foolish? Though Lu Qianshan cursed aloud, his heart ached deeply for Mu Bei. He understood perfectly well. Mu Bei didn't want them to die with him when the ghost soldiers broke through. He wanted to face alone. But I'm not a celestial master anymore. Little friend Mu Bei, do you have any other ideas? Through the voice transmission of the Taoist array, Zhang Tianji quickly stopped Mu Bei's action. He felt the same as Lu Qianshan. We're all celestial masters, all trying to stop the Yin soldiers. But we old folks are letting a youngster take the lead. We'd be ashamed to face the Tao ancestor. But he understood. With our weak Tao resonance, we can't possibly withstand the charge of these 5 Yin generals. But Zhang Tianji thought, rather than failing to block them, we should find a way to guide them. At least find a way to minimize casualties. So Zhang Tianji wondered, could we guide the Yin soldiers to pass through elsewhere? Entering the live stream. No, Zhang Tianji's idea was rejected by Mu Bei. From within the light pillar, Mu Bei's voice came again. The Yin Soldier's passage has karma. They must collect souls. Otherwise, once they discover they've been deceived, it will only cause greater disaster. The Yin Soldiers pass through to collect souls. If you guide them to the desert, they're not fools. If there are people in the desert, they'll turn back and attack. Then it will be too late for regrets. This, hearing Mu Bei's words, Zhang Tianji also fell silent. So even if we guide them, it's just moving the Yin Soldiers from one populated area to another populated area. What difference does that make from not guiding them? It might even create greater resentment in the guided area. Once they retaliate, that resentment will make them suffer terribly. But if we don't guide them, not only might Mu Bei die there now, but what if there's a place with karma? Could it be just that Zhang Tianji didn't know how to respond? Lu Qinshan suddenly thought of something and said again, a place with karma. Mu Bei's puzzled voice came through. Is there another place in this world with karma the Yin Soldiers would accept? Yes, I actually thought of a place with karma. And we won't suffer retaliation. Lu Qinshan answered with certainty. He thought of a place with karma far greater than imagined, where even Yin Soldiers passing through wouldn't return. And this karma wouldn't cause retaliation against Mu Bei or us Celestial Masters. It might even gain some merits. But now he needs to confirm if Mu Bei can really guide these Yin Soldiers. If such a place exists, I can give it a try. After a moment of thought, Mu Bei's voice came through. He just couldn't figure it out what kind of place. Because in effect, even soldiers don't return. But these heavenly masters have already helped him so much, so they probably wouldn't lie to him. And Mu Bei actually had a way to lure these Yin Soldiers away. There is, but I'll tell you via voice transmission. Don't leak the secrets of heaven. Lu Qinshan didn't say it directly. This involves too much karma. Once discovered, they might face even greater danger. All right, Mu Bei nodded. He listened carefully, and after hearing him out, Mu Bei was completely shocked. Wow, there really is such a place. Young friend Mu Bei, can this method succeed? After speaking, Lu Qinshan asked Mu Bei, can it succeed? Mu Bei affirmed. Good. Now we'll give our all to help you. But it works, not entirely. Lu Qinshan said, turning to the group of heavenly masters. Everyone, even at the cost of their lives, please give it your all. Heavenly masters responded. They began swiftly forming hand seals and then started running quickly. Old Lu, what exactly did you tell him? At this moment, Zhang Tianji looked at Lu Qinshan, completely confused. His mind was a mess. I'll tell you after it's over. Begin. Lu Qinshan didn't answer. His feet suddenly flashed. The Tao transmission array was officially activated. Come on. Watching the Tao rhythm on the light pillar grow brighter, Mu Bei took a deep breath. He looked toward the 5 Yin generals gradually approaching. His eyes held a determined expression. The 5 Yin generals also began to speed up slowly. They seemed ready to charge and attack. Wait! Mu Bei suddenly shouted loudly. His sharp gaze turned toward the Yin soldiers. The Yin soldiers paused slightly, seemingly confused. Honorable Yin generals, may I ask where you are heading? Mu Bei was stalling. The Tao transmission array hadn't yet reached its peak, and the deity he was about to summon required enough time to sustain. Since I can communicate with deities to stop you, there must be a reason. If you don't tell me, I'll have no choice but to continue blocking. If it gets done, General will mess things up too. Seeing the dark general stay silent, the avatars of the gods Guan Yu and Zhong Kuei came to interfere. Even if they can't stop it, they can still talk big. And if the dark soldiers can't cross before dawn, that's also a kind of karma. So he believed the dark general would tell him. Of course, this was also a part he had to know. 15 go away. It'll be a bit tricky to operate next. Just as Mu Bei had guessed. After he said this, they clearly paused, looking at each other. Perhaps they were also thinking whether to tell this celestial master in front of them. After about 5 seconds, the lead dark general's muffled voice sounded. Lingchuan Province, live stream room. Netizens from Lingchuan Province. You all need to find a way to escape right now. Escape what? The dark soldiers only said Lingchuan. Lingchuan's so big, who knows which city you'll land in. And is it even too late to escape now? I heard Masterly say, maybe you can come out now. Agree with the above. If you come out, your safety increases a lot. Already came out holding stuff. Seeing Mu Bei had asked where these dark soldiers were crossing, netizens then all reminded the netizens from Lingchuan Province, and those netizens were quite willing to listen. They quickly called their families out. All came to safe spots on the streets, hoping to avoid this calamity. For a moment, tens of millions of people in Lingchuan Province all got this message coming out of their homes. After reaching safe spots, looking at their phones, hearts tense. Oof, you're going the wrong way, don't you know? Right then, Mu Bei in the video suddenly let out a cold snort. Chapter 62, offering life as sacrifice. Wrong way. What is Celestial Master Mu Bei saying? Now, to guide them somewhere else. Did Mu Bei just say too? Dark soldiers crossing borders must see the dead. Where exactly does he want to lead these dark soldiers? Don't worry, trust Mu Bei, trust our Celestial Masters. They definitely have a way. If they can stop it this time, I'll never worship Buddha again. Though unsure what Mu Bei and the Masters plan, they believe, how could someone like Mu Bei, risking his life to shield Longguo from the Spectral Army, possibly harm them? Meanwhile, beyond those gripped by tension, many more are silently praying in their hearts. Especially netizens from Lingchuan Province. Hearing the Spectral Army is set to pass through their region. They're practically begging the gods, some with hands clasped. You're going the wrong way, you know? Mu Bei shouted again at the lead spectral soldier. Wrong way. The 5 soldiers paused slightly. Their faces, hidden by helmets, were unreadable. Yet their confusion was palpable. But soon, they seemed to distrust Mu Bei. Urging their horses forward, they advanced slowly toward him. The aura of slaughter around them thickened. Don't believe me? I'll prove it to you. Seeing their disbelief, Mu Bei roared once more. Attempting to stop the master's ritual hasn't reached its peak. Summoning that one now carries too great a risk. Proof. Sure enough, the spectral soldiers halted again. Perhaps they genuinely wanted to see how Mu Bei would prove it. After all, the summoned judges Chui and Zhong Kuei, they also sensed something might be amiss. Notably, these spectral commanders clearly weren't like the others. Mindless puppets driven only to charge and kill. They likely possessed intelligence. This gave Mu Bei a crucial breather. As they stopped, Mubei fiercely channeled the scant Tao essence left in his body, merging with the light pillar. His golden Tao essence transformed into a dazzling, multicolored hue. This color fused with the light pillar. Our Tao essence is, meanwhile, in the outskirts of Fuling City. The masters exerting their utmost effort suddenly noticed their Tao essence shifting in color. The formerly uniform gold now subtly began to change. This change thrilled them. Don't just stand there. Push harder. If we succeed this time, our cultivation will advance further. Seeing the masters halt their steps, due to the Tao essence transformation, Lu Qianshan hurriedly urged them on. Mubei is buying time over there. We must not fail him here. Yes, the group responded loudly. And upon hearing Lu Qianshan say, once this succeeds, our cultivation can reach the next level. They all seemed to be pumped up with adrenaline, and worked even harder, as they spun faster and faster. The light from the conveyance array grew brighter. Finally, the conveyance array reached its peak. Young friend Mubei, it's time. Lu Qianshan roared toward the sky. His hand seals became even faster. Soon after, Mubei's voice echoed from above. Which deity does Master Mubei plan to summon this time? LOL, I don't know, but he looks so serious. This deity must be incredibly powerful. I believe Master Mubei and the other masters can do it. They must succeed. Finally, when Lu Qianshan's voice rang out on the screen, the netizens' tension reached its peak. But what they were curious about was, which deity's avatar Mubei planned to summon this time, to guide these Yin soldiers away. Come on. Feeling the master's energy at its peak, Mubei was filled with heroic spirit. Of course, the Tao essence in this light pillar wasn't enough to support the deity's avatar he wanted to summon. But no matter what, in this live broadcast, he had to give his all. For Dragon Country, for Lingchuan. Even if it cost him his life, young Mubei, using his spirit as guide, his life as a sacrifice, summons the Yin Emperor to issue the decree. As Mubei's body slowly rose into the air, golden light swirled around him like a vortex. As he chanted the summoning, the air around him seemed to freeze solid. Dark clouds churned in the sky like a tsunami. Then, a colossal figure began to gradually materialize. The figure looked like the Buddha suppressing the Monkey King on TV. Thousands of feet tall, incredibly terrifying. Holy crap, the Yin Emperor? Isn't it the supreme commander of the underworld? Gasped. Mubei summoned a deity like this? How much Tao essence did that cost? Don't you get it yet? When Mubei summoned deities before, he used his spirit as sacrifice. But this time, he's using his life as sacrifice. Does that mean Mubei is using his life to summon a deity this time? He must succeed. The figure wasn't fully formed yet, but everyone already felt its overwhelming pressure. Some timid ones even dropped their phones, too scared to look. Some elders muttered prayers at the screen, begging for something, etc. But they were still shocked. Shocked that Mubei summoned the Yin Emperor's avatar, and that he used his life to do it. For a moment, prayers echoed throughout Dragon Country. With their prayers, an invisible stream of faint light points like fireflies drifted from them. 1, 2, 3, and then countless billions of those light points kept drifting, finally seeming to find target, flying towards one place. Over Shieling Mountain, a full 10 minutes passed before the massive figure finally coalesced completely. It was a giant shadow in human form. Since the shadow was formed from condensed dark clouds, its specific features couldn't be discerned, but its attire and appearance had a very ancient look. It wore around resembling embers, and robes like some kind of dragon robe. Just one glance made it hard to breathe. Young Mubei withsold his words, requesting the Underworld Emperor to answer 3 times, questioning the Yin soldiers. As the Underworld Emperor's figure gradually appeared, Mubei made hand seals, then chanted incantations, speaking words people couldn't understand. And the huge shadow behind him, the mouth formed by dark clouds, seemed to be constantly responding too. But what exactly they said between them, no one knew. However, one thing was clear. As their dialogue continued, the 5 Yin generals below were visibly restless, especially their Yin steeds, whose hooves kept stamping, as if wanting to retreat. Seeing the Yin soldiers' state, everyone's eyes lit up. They saw hope. Saw Mubei about to complete his plan. Chapter 63, Opening the Transfer Gate. Even those Yin language, Lu Qianshan and Zhang Tianji were shocked. Actually, they were gambling from the start, because the karma involved in this transfer was too great. They couldn't let the world know where it was transferred to, so they thought to let Mubei try if he could use some method to transfer these Yin soldiers elsewhere. But they never expected Mubei to directly summon the Underworld Emperor, and this summoning would surely require revealing the transfer matter. Even Lu Qianshan had prepared to bear this karma himself when the time came. This was probably why he never wanted to tell Zhang Tianji. But Mubei gave him a huge surprise. He actually spoke Yin language, the tongue of the underworld, often used to converse with spirits. But this language had long been lost. How did Mubei, still, no matter what, using Yin language to negotiate? And the problem wasn't big. He won't be entangled in karma either. As for Mubei, the surprise he gave was a bit too much. If we get through this safely, he even wants to become his disciple. But now's not the time to think about that. We have to find a way to maintain it. He found that since Mubei summoned the Nether Emperor, the Tao rhythm had been drained faster and faster. He communicated with the Nether Emperor above in a language he understood. He knew this involved significant karma, but he had to fight for it. And this time, the place to transfer to involved even greater karma. He had no psychological burden at all. Alright, deal, I agree. Finally, after nearly half an hour of negotiation, the Nether Emperor finally agreed. Hearing his consent, Mubei secretly let out a sigh of relief. Finally got through, he agreed. Does that mean the Nether Emperor agreed to issue an edict to transfer these Nether soldiers elsewhere? Great. Although we don't know where they're being transferred, I believe Celestial Master Mubei won't harm us, the people of Dragon Country. Celestial Master Mubei is awesome. This disaster won't befall our Dragon Country. Great. I must enshrine Celestial Master Mubei in the future. The Nether Emperor's words excited everyone, although no one knew what method Mubei used. No matter what, we got through it safely in the end. But what no one saw was, in Mubei's hand at this moment, drops of blood were slowly falling. It took too long. This time, he offered his life as a sacrifice. Wait for me. His rich brain, his life force, his energy is faintly nearing his end. The white hair is faintly appearing, but the sky is too dark. So no one noticed this scene. Since it's come to this, let this junior assist you. Saying this, Mu Bei once again forced himself to endure the discomfort in his body, using the last trace of Tao rhythm and life force with all his might. Nether generals below, heed the command, as the Tao rhythm continuously flew towards the Nether Emperor above. From the shadow, the Nether Emperor's majestic voice sounded again. Then came those incomprehensible words again, echoing continuously in the air. Heed command, after the Nether Emperor's proclamation. The Nether soldiers slightly lowered their heads, responded, and then a normal person who saw the 5 leading Nether generals scatter. Each led a team, slowly approaching from the north of Mu. Honorable generals, I shall guide your passage. As he spoke, Mu Bei traced something in the void. A shimmering portal gradually materialized before the crowd. This is a transfer portal. Great. The soldiers are finally being transferred away. Is our Ling Chuan safe now? Absolutely safe. No doubt about it. Thank you, Master Mu Bei. Thank you, all masters who helped. They watched as the generals entered the golden portal Mu Bei had drawn. Across Dragon Country, people erupted. Once the soldiers leave, they will be completely safe. The disaster will be averted. Hold on, everyone. We're at the final step.
They marched into the portal Mu Bei had opened.
Lu Qinshan and Zhang Tianji were overjoyed.
Though they were at their limits.
No matter what, all soldiers must enter the portal. Failure is not an option, but they're barely holding on. The other masters gritted their teeth. Their foreheads were drenched in sweat. They knew the portal's transfer must be maintained, but their bodies had reached the breaking point. Push harder, everyone, seeing the masters about to collapse. Zhang Tianji roared. Huh? Suddenly, the pressure on them lessened drastically. What's happening in the video? The soldiers were still entering one by one. The portal remained open, yet they clearly felt the pressure of the Tao's essence diminish. It's Mu Bei. He's sacrificing his lifeblood to sustain the portal. Lu Qinshan cried out in alarm. What? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly looked at the video feed before them. At that moment, from Mu Bei's eyes, nose, and even ears, crimson blood flowed. He was using his own life to keep the portal from closing. But he'll die like this. Push harder. Push with all you have. Zhang Tianji bellowed. Mu Bei cannot die. Not just because he's sacrificing his life to save tens of thousands in Dragon Country, but also because he holds too many secrets of the Taoist path. Spirit possession, speech, even his soul portal,
and many more lost Taoist arts.
These must be carried on by Mu Bei. Otherwise, if soldiers cross again, who will stop them? Without successors, the Taoist path will fade like it is now. Deserted, with some places replacing temples with shrines. This is the most heartbreaking part for the Tao school. Mu Bei is now their greatest hope. They believe that after this,
countless people will want to learn the Taoist ways.
Then, Taoism will truly flourish. Time is ticking away bit by bit. There are many soldiers this time, nearly 10,000, and the portal Mu Bei opened. It is only large enough for one group to enter slowly. This means for all these soldiers to get through, it will take at least an hour.
But can he sustain it for that long?
No matter what, Mu Bei.
We old folks won't let you die.
Lu Qinshan watched Mu Bei guiding the soldiers with his life. He muttered under his breath, as his own body began to wither rapidly. If old Lu is sacrificing his life, how can I be left out? Seeing Lu Qinshan's actions, Zhang Tianji laughed heartily. He started doing the same. And me. Count me in. I saw the 2 elders using their last life force to forge this path. How could the other Taoist masters hold back? One by one, they began sustaining it with their lives. The previously dim transmission array suddenly burst with golden light. On the other side, the portal more than doubled in size. Chapter 64, Mu Bei Peril. The transfer portal expanded. Great. It won't be long now. All the soldiers can be transferred from this place. If we succeed, this disaster can be completely avoided. Hold on. Just a little bit more. Seeing the transfer portal grow a bit larger, the netizens couldn't help but rejoice. At the current transfer speed,
it should all be done in 10 minutes, tops.
But those 10 short minutes had everyone's hearts in their throats. Because by now Mu Bei's hair had turned completely white. Blood
even began seeping from his pores.
In a place unknown to the netizens, a group of Taoist masters were gritting their teeth, holding on. Some of the weaker ones also had blood trickling from their mouths. But no one complained, not a word.
They just endured minute by minute.
5 minutes passed, time slipping away. Mu Bei's body was on the verge of total collapse. As the last soldier entered the transfer portal, Lu Qinshan roared, "Dismantle the array." Then Zhang Tianji also slowed his steps. Together with the other celestial masters, they withdrew the preaching grand array. Puffed, as the preaching grand array was slowly withdrawn. Finally, the light in the rice fields also vanished into the darkness, as if it had never happened. However, the celestial masters who had just relaxed suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Even Lu Qinshan and Zhang Tianji were not spared. Fortunately, they were only internally injured, suffering some loss in cultivation, but not enough to die. Quick, check your own condition and recover immediately. Don't let your Tao heart be shaken. There's no time to catch your breath. SEF, Lu Qinshan shouted another command to the crowd. Everyone quickly sat on the ground, peered, and began to meditate. Old Zhang, call Li Xian quickly. You should be fine now. Tell him to go to Shilling Mountain immediately. Sooner there. After saying this, Lu Qinshan spoke to Zhang Tianji again. Okay. Zhang Tianji nodded quickly and dialed Li Xian's number. Elsewhere, the last soldier finally entered the transfer array gate. A relieved smile appeared at the corner of Mu Bei's mouth.
But he couldn't rest yet.
Junior, Mu Bei respectfully seized off Emperor. Mu Bei cupped his hands towards the sky, his voice extremely weak. The Emperor responded. Then the dark clouds above slowly dissipated. Finally, the soldiers are sent away. Watching all the soldiers disappear from Shilling Mountain, everyone in the entire video began to cheer. Especially the netizens from Ling Chuan. Right now, they're cheering and dancing in the streets. They no longer have to hide from this disaster, nor will they face the desolation of possibly losing loved ones. And it was Mu Bei and the Celestial Masters who saved them. Thank you, Celestial Master Mu Bei. Thank you, other Dragon Kingdom Celestial Masters. This time, I must definitely enshrine Celestial Master Mu Bei. Burn incense for him. It was too thrilling. I really thought something bad was going to happen this time. Any friends at Shilling Mountain, when you see Mu Bei, please thank him for me. On the streets, in the squares, in the open spaces of Ling Chuan. Some timid ones kept praying and comforting those around them. The light on their bodies, like fireflies, floated out more and more. If viewed with a phone, one could even see those points of light illuminating the entire Lingchuan, even the Dragon Kingdom. And unlike those celebrating having survived the crisis, after sending off the Underworld Emperor at Shieling Mountain, Mu Bei finally couldn't hold any longer. His vision went black, and the Tao essence within him collapsed violently. Then, like a cannonball, he plummeted from the sky. The Celestial Master watched Mu Bei. The anomalies below finally reacted. A zombie leaped up and caught him. This saved Mu Bei from being fatally injured by the fall. Celestial Master, Celestial Master. After Mu Bei landed, the anomalies all called his name. This was actually Mu Bei's most vulnerable moment. If they wanted to kill him, it would have been effortless. But the anomalies showed no intention of doing so. Perhaps it was because Mu Bei had relocated the ghost soldiers, sparing them from conscription. Or perhaps his courage and determination in blocking the ghost army had moved them. Now, they were only worried. We're anomalies, Xia Ling said. We can't save him. Can we find a way to get humans to rescue him? Seeing Mu Bei covered in blood, his hair silver, an anomaly quickly asked, We're anomalies. Humans will be terrified just seeing us. Who would come to rescue him? Xia Ling smiled bitterly. They couldn't take Mu Bei away from Shieling Mountain, nor could they provide aid. As for finding humans, that was even more absurd. Would humans dare to face them? They'd probably faint from fear. What should we do? The anomalies fell silent. Then, a female anomaly timidly drifted over. Faced with so many powerful anomalies, she hadn't dared to speak. Seeing everyone silent now, she suddenly thought of something. What is it? Xia Ling frowned slightly, looking at the little female anomaly. Lord Xia Ling, esteemed lords, there are actually quite a few humans nearby. The female anomaly pointed to the cars parked behind them. Everyone was stunned. Right, there are people. Go, call them out of the cars. Have them come rescue him immediately. Xia Ling urged quickly. Okay, the female anomaly nodded. Finally, there was something she could do. When they were helping block the ghost soldiers earlier, she had been completely useless. Now, in front of all these powerful figures, she had to make a good impression. She immediately drifted towards those cars. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Inside the cars.
People were hiding under the driver's or passenger seats.
Suddenly, the female anomaly appeared outside the car window, scaring them so much they trembled. Yeah, hurry up and take the Celestial Master for emergency treatment. The female anomaly had no patience for nonsense now. She shouted, Rescue him! Rescue him! The rich kid, seeing the female anomaly didn't look very scary, was puzzled. Nonsense. Don't you have cars? Get him to the hospital for emergency treatment, quick. If anything happens to him, watch out. I'll be haunting you tonight. The female ghost threatened Sister Dao. Don't let us save him.
Hearing she'd haunt them,
those rich kids were scared out of their wits and quickly opened the car door. But suddenly, they remembered something. Sister Dao, even if we want to save him, we can't. The car won't start, and our phones have no signal. The hospital is far from here, and we're out of power. No signal. The female ghost was stunned. She quickly tried to control their car with her electromagnetic waves.
That's when she realized these guys weren't lying.
The car really had no power, and the phones had no signal either. What's going on? Who did this? The female ghost was furious. We don't know. It's been like this since we arrived at Shieling Mountain. Mu Bei just called you out, and we thought you did it. The rich kid hung his head, feeling helpless. He thought that if he told a single lie, he'd die a horrible death. Impossible. We definitely did do it. The female ghost shook her head. Was it the ghosts? The female ghost would find out soon enough. Don't let me find out who did it, or I'll make sure they die a miserable death. Production team, Chapter 65. The show is doomed. What we do? What we do? If these ghosts find out it was us, they'll kill us for sure. Should we go out now? Go out? With so many ghosts around? Aren't you afraid to die? What should we do now? The production team of the horror prank show was completely panicking. We just wanted to pull a prank. Who knew you'd summon all the ghosts from the mountains? You even called out the underworld invoice. If the ghosts find out it was us, they'll slaughter us all. Production team, aren't you going out to help? You caused this mess. Now Mu Bei is in critical danger.
Are you too scared of the ghost to go out?
Oof. Mu Bei is a hero of our nation now. If anything happens to him, you'll be going to jail. You can still atone now and maybe get fewer years. If something happens to Mu Bei, just wait and see what I do to you. Here's your last chance. Go tell the online trolls to stop the prank show now. They're too scared to help because of the creepy stuff. Netizens are furious.
Sure, they enjoy the show,
but it's all just harmless scares. Pranks like this are common abroad, so it's just for fun. But this time, hacking someone's car and stalling it on purpose. That's already breaking the law. Whether Mu Bei's okay or not, they deserve jail time to think it over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Officer Zhao Qin'er, on her way, sees the barrage on her phone. Her pretty face turns red with anger. This heartless show crew. I'll arrest every one of you when I get there. This show must be shut down. After the anger, she quickly snaps back and dials emergency services. After giving the location, she tosses the phone on the passenger seat, starts the car, and floors the accelerator. Heads for Shieling Mountain. Mu Bei, you have to hold on. Master said I should find you as my Tao companion. As things at Shieling Mountain settle down, after Mu Bei falls from the sky, Yu Yao is utterly heartbroken. At first, she thought Mu Bei was just a lecher who knew some Tao arts, especially when he flirted with those streamers. She never intended to find him as a Tao companion. After all, she couldn't stand someone like him. But after this incident, Yu Yao's view of him completely changes. She seems to understand why Zhang Tianji sent him here. Mu Bei must have mastered the Tao arts. He came down the mountain to temper his mortal heart. There are many ways for such tempering.
Mu Bei just chose one of them. He's not a playboy.
He's just using this method to refine his mortal heart. Someone who risks his life to save the people. Couldn't possibly be what they see on the surface. Yu Yao is frantic now. All her initial disdain for Mu Bei is gone, replaced by boundless respect and admiration. If she could become Tao companions with someone like him, Yu Yao feels it would be her greatest honor. So Mu Bei, you must not die. I still want to stay by your side and learn Tao arts from you. Yu Yao feels her Tao heart is almost in chaos. The already floored accelerator is pressed even harder. Seventh Grandpa, what do we do? Please save Mu Bei. Lu Yuan can't care if Lu Qinshan is meditating right now. After dialing his number, her voice trembled with tears. She had seen everything Mu Bei did, From the moment he invoked the gods to block the Yin soldiers, she knew at first sight. He was the one she had been looking for. And seeing Mu Bei sacrifice his life in the end, to save the people, she was even more certain he was the man she would marry. But now, Mu Bei's fate was unknown. She panicked, and her cultivation was far too weak. She had no ability to help Mu Bei at all. Even though she knew the transmission array was helping, she still couldn't offer the slightest assistance. This made Lu Yuan deeply blame herself. If only she hadn't been lazy. If she had studied more Taoist arts, accumulated more cultivation, she could have helped Mu Bei. Then he wouldn't have been so badly injured. But what's done is done. At this moment, Lu Yuan could only turn to her grandfather, Lu Qianshan, for help. Yuaner, don't panic. The ambulance is already on its way. Your senior brother Li Xian is also heading there. It should arrive soon. As long as his soul remains intact, you should be okay. Lu Qianshan tried to comfort her. How could he possibly be okay? I just saw him covered in blood in the video. His hair had turned completely white. Lu Yuan knew full well this was Lu Qianshan trying to console her. All she wanted to know now was how she could help him. I know, but panicking is useless right now. We can only hope he pulls through. Lu Qianshan shook his head helplessly. We're just Taoist priests, not immortals. Compared to Lu Yuan, Lu Qianshan and the others were even far away. Even if they rushed over, it wouldn't help. Not to mention, he had a large number of injured people here to deal with. Even if I, your grandfather, rushed over at my fastest speed, what could I do to help? Lu Yuan seemed to understand something. It was clear Lu Qianshan was powerless too. But she didn't want to give up. She asked again, just don't cause any trouble. Leave it to Li Xian and the medical team. Expertise. Lu Qianshan shook his head slightly. All right, I understand. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then replied dejectedly. Indeed, she couldn't be of any help right now, but she had to go see him. With that thought, Lu Yuan quickly started the car's engine. We drove to Shilin Mountain. All vehicles were dispatched. Escort for ambulance. The RIT team cleans up all passing vehicles. Although it's late at night, there aren't many cars. But it must not go wrong with the Fuling City Law Enforcement Bureau. Traffic enforcers and all the major law enforcement officers were called out. Now, they only have one goal, is to ensure that all roads must be clear. And now it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Although not to the peak of the flow of people. But many early morning vehicles have appeared on the streets. Now Mu Bei's life and death are unknown. They're law enforcers. It is necessary to ensure that the treatment of Mu Bei is not hindered. You have only one goal now. That is to ensure that the ambulance is not hindered in any way. Mu Bei must be saved anyway. The law enforcement captain shouted at the crowd. Understand the crowd roared in response. Then run towards your own car. Soon the sound of law enforcement sirens sounded throughout the streets of Fuling City. At this time, the ambulance is also under the guard of the law enforcement agency. Towards Shilin Mountain and watch the cars. Some unknown, so people are wondering. I don't know what happened. Chapter 66, The Dissipating Soul of Moon North. You must hold on. Li Xian is probably the one closest to Shilin Mountain. At this time, he did not care about the physical discomfort caused by the loss of Dao Yan. A direct kick of the accelerator rushed up, while walking in the mouth, also constantly chanting. Moon North must not have anything. His current status and strength are too important to the Dragon Kingdom's celestial masters. Now science and technology developed. There are obvious faults in many things of Taoism. Mu Bei, on the other hand, can use many long-lost Taoist methods, once he's willing to share it. The Taoists of the Dragon Kingdom, the skill of Taoism can definitely go to the next level. So Moon North must not die. Think of Li Xian here. The foot of the throttle is also a bit faster. On the other side, in the woods not far from Shilin Mountain, after hearing the woman's paradoxical words, they turn pale one by one. Now it's not just the netizens who are online violence against them. Even if it's weird, find out why the car stalled. They can imagine going out now. It's no different from dying. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Who can help us intercede? Now completely panicked, Lu Yun said with a sober voice, addressing the live stream. Gone was the high spirits she had when she first arrived. She looked just like a bullied little girl. You're scared now, huh? You know you messed up? Why didn't you say you were wrong when you were pulling those pranks? Why didn't you say you were wrong when you disabled his car? Now you know you're wrong? The video is on record. It's not just you, Lu Yun. Every single person from your entire production team. You're all going down. There was a chance to redeem yourselves. But you didn't take it. Wait until the enforcers get here. Then it'll be too late for you to do anything. Lu Yun's pitiful appearance didn't hurt any sympathy from anyone. The netizens at this moment were all watching her coldly. Her apology came far too late. And now she doesn't even dare to go out. You call that an apology? By now, they'd already called the police. The enforcers were also on their way. There was no room for turning back on this matter. What awaited them was only prison time. And seeing the netizens' comments, Lu Yun immediately became anxious. How are we supposed to go out? She pleaded urgently. The specters are all looking for trouble with us right now. Going out there would be suicide. Besides, this show is what you all wanted to watch. And this was the production team's arrangement. I'm just a small-time streamer. Why are you saying all this about me? I'm innocent too. Lu Yun hoped to win the netizens' sympathy by playing the victim card. But her clever plan backfired. Maybe at the beginning, she could have gotten some sympathy from the netizens. But not anymore. Because Mu Bei, to save tens of thousands of people in Dragon Country, risked his life to summon the Underworld Emperor. And now we're supposed to feel sorry for her? Huh, innocent. Weren't all those twisted ideas at the start yours? Stop being pathetic and wait for your judgment. Do you really think we're fools? A little crying and we'll feel sorry for you? What are you thinking? It's not just you. There's also that one called Menu. Just you wait this time. If you don't get a harsh sentence, just you wait and see. We won't let the heart of someone who saved us grow cold. Seeing Lu Yun still trying to defend herself, the netizens at this moment grew even more furious. Right now, Mu Bei's fate is unknown, and they're afraid to go up because they fear the specters will cause trouble. Those specters are the ones worried about Mu Bei's safety. Now the past, even if it is really wrong. Weird people will definitely save Mu Bei first and then send him away. Can those weird people really trouble you? See her constantly shirked, still trying to blame others. Netizens are also more angry, and the Lu Yun at this point see that it didn't work. The whole person also collapsed on the ground, finished completely. Even her fans don't help themselves. This time in jail is for sure, and Mu Bei's influence must have spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom by now. Don't say it's her. I'm afraid the whole Thriller crew will suffer. For a time, Lu Yun hearts filled with despair, creaking while netizens are still worried. At this moment, a car came quickly towards this side. Who looked at the car? The strange people around Moon North asked over there. Evil, I am Li Xian. Get out of the car, quickly, Li Xian said to the evil order. The two of them are old acquaintances. I don't even know how many times I fought at the beginning. Have a distinguish between winners and losers. Looking at the Lixian evil order, slightly frowned. Cold track Lixian today. I'm not in the mood to fight with you. Don't make me rough with you. I'm not in the mood to fight you either. Lixian walked towards him on his own. As he walked, he said, how is Mu North? Are you still breathing? You are also here for Mu Bei Tianshi. Evil orders one none otherwise. Can't I come here to fight with you? And there's so much weirdness. Have I ever fought? Lixian said, anxious. This guy is as straightforward as before. But it's going to make sense. The next channel is still breathing, but it's very weak if it's not saved. I'm afraid his soul is dissipating. What a surprise, Lixian. Soul dissipation is a big deal. Once you lose even part of it, even if you don't die, you'll get dementia. Lixian hurried forward, watching Mu North covered in blood. It's like I've been pinched by something. This guy is not going to kill his soul. To see Mu North still breathing, I saw Lixian quickly pull out a piece of yellow paper filled with spells painted by Zhang from his pocket, muttering under one's breath. Then he put the spell on Mu Bei's head like a zombie. Lixian Tianshi, Master He. Looking at Lixian busy for a long time. No sign of waking up in Mu Bei either. Xiaoling said with some concern. I don't know. Lixian shook his head slightly. I can only temporarily suppress his soul from leaking out for now. As for whether he can survive, Lixian did not continue. He can only do this much at most. And this time, Mu Bei's setback isn't just in the soul. There's also his body. If the body can't be saved, then his soul is probably beyond help too. Didn't you know to call an ambulance? You came alone. Can you save him? Xiaoling complained. The ambulance is already on its way. Lixian slowly stood up, seeing all the strange zombies gathered here. He then said, everyone, thank you for blocking the Yin soldiers today. He cupped his hands towards the crowd of anomalies. He continued, but the medical staff will be here soon, so please leave early and don't scare them. Then, Master Tianshi is in your hands. The anomalies nodded and then began to disperse. Xiaoling watched Xiaoling's departing figure. Lixian suddenly called out to him. Xiaoling stopped and turned to look at him. A look of confusion on his face. Thank you. Lixian cupped his hands. Next time we fight, I won't hold back. Xiaoling smiled and soared into the air. Me too. Watching his departing figure, Lixian said, you must save Master Tianshi. Come find me at West Ridge Mountain, and I'll treat you to a drink. After a voice sounded in the air, Xiaoling's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. West Ridge Mountain quieted down again as before. Chapter 67. Beating up the rich second generation. How's Mu Bei? After about 20 minutes, several cars drove onto West Ridge Mountain. As soon as they stopped, several very beautiful girls were seen gathering around. Yu Yao, junior sister. Lu Yuan, junior sister. The law enforcer looked at the three women. Lixian was slightly taken aback. Were they? Senior brother Lixian. How is Mu Bei? At this moment, Yu Yao and Lu Yuan looked very anxious. They quickly asked, vital signs are still present. I used a soul-suppressing talisman to hold him, preventing soul leakage. But I don't know how much longer his body can hold on. Lixian shook his head bitterly. He was just a Taoist priest. This was all he could do. Zhao Qin'er, a law enforcer for Fulinzi. I'll learn first aid. Let me take a look. I don't really have much to say to these people. Zhao Qin'er quickly walks towards Mu Bei. Wait, Zhao Qin'er sees Zhao Qin'er going to Mu Bei. Lixian quickly stops her. He adds, this isn't a normal injury. Wait for the paramedics to arrive. We can't put any more strain on his body. Zhao Qin'er falls silent. She does know some first aid, but this time it's really tricky, beyond her ability to save him. But Mu Bei's condition looks really bad. Alright, I'll go take care of something else first. In the end, Zhao Qin'er still didn't dare to move Mu Bei. Her gaze turns towards the depths of the forest. She shouts, I'm Zhao Qin'er, a law enforcement officer for Fulinzi. You come out yourselves, or we'll have to cuff you and drag you out. Several people. Officer Zhao, what is this about? Lixian asks, puzzled. You've probably all seen the video by now, right? This horror prank show is already suspected of breaking the law. I came here, first, to check on Mu Bei. Second, to arrest them and bring them in for trial. These are stupid. They actually used a hacker to take over Mu Bei's car. They should be arrested. This show shouldn't have been made in the first place. If you don't respect the supernatural, something will happen sooner or later. This time was lucky. Mu Bei found out. If there's a next time, who knows what might happen? Hearing that Zhao Qin'er is here to make arrests. Both women express their support. Yu Yao and Lu Yuan are both Taoists. They understand very well the dangers of this show. Before, they hadn't encountered real paranormal activity. They were just lucky. As they say, if you play with fire, you'll get burned. It was only time before they went into real supernatural. If no one helped them then, it would really be too late. So this show should have been stopped long ago. This time they should face trial. And this show absolutely must be shut down. Zhao Qin'er nods and continues. Alright, everyone, I'll handle things over here. As she says this, she looks towards Mu Bei lying on the ground again. As for Mu Bei, I'll leave him in your care. Please, make sure he gets better. After speaking, Zhao Qin'er gives them a slight bow. Then, she heads toward the production crew members who are now emerging. Watching Zhao Qin'er, Yu Yao and Lu Yuan are momentarily stunned. This is senior sister Lu Yuan. How did you get here? Yu Yao looks over at Lu Yuan. She asks calmly. Cut the small talk, why are you here? Lu Yuan seems to pick up on something too. She asks Yu Yao back. Of course I came to see my cultivation partner Mu Bei. What about you? Yu Yao answers without the slightest hesitation. I came to see my husband. You got a problem with that? Lu Yuan is not about to back down. After saying that, she puffs out her full chest. Like she's picking a fight with Yu Yao. After just a few lines back and forth, the air instantly becomes thick with tension. Well, Lixian, standing off to the side, is totally confused. Saying, what's this about cultivation partner? What husband? You two must be meeting Mu Bei for the first time, right? Wow. Already calling your cultivation partner? Already calling him husband? Lixian can't make sense of this at all. Are girls this forward these days? How come when I was living in the mortal world, no girl has ever been so proactive about herself? Lixian feels a little heartbroken. Pick up the pace. Just at this moment, Zhao Qin'er's voice suddenly rings out. Everyone looks towards where the voice is coming from. Right now, the crew of the Thriller Prank Show are walking out one by one, looking completely dejected. Menu, who led the RIT team, is even cuffed by Zhao Qin'er. After Xin, these two youths. I'll take these people back first. After escorting everyone over, Zhao Qin'er walks over to them. As she speaks, she suddenly remembers something, and says to those rich second generations still trembling in the car, you can come out now. Those rich second generations and female streamers only slowly poke their heads out after seeing it's just people. Phew, thank goodness the female ghost is gone. Right now, those female streamers are so scared that they've wet themselves. After they come out, a faint, unpleasant smell lingers in the air. You all come back with me first. Sit in the car first thing tomorrow morning. After they go, Zhao Qin'er says to them, understood, officer. We'll go right now. A few people nod quickly. Suddenly, they spot a familiar face. Menu from SEF. Didn't you say you weren't coming out today? Oh, here. He's the one who pranked you all. He's also the one who had someone stall your car. Just then, Lu Yuan cuts in from the side. looking at Mengyu with obvious disdain. What? She says calmly. A few people are stunned. So, all those terrifying things we went through. He did all this. Damn it. They still considered Mengyu a brother. He actually set us up. Oldly sorry. I'll kill you. Just as Mengyu wanted to apologize, a rich kid suddenly launched a flying kick, aiming straight for Mengyu. He didn't even get a chance to apologize. Seeing someone take the lead, the other rich kids wouldn't let him off. They immediately started beating him up together. Mengyu, others might be afraid of him, but we're not. We're all just as rich. We won't put up with you. And after all the terrifying things we went through tonight, we were scared out of our wits. All because of what this Mengyu did. Now, they were hitting even harder. All right. The law will judge Mengyu. When those rich kids suddenly attacked, Zhao Qian'er didn't stop them right away. Only after he was beaten to a pulp did she pull him apart. But those rich kids were still furious. They gave him a few more kicks before finally stopping. Okay, go to the car first. Come with me to the enforcement bureau later. After pulling them apart, Zhao Qian'er said to them. Then she suddenly remembered something. All right, give me Mu Bei's parents' phone numbers. I'll go pick them up later. Oh, okay. The rich kid found the number and showed it to Zhao Qian'er. After saving the number, Zhao Qian'er suddenly asked, by the way, do you know what Mu Bei likes to eat? Or what things he likes? Rich kid Yu Yao, Lu Yuan. Wait, this female officer is acting really strange. The two exchange a look, both seeing the alarm in each other's eyes. Chapter 68. The old celestial master has a bold idea. A full half hour later, the ambulance finally arrived, late. Once there, they started working busily. Yu Yao, and the others couldn't really help, so they just watched quietly from the side. Only after Mu Bei was loaded into the ambulance did they finally ask the emergency doctor, Doctor, how is Mu Bei? Very dangerous, possibly. The doctor seemed very pessimistic. He sighed and said, we'll do our best to save him, but whether he can make it or not, I understand. Lu Xian nodded. Of course he understood what that meant. Mu Bei fought too desperately this time, but he also knew if he had fought so desperately, those shadow soldiers probably couldn't have been moved out. Doctor, you must find a way to save him. Lu Xian bowed slightly to him. Don't worry, we've all seen the video. No matter what, we'll do our best. The doctor nodded solemnly. This ghost army transfer caused quite a stir in Dragon Country, not just in Fulling City. So they all know how important Mu Bei is now. Without further delay, after lifting Mu Bei into the car, the ambulance rushed him back to the hospital. Meanwhile, at the higher levels of Dragon Country, a late-night order was issued to all hospitals nationwide. All highly experienced doctors were roused from sleep for an emergency assembly. Airports also had overtime shifts, all senior doctors, PhDs, TCM masters, etc., with clinical experience. All were converging on Fulling City. The Dragon Country Paranormal Research Bureau was also rushing non-stop towards Fulling City. The people of Dragon Country now seemed to realize something was happening. Online posts were flying, comments and view counts reached a terrifying level. What's going on? Our expert-level doctors here. We're all called to Fulling City. They must be going to save Mu Bei. Is Mu Bei's condition that bad?
We must wake him up.
What can we do? How can we help? Do we need to donate money or something? He saved our lynch one. This time, we must help him no matter what. Money is meaningless. I'm just thinking, is there any other way to help him? On all major forums, everyone expressed concern for Mu Bei. But right now, from the official side, no one revealed any news related to Mu Bei. And the matter of Mu Bei blocking the Ghost Army certainly couldn't be suppressed now, because there were too many people in the live stream. Many knew about the paranormal event. At this moment, Dragon Country's officials were also trying hard to suppress this wave of attention. But it was no use. The commotion caused was too great. Official inaction was the best action. How was Mu Bei? Around 4 to 5 a.m. At Fulling City Central Hospital, after the Taoist masters finally rested, they rushed over, seeing Li Xian, Yu Yao, and others guarding the emergency room door. Lu Qianshan and Zhang Tianji quickly asked, Master, Uncle Lu. Mu Bei, he saw the two. Yu Yao was too heartbroken to speak. Looking at the three's dejected expressions, they could tell right away.
Is there really no way left?
The two's faces immediately turned grim. If we can't save Mu Bei, then the Taoist inheritance of Dragon Country. I'm afraid the doctors have already issued a critical illness notice. Li Xian paused, then continued. But right now, other experts and professors are all rushing here. We don't know if they'll make it in time. Once a critical illness notice is issued, it basically means the end for that person. It's true that this world has supernatural entities,
But they don't form that easily.
what's more, supernatural entities don't have much consciousness in their early stages. They even have memory gaps. Even we celestial masters can do nothing about it. Hearing Li Xian's words, the two fell silent. Old Lu, come out with me for a minute. Lu Qianshan nodded. The two walked together to the hospital's emergency stairwell. Once inside, Lu Qianshan gave a bitter laugh. Old Zhang, I'm afraid we're going to be disappointed this time. When it comes to physical death, we celestial masters can't do a single thing about it. And this time, the chances are high that Mu Bei can't be saved. Unlike Lu Qianshan, who was sighing and moping, Old Zhang Tianji looked over at Lu Qianshan, furrowed his brow slightly, and said, Old Lu, I feel there might still be a chance. Lu Qianshan was stunned. He suddenly looked over at Zhang Tianji, quickly asked, what chance? Do you have some life-saving treasure? What treasure? You know whether I have any treasures or not. Zhang Tianji looked at him with a black face. Then what's this chance you're talking about? Lu Qianshan frowned slightly. No treasure. So what chance can there be? We're celestial masters, not immortals. We can do nothing about birth, old age, sickness, and death. To put it bluntly, we're worse than the doctors in this hospital. Old Lu, do you really think that our preaching formation back then, and the Dao charm on Mu Bei's body, could hold that formation gate open for over an hour? Zhang Tianji didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked back. Lu Qianshan was stunned. What he meant? Right now, Lu Qianshan fell into deep thought. During the second transmission, their Dao essence was already nearly depleted. They were completely draining their own lives as the price. To support Mu Bei in summoning the Underworld Emperor. After summoning the Underworld Emperor, Mu Bei's Dao essence was almost completely exhausted, though he sacrificed his life in the end. Even though Mu Bei was still relatively young, he couldn't possibly sustain a formation gate for over an hour. Isn't there something off about this? I was standing at the Koan position, so I could feel it. Zhang Tianji looked seriously at Lu Qianshan and continued, actually, what supported the formation gate?
Wasn't our transmission array?
Lu Qianshan was a bit confused. SEF Mu Bei's Dao essence wasn't enough at the time. If it wasn't our transmission power, if it wasn't ours, then what? Wait. Suddenly, Lu Qianshan thought of something and exclaimed in shock. You mean the prayers and will of the people of Dragon Country? Exactly. I felt a Dao essence that didn't belong to any of us. That Tao essence was very faint, but after accumulating in quantity, it became extremely powerful. Zhang Tianji nodded. He had noticed something was off then, because summoning the Underworld Emperor should have drained all their Tao essence, even their lives. But as things stand now, aside from Mu Bei being critically ill, the other Celestial Masters are basically fine. Besides Mu Bei not wanting to keep borrowing their Tao essence, there was actually support from another force. That was the prayers of tens of thousands in Dragon Country. Prayer power is actually a form of Tao essence. This is why gods and immortals need worship.
So you're saying,
We should have the people of Dragon Country worship Mu Bei once. To pull him back, Lu Qianshan finally understood Zhang Tianji's meaning.
but how much worship would it take to bring someone back?
Chapter 69. Creating a true human immortal. Yes, Zhang Tianji's eyes gleamed with intensity. Prayer power. That's treatment only gods receive. Who would have thought we'd get it because of Mu Bei this time? But back then, they were only praying to save themselves, hoping Mu Bei could stop the underworld soldiers and save them. So all the power went to the formation gate at that time. If the people of Dragon Country could sustain a gate against tens of thousands of underworld soldiers, what if that power were directed at Mu Bei? Sustaining his life shouldn't be a problem, right? There might even be. Old Lu, I have a bold idea. Our technology is so advanced now. With over 1 billion people in our Dragon Nation, spreading would be a breeze. If even 100 million people sincerely prayed, watching the live stream, Zhang Tianji grew more and more excited. Mu Bei might just ascend to become a human immortal. Hearing this, Lu Qianshan's heart skipped several beats. A human immortal, in today's world,
Who gets a chance to become one? They noticed Mu Bei's Tao rhyme hinted at that potential, but he was still far from it.
that was just a nascent variation of his Tao rhyme. That rainbow Tao light of his in his entire life. It might never advance further. But now, if we ride this wave of attention, get people praying for Mu Bei's safety, then he'd truly be just one step away from becoming a human immortal.
He might even ascend directly.
Old Zhang, you keep an eye on the kids here. We need to get to the Tao Alliance right now to discuss this. We'll help set up a spirit gathering array. No time to waste. If Mu Bei really becomes a human immortal, we'll all benefit from his glory. Lu Qianshan didn't want to miss this chance either. All right, Zhang Tianji nodded. They hurried toward the emergency room entrance together. What? My son is a celestial master? A couple in their early 40s stood at the emergency room entrance, talking with Li Xian, Yu Yao, and Lu Yuan. When they explained Mu Bei's situation, the couple was stunned. They knew their son's character all too well. How could he be a celestial master? Master Li Xian, this isn't something to joke about. My son might like strange, occult things. He's a celestial master.
He's nowhere near that level, said the middle-aged man.
Watching the stream, he still suspected Li Xian was a plant hired by Mu Bei. As Mu Bei's father, Lu Qianshan knew his son inside out. He not longer thankful for enough. How could he become a celestial master? Maybe he did something he didn't tell you about. Li Xian said calmly, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he addressed them solemnly. Uncle Mu, this time, to save tens of thousands in Dragon Nation. Mu Bei nearly died. Right now, Li Xian took a deep breath. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. You need to be prepared. What? Hearing Li Xian's words, the couple froze on the spot. My son, the woman beside him, immediately burst into tears. Yu Yao and Lu Yuan quickly rushed over to support her. Auntie, don't be too sad. He's still being treated. We believe the doctors can definitely cure Mu Bei. That's right, Auntie. Mu Bei is a good person with good fortune. He'll be fine. The two tried to console her, but their words lacked conviction. How could this happen? How? He was just going out to have fun. How could he suddenly be critically ill? Mu Qianshan's face was also etched with grief. He was usually busy with his company and had never paid much attention to Mu Bei. He thought his son was just hanging out with a bunch of spoiled, rich, good-for-nothing friends. So he let him be. Who could have imagined that he had secretly been learning Taoist techniques and not only became a celestial master, but also saved tens of thousands of Longbow people? Mu Qianshan should be proud of him. But that pride only matters if he survives. He'd rather his son had just remained a wasteful rich kid. Seeing the couple's sorrow,
The three of them didn't know how to console them.
Mu Bei was their only child. Mu Qianshan and Yu Suzhen were both in their 40s. They had poured their hearts into raising the son. To face burying their own child, no one could accept that. But right now, they were powerless. Li Xian, you stay here and watch over Mu Bei. Old Lu, and I need to go back for a bit. Just then, Zhang Tianji and Lu Qianshan walked over. They were about to speak, but saw the middle-aged couple, faces streaked with tears, weeping. The two men paused, then looked at Li Xian with confusion. Li Xian, these are Mu Bei's parents.
Guessing their question,
Li Xian explained, Mu Bei's parents.
they quickly understood. Hello, they said.
I am Zhang Tianji, Celestial Master of Long Mountain. This is Lu Qianshan, chairman of the Longwood Taoist Alliance. After the introductions, Zhang Tianji continued. First, please calm down. Old Lu and I found a way to save Mu Bei. Really? Celestial Master Zhang? Please, you must save our Xiao Bei.
Hearing there was a way,
Yu Suzhen immediately grabbed his arm and pleaded. Don't worry. Mu Bei is also incredibly important to us. We will spare no effort to save him. Zhang Tianji nodded solemnly. Then he looked at Li Xian. Li Xian, you're in charge here. Don't go anywhere until Mu Bei wakes up. Understood? Yes, Master. Li Xian nodded. He naturally understood the importance of Mu Bei, but the critical condition notice has already been issued. What can we do now? Old Lu, let's go. After giving instructions, he comforted the two of them. Only then did Zhang Tianji turn to Lu Qianshan and say, Master, Uncle Lu. Seeing the two come out, Li Xian hurriedly chased after them. He called out to them, Master, Uncle Lu, were you just comforting them? Or, Li Xian wanted to know for sure, so he could comfort Mu Bei's parents later. Right now, they're just celestial masters. When it comes to saving lives, I'm afraid they have no way. We weren't just comforting them. We have a plan, though the success rate might not be high. Zhang Tianji said, really? Li Xian's eyes lit up. As long as there's a plan, even if it's just 1%. No, 1,000th, even a 10,000 chance he's willing to try. What's the plan? Can I help? Li Xian quickly asked. He wanted to help Mu Bei too. You, Zhang Tianji, looked at Li Xian, suddenly thinking of something. Then he said, perhaps you really could do better than us. Li Xian is young, and more proficient with things like the internet. Maybe letting you young people handle this would work better. He then laid out his plan. This, after hearing their plan, Li Xian gasped sharply. Turn Mu Bei into a human immortal? You guys are really bold. A human immortal is a being who has reached the level of a deity. Is that really possible, Li Xian? You notify the younger generation in a bit. We're going back to contact the higher-ups now. This brain has, Zhang Tianji said, his eyes flashing with golden light, and continued, perhaps in our lifetime, we might see a true human immortal. Chapter 70. Mu-Bei's figures are selling like crazy. Holy crap. Such a master, are you crazy? A human immortal. That's not something easily created. People in Dragon Country today lack faith. Just praying. Might not release much Dao Rhyme. When you were at West Ridge Mountain, they only released Dao Rhyme because they wanted to save themselves. The idea is good, but putting it into practice won't be easy. At that moment, over a dozen elderly men, dressed in Taoist robes, were all talking at once, discussing something. They'd all heard about what happened last night at Shilling Mountain. It was just because they were too far away. They couldn't get there in time. After arriving here, they heard some devastating news. Mu-Bei is critically ill. Now, Zhang Tianji actually wants to use the faith of the Dragon Kingdom's people to save him. That's obviously a huge problem. I know it's difficult, but we could try. Listening to the discussion, Zhang Tianji, who is silent until now, finally spoke up. He continued, yesterday on that horror prank show, the live stream viewership reached nearly 10 million. And that's not counting other channels of dissemination. He paused. Then Zhang Tianji looked around at everyone. He went on, everyone, when people know that ghosts and gods exist in this world, and that there are spectral soldiers,
Do you still think they won't have faith anymore?
the group fell silent. Indeed, the reason the Dragon Kingdom's people don't revere gods or fear demons
Is because they've never seen them.
But after the incidents with Mu-Bei and the spectral soldiers, they now have to believe it. These things truly exist in this world, and Mu-Bei saved them. If you ask them to offer some incense, pray sincerely, or something like that, it might actually be possible. But the new problem is, the power of prayer requires genuine sincerity. And it has to be prayers from Mu-Bei to survive. That's the hard part. People are selfish. Even if they pray, they'll most likely be praying for Mu-Bei to bless them with promotions and wealth, smooth sailing and such. Praying for him to survive. The reason the gods have fate in the Dragon Kingdom actually lies here. Because people only know how to take, without any intention of giving. I know the difficulty right now is exactly this. How do we spread the message? So they will sincerely pray for Mu-Bei to survive. Zhang Tianji tapped the table with his hand, feeling a headache coming on. The meeting room instantly fell silent. Zhang Tianji's idea was good, but when it came to actually implementing it, they found it was still full of difficulties. Alright, let me share my thoughts. After a long while, Lu Qianshan, sitting at the head of the table, tapped the table with his finger. He looked around at everyone, instead of just discussing here. Let's first think about how we would actually do it if we were to implement it. I think we should try, regardless of success or failure. Otherwise, it's useless. Let's vote. Those in favor of this action, raise your hands. After speaking, Lu Qianshan looked at the crowd. At that moment, only Lu Qianshan and Zhang Tianji raised their hands. Everyone else was hesitating. If it were just a rescue mission, that would be fine. They'll need to create a spirit gathering ray using their own Dao essence.
That means before Mu-Bei wakes up,
They'll have to constantly use their Dao essence to maintain his condition. But in this world, cultivating Dao essence is extremely difficult. If it were to save common people like yesterday, as Taoists, they have that resolve. But saving a dying person, using an impractical method to deplete their Dao essence, that makes them hesitate. Seeing the few hands that wanted to rise, but couldn't, Lu Qianshan looked very disappointed. But without them, it's impossible. Yesterday, the Taoist masters from Fuling City and the Longhung Mountain area expended too much Dao essence. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to recover.
even he and Zhang Tianji are currently depleted.
They can't sustain a spirit gathering array alone. But these guys, none of them are willing to take the risk. This made Lu Qianshan a bit angry. But as a Taoist, even though he's the alliance leader, you can't force anyone to do what they don't want to do. This is getting tricky. Grandpa. Just then, an urgent voice came from outside the conference room. Yuan saw Lu Yuan knocking on the door and window. Lu Qianshan frowned slightly. What is this granddaughter doing? This is a Taoist alliance meeting. How could she be so rude? Grandpa, open the door. Something big happened. Lu Yuan knocked again. Her expression was anxious, yet excited. Come inside. Come in. Lu Qianshan sensed something was off. He let her in. Grandpa, the public is going crazy right now. Lu Yuan rushed in, panting. Leaning on her knees, she said, what's wrong? Lu Qianshan was stunned, vaguely guessing something. He quickly asked, today on all the major shopping platforms, Mu-Bei's figurines are selling like crazy. Catching her breath, Lu Yuan hurriedly brought her phone over. She connected it to the conference room's projector.
Everyone looked over curiously.
On the phone screen, it displayed the online shopping page of Long Country. A lifelike Mu-Bei figurine hangs on the page. Below the image, $99.99 sold, out of stock. Seller restocking now. Comments below exceed 10,000. Finally got Mu-Bei's figurine. Gonna enshrine it when it arrives. Smash my Buddha statue. Only Mu-Bei now. Seller, hurry up. I'll pay extra for Mu-Bei's portrait now. Good for warding off evil. Anyone know where Mu-Bei is? Want his signature on my portrait. Need signed figurine.
Most comments just want his figurine.
Those who can't buy it,
settle for his portrait instead.
As they say, his portrait wards off evil better than door gods.
Grandpa, this is just one shop.
Lu Yuan quickly scrolls through other sellers.
All below show.
Shocking 9,999 sales each. Extremely popular. After scrolling, Lu Yuan says, Grandpa, I think you and Li Xin are right. All forms now. Mu-Bei bar, all tracking his status. Especially from Lingchuan.
Many heading to Fuling City.
Just to see and thank Mu-Bei.
All factions asking about him.
Hospital phones overwhelmed. Lu Yuan excitedly says,
those nurses fighting to care for him. Hearing this, the whole room
gasps in shock.
Then, I agree to use the spirit array. Support fully. Must save Mu-Bei.
Chapter 71, Chaos. No standing tickets? What's going on?
No room to stand.
Endure it, 3 to 4 hours.
Stand for 3 to 4 hours.
Can't take it? Get off. No one forced you.
All tickets to Fuling sold out.
Planes, high-speed rail.
Buses, even old trains packed.
Where to get a seat? Just endure. We're all seeing Mu Bei on the high-speed rail at this moment, whether it's the direct line to Fulling City or trains passing through Fulling. All tickets are completely sold out. Even more terrifying is that the high-speed rail, which originally didn't sell any standing tickets, was forced to add tickets due to the massive crowds at the station, unable to ensure safety otherwise. They had to open standing tickets. Even so, many still couldn't get tickets. What's even scarier is that it's not just the high-speed rail. Large numbers of people are also going to buy tickets elsewhere. It feels like a spring festival travel rush we haven't seen in years. The sea of bobbing heads looks quite frightening. Who would have thought our outdated green trains would see such massive passenger flow again? Looking at the overcrowded waiting hall below, the train conductor was shocked. They're all going to see Mu Bei. Our side is still okay. Linchuan is even more terrifying. They're all going with their entire families. Hearing his words, other staff couldn't help but smile wryly. Bringing the whole family? That's so exaggerated. The conductor was confused, even if going to thank Mu Bei. No need to be this exaggerated, right? If I weren't stuck here, I'd go too, the staff member said with a bitter smile. Exactly. I want to take leave today, but our boss said forget about taking leave now. Even those on vacation are being called back. Sigh, after this batch passes through, I'll go too. We'll go together then. I'll bring my kid along. Of course, that's exactly why I'm going, to bring my child. The preparing staff also started discussing. Hearing them, the conductor looked completely baffled. You all want to go too? Why? The conductor voiced his confusion. I get you wanted to see Mu Bei, the celestial master. But why bring the whole family? Conductor, if you go, you're not bringing your family? The staff looked even more puzzled, their eyes full of confusion. Why bring family? It's just to see Mu Bei, the celestial master's true face. No need, right? And with so many people, going won't help much. The conductor gave his explanation, but hearing him, the others smiled strangely, which frustrated him. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me what's going on. Conductor, have you forgotten what Mu Bei does for a living? The staff member smiled. The celestial master? The conductor questioned. Right, he's a celestial master. Even ghosts call him master. So what do you think we're going for? The staff member looked at him with a half smile. The train conductor froze. Suddenly, it seemed he understood what his subordinates were getting at. He quickly said, you mean have him help exorcise evil spirits? These people going to see Mu Bei is just one reason. The reason they brought their whole families is they want Mu Bei to check them over. See if they've been tainted by any evil or malevolent entities. After all, when people have a streak of bad luck, they always feel like they've encountered something unclean. So they want Mu Bei to take a look for them, even if just for peace of mind. Then there are others like businessmen. For instance, if they've done something shady, we're worried they've been cursed. Heck, supernatural beings there now. Who knows if the stuff we saw on TV before, sticking pins in voodoo dolls, might actually happen behind their backs. And Master Mu Bei is someone even the supernatural beings have to call master. A master so powerful, zombies crawl out of the ground just to count out him. Those little curses, minor evil spirits, and such, he'd handle them with ease. So these people aren't really going to thank Mu Bei. They're clearly going to have Mu Bei check their feng shui and stuff. When this is all over, I'm going to have Master Mu Bei take a look at me too. Having figured this out, the train conductor also thought to himself, the company, Linchuan. Meanwhile, some employees who had no idea what was going on arrived at work and found their company completely empty. Not only was their own company deserted, but the company next door was also locked up tight. They were stunned. What the heck? We worked here for years. They didn't even tell us if the company went bankrupt. Even scarier, everyone was working together just fine yesterday. And today the company is shut. They instinctively checked their phones. Damn, it's only Tuesday. With no work to do, they started calling their boss and colleagues. The calls went through, but no one picked up. Realizing something was wrong, the employees decided to call the police. Hold on, don't panic. They probably didn't run off. Most likely, they went to Fulling City. Yeah, to Fulling City. Just wait a bit. They probably got on a train. They should call you back soon. Huh? The employee who called the police was utterly confused. He didn't know what was happening. But right then, a call actually came back from the other side. Hey, Lawang, we're on vacation for a few days. We went to Fulling City. We'll get back to work when we return. Hey, stop pushing, buddy. The employee was baffled. What on earth is going on? And he saw many people dragging suitcases, hailing taxis by the roadside. He hurried over to ask them. When they learned the destination was also Fulling City, they were completely stunned. Is there gold in Fulling City or something? But when told they were looking for someone called Mu Bei Tianshi, and shown a video, they finally understood the whole story. He immediately called people. LOL, tell our son to skip school today. Seriously, what Fulling City? Hilarious. What class? I dropped my son at school. Half the students were absent. Even the teacher didn't show. The guy panicked and urged, stop dawdling, drive to the company to pick me up, and road tripping to Fulling. Yet, before even leaving Linchuan, they stopped. What's going on? Where is this traffic jam? I'm not even on the highway yet. How am I stuck at the on-ramp? Buddy, stop yelling. I've been stuck here all morning. The traffic authorities haven't sent an update yet. I've been here since 5 a.m. Haven't moved an inch. You're lucky you came later. Now you can't even turn back. Newcomers couldn't even get on the highway. Trying to go back was already too late, because soon, a huge convoy of vehicles arrived behind them. In just minutes, a long line had formed. Chapter 72. Damn tricked. Crazy. Everyone's gone crazy. The senior Tianshis from the Tao Alliance Association had excited looks in their eyes. Fulling City was now packed. Hotels, inns, even rural homestays were full of visitors. All here to see Mu Bei. And according to reports from all over the country, more people were still coming. National media kept urging people not to come for now. But it couldn't stop their desire to see Mu Bei. A Tianshi, even supernatural beings called Master. How could they miss this chance? With so many people gathered in Fulling City, it's easier for us to act. Zhang Tianji felt their chances of success had increased. People's prayers can indeed save Mu Bei. But if they're too far away, the effect isn't great. Now it's different. Fulling is swarming with people. Fulling is swarming with people. If we get them to pray for Mu Bei now, and we activate the spirit gathering array, Old Zhang, there's actually another issue here. Lu Qianshan looked over at Zhang Tianji, frowning slightly. Most people who came this time brought their whole families. Although they came to thank Mu Bei on the surface, we all know their true intentions. They're really after his identity as a celestial master. To put it bluntly, they want him to help exorcise evil spirits. They just want Mu Bei to bless them, that's all. However, such prayers won't help Mu Bei recover much. There is some effect, but I'm still skeptical. Can prayers like these really save Mu Bei? Hearing Lu Qinshan's words, the crowd started discussing. The prayers must be solely for Mu Bei. Only if they genuinely wish for his recovery can he truly be saved. But people are selfish. Even if Mu Bei really fought the Yin soldiers and saved them, they might not sincerely pray for him. After listening to the discussion, the silent Zhang Tianji suddenly spoke up, saying, maybe that's a good thing. Oh, everyone quickly turned to look at him. Old Zhang, what do you mean? We can actually use human nature. Zhang Tianji said, looking at everyone. Human nature? Everyone was confused. What does that have to do with it? Old Zhang, stop being cryptic. We need to buy time for Mu Bei. Otherwise, he's in danger. Lu Qinshan was also anxious. He genuinely didn't want anything to happen to Mu Bei. Everyone think about it. These people came here just to have Mu Bei exorcise evil for them, right? So if we tell them that only if Mu Bei survives, can he help them, then wouldn't they? Zhang Tianji didn't finish his sentence. He believed they should understand his meaning. Old Zhang means we should guide these people to pray for Mu Bei, right? They came here for Mu Bei's protection anyway. We just guide them. As long as they sincerely pray for Mu Bei to survive, we'll have him exorcise for them later. Simple. That could work. It's a bit deceptive. But worst case, Mu Bei can do it for free later. Sounds good. He'll definitely join our Moda Taoist Alliance anyway. Our association will support him. Join your Moda Alliance? He's with our Jingdu Taoist Alliance. Shenzhen isn't any worse. We have money to support him too. They all agreed with Zhang Tianji's idea. As for deception, what's wrong with lying a little to save someone? It's not like they'll lose a limb. And after this, Mu Bei will definitely be willing to help them with exorcisms and such, touring to help them dispel evil and slay demons, all for free. Even minor celebrities get appearance fees. They wouldn't say no to free, would they? So this plan has no flaws whatsoever. But how did their chat suddenly turn into a fight for custody? Before Zhang Tianji could say a word, seeing the other senior Taoist Alliance members arguing, the two of them were speechless. Damn, is this really the time for this? Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Seeing the Taoist Alliance leaders from several regions bickering endlessly, Lu Qinshan quickly interrupted. Right now, let's focus on waking Mu Bei up first. Where he goes after that, we can discuss later. Lu Qinshan's words brought the argument to a halt. Indeed, Mu Bei is still unconscious. Science assassination now is inappropriate. It's better to wait until he's awake to argue. Alright, this time, I ask everyone to use their connections to start building momentum. With these people's agreement, everything will be much easier. Old Zhang, let's hurry and contact Falling City's TV stations and media. While there's a crowd, we need to be quick. Once the hype dies down, we can try it. Without delay, Lu Qinshan quickly said to Zhang Tianji, a lot of people are gathering now, kid. The spirit gathering ray can work at its maximum effect. We must also speed up. Alright, Zhang Tianji stood up and went with him to handle matters. Everyone, let's also quickly mobilize our connections. After the two left, the other celestial masters who came from different regions quickly made calls. Soon, major media outlets and radio stations began drafting copy, trying every way to maximize the spread of the celestial masters' news this time, just as to let people channel their prayers for Mu Bei. Good. Done. At the latest by this afternoon, we should see results. We better schedule the Great Spirit Gathering Ray for this afternoon too. After making the calls, those celestial masters also let out a collective sigh. They had practically exhausted all their worldly connections this time. By the way, which hospital is Mu Bei in now? Come to think of it, we haven't even seen him yet. No rush. It's not too late to see him after he wakes up, right? And for what old Zhang and old Lu said, their disciples and granddaughter are taking care of him at the hospital. It should be fine. After getting things sorted, the few senior celestial masters also started chatting. But as they chatted, they realized something was off. Damn, Zhang Tianji and Lu Qinshan played us. No wonder they were so calm. They were waiting for us here all along. Almost at the same time, I heard someone say that Mu Bei is now being taken care of by Zhang Tianji's apprentice. Yeah, and Lu Qinshan's granddaughter, Lu Yuan, they instantly lost their cool. Immediately, they all took out their phones and called their respective families. Chapter 73, Jealousy and the Sun. Tell Xiaoming to come to Falling City to take care of Mu Bei. When he's better, we'll arrange a marriage. What? Xiaoming is only 18. So what? It's normal for girls to date at 18 nowadays. But she's still in college. There are people in college who get married, or even get pregnant. What's the problem? Stop talking nonsense. Tell Xiaoming to ask for leave and come over. Hurry up, someone else will snatch him up. Wee. I heard you broke up with your boyfriend. Grandpa said, this is my own business. Don't interfere. No. Safe, don't interfere. No. Grandpa's there. It's broke up. Good riddance. I never liked that kid anyway. Grandpa found you a boyfriend. He's amazing. Grandpa, you'll see when you get here. His name is Mu Bei. He's famous all over the country now. Super handsome. He's right next to me. Come quickly and see if you like him. If you do, Grandpa will make it happen for you. Is it the Mu Bei who summoned the Underworld Emperor? Yes, that's him. Okay, Grandpa, I'm on my way. Master, stop talking. I wanted to tell you yesterday. Can I go see Mu Bei? I've already snuck out. Wow, my Chow Chow is so smart this time. Of course, when you see a good cultivation partner, you have to act fast. Absolutely. We have to snatch him. We can't let him go to your Uncle Zhang and Uncle Lu. This time, we must bring Mu Bei to our Dowling Mountain. Definitely. Then Mu Bei and I will give you a big, fat grandson. Good. Master, wait for my good news. When they heard Zhang Tianji and Lu Qinshan mention that Yu Yao and Lu Yuan were taking care of Mu Bei, they suddenly realized something was wrong. When they were fighting over Mu Bei earlier, those two didn't participate at all. They thought it was because of their status that they didn't fight. Turns out they had planned all along. Now they have to call their most talented granddaughters and disciples over. Who is Mu Bei? They've already glimpsed a bit from the videos. Although he blocked the Yin soldiers for tens of thousands of people in Dragon Country, at the same time, he was tempering Red Shun. And the way he flirted with that female streamer back then, it's obvious they're looking for a partner for Mu Bei in Fanshun. But what's there to look for in Fanshun now? We can send him over, as long as Mu Bei goes to them eventually. As for where Mu Bei ends up, frankly, they have no right to tell him what to do. Mu Bei is more powerful than all of them combined. To put it bluntly, whether he goes to their temple or the Alliance, he'd be treated as a guest of honor. To truly get Mu Bei on their side, they need to find him a Taoist partner. Only that partner can permanently tie Mu Bei to their alliance or temple. That's probably why Zhang Tianji and Lu Ganzhan sent their disciples and granddaughters over. Meanwhile, after the call ended, several beautiful young women sprang into action, some asking for leave, others buying tickets, breaking up. then rushing nonstop towards Fulling City. Dr. Housey, damn, this is Fulling Central Hospital. Fulling Central Hospital, damn. After Fulling Hours, seeing the emergency doctor, the four quickly gathered around, anxiously asking if the surgery went okay. But his injuries are too severe, especially in his brain. The doctor sighed, then added, I can't even guarantee if he'll wake up now. You need to prepare for the risk of him becoming a vegetable. What? Hearing this, the four were stunned. A vegetable? Isn't there any other way? Lucian asked, heart heavy. If he really becomes a vegetable, that's also a problem. They need a conscious Mube who can talk. Sigh. The doctor shook his head. This is actually the best outcome right now. And if he doesn't survive this 3-day critical period, he won't even make it to being a vegetable. Right? He can't be disturbed now. You'll wait outside the ICU later. Just don't make any noise. With that, the emergency doctor put his mask back on. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered something. Top medical experts are all here now. We'll discuss and come up with a final treatment plan and give you a result. At least one family member must stay every day. Understood? Yes, doctor. Li Xian nodded. After seeing the doctor off, she sat on the bench, rubbing her face. He knew Mu Bei was seriously injured, but he didn't expect it to be this severe. In Taoist terms, a vegetative state means the soul has departed. Li Xian is filled with guilt right now. If he had driven faster and angered Mu Bei's soul earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But there are no ifs in this world. Now, he can only hope his master has a better solution. What does Uncle Yuan Air say? When will it begin? After a long silence, Li Xian looked toward Lu Yuan and asked, Grandfather and the other masters seem to be planning to activate the spirit gathering array. But before that, they mentioned something about creating momentum. I didn't quite understand, Lu Yuan replied. Creating momentum? Li Xian frowned slightly. What does that require? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded, looking at him with a worried expression. Uncle Li, you don't think Mu Bei will? Mu Bei will definitely be okay. Suddenly, Yu Yao interjected, with firm determination. He even managed to seize the Yin Emperor. He's bound to have divine protection. I also believe Mu Bei will be fine. Zhao Qianair stood up and said, looking toward Li Xian, Master Li Xian, is there anything I can do to help? Although I'm just an enforcer at the Enforcement Bureau, I do have some connections. I don't know what Master and the uncles are planning either. So Li Xian leaned heavily back in his chair, his gaze shifting to the emergency room door where the light had turned green, and continued, let's take turns keeping watch these next few days.